Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was abandoned by his own family. Here is short summary. After being abandoned by his own family for being quirkless, Izuku must forge his own path to becoming a hero, proving that true strength comes from within. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Oi, Deku, growled Bakugo. Izuku scrambled to push himself off the ground, his palms stinging from the impact with the pavement. He looked up to see Bakugo standing over him, his usual scowl painted across his face. Kachan, what do you want? Izuku stammered, trying to hold his ground, but his voice wavered. He had hoped that things would be different now that he had a quirk, but he had no idea how to face Bakugo in this new reality. The last thing he wanted was another confrontation with the person who had always belittled him. Bakugo sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. You think you can just go around saying you've got a quirk now, huh? After all these years of being useless, you think you're suddenly gonna be some kind of hero? His voice was thick with disdain, and his eyes burned with the usual intensity. Yes, was all he said as he was punched in the face. That's bullshit, he yelled as he grabbed him by his hair. Izuku winced as Bakugo's grip tightened on his hair, pulling his head back painfully. His vision swam for a moment as the pain from the punch throbbed in his cheek, but the sting didn't deter him. The fire burning in his chest, the new power that he felt within himself, kept him from feeling completely defeated. I'm not lying, Kachan. Izuku gasped, struggling to free himself from the tight hold. I really do have a quirk now. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a snarl. Quit spouting that crap, Deku. With a twist of his wrist, he slammed Izuku's head against the ground, sending another shockwave of pain through Izuku's skull. You're still quirkless. You're just pretending to be something you're not. You've always been useless, and that's not going to change because you say you've got a quirk now. You've been quirkless for years, Deku. Don't you dare try to pretend now like you're something special. Izuku stopped resisting as Bakugo hit once more for good measure. I don't want to ever hear you talking about that shit again, you damn liar, he said, stomping away from him. Izuku lay on the ground, his face stinging from the punches and his head spinning from the impact. His vision blurred, and he could feel the blood trickling from a cut on his lip. He barely had the strength to lift his head, but something deep inside him kept him from staying down. Even as Bakugo's harsh words echoed in his mind, a fire ignited in his chest, fueled by something more than the pain. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, shaking as he did so. His body felt like it was on fire, but not in the way Bakugo had intended. He could feel the surge of energy within him, the quirk that he knew he had, the one he wasn't imagining, wasn't lying about. Bakugo's taunts and physical punishment only made him more determined to prove himself. That didn't feel good, he said as he leaned against the brick wall for support. Whatever, looks like I am going to miss lunch again, he said as he made his way to class. He made it with a few minutes to spare as he sat down in his usual seat, bruises already starting to form. He didn't give a damn right now. He understands where they were coming from by not believing him that he didn't have a quirk, but damn, they could at least listen to him. The rest of his day was about as pretty normal as it could get, but he was a bit fascinated about something. When he was walking home, something appeared to be in his eye or something, but an image or a screen of sorts appeared in front of him. Achievement complete. Collect and store 10 quirks in the library. Reward. 1 quirk creation available. This made Izuku excited as he started to make his way home faster. He wanted to get back into the mind space to work on quirk. He had wondered about many things, such as how many quirks he could make and use. He wanted to get some quirks stored up, so he acted like he was bumping into people accidentally when he traversed the halls of the school. Some resulted in nothing, when others were throwing punches at him. He ran to his room not even to see his mom, as he was sure she wasn't there. He threw his stuff down and started to think about mindspace before eventually he was pulled back in. He was welcomed to the sight of Chase as he was smiling down at him. I see you are excited, sir. Shall we have some tea and see what quirks you have stored up? He said, forming the rooms for Izuku to use. We shall, Chase, he said excitedly. Chase, ever the calm and patient guide, gestured to the center of the room, where a large, glowing screen materialized. It hovered in the air, flickering with different hues as it displayed an intricate list of quirks Izuku had collected. The screen was organized like a library catalog, each quirk listed with a brief description and a button next to it that Izuku could tap to access more detailed information. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen. The potential to shape these quirks into something entirely his own was thrilling. The idea of being able to combine and manipulate powers was like nothing he had ever dreamed of. His eyes moved from one quirk to another, eager to explore what each one could offer. Shall we start from the beginning? Chase asked, his voice gentle and encouraging. Izuku nodded, his excitement palpable. Yes, please. So, for the first quirk, we have Explosion, belonging to a Katsuki Bakugo, said Chase. An image of Bakugo came up on the screen and Izuku frowned slightly. This was from the fight at noon. All right, let's do the next one, said Izuku, ready for what was next. Chase swiped to the next entry. Quirk number 2, Adhesion. The user can adhere to surfaces with their hands and feet. Simple, yet versatile. Izuku's face lit up. That sounds a lot like a spider's ability. It could be great for mobility or even stealth if used right. Indeed, Chase replied, pleased with Izuku's growing enthusiasm. Chase swiped to the third entry, the glowing screen adjusting as the next quirk appeared. The third quirk is Cerebral Enhancer, a quirk designed to enhance cognitive abilities dramatically. It allows the user to increase their IQ in proportion to their focus and effort, enabling accelerated problem solving, strategic thinking, and memory recall. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement as he stared at the screen. An IQ boost. That's incredible. I can imagine so many uses for it. I could analyze situations faster, plan battles better, and even optimize how I train and use my quirks. This could really level the playing field. Chase nodded, his smile calm but proud. Exactly, sir. It has limitations, of course. While it can elevate your intelligence significantly, it also places a great demand on your mental energy. Overuse may lead to cognitive fatigue, headaches, or even temporary confusion. That sounds awesome. We will have to come back to that later, he said excitedly. Indeed, we will. For your fourth quirk, we have Jolt. Not very powerful in terms of destructive power, but it allows the user to send out small amounts of electricity into their fingertips that reach about 6 inches. Izuku nodded, listening carefully as Chase described the fourth quirk. Jolt, huh? Izuku mused aloud. That could still be useful, especially in a pinch. I could use it to shock enemies or short-circuit tech, maybe even give myself a boost in combat if used correctly. He considered how he could make the most of each quirk, turning every ability into an asset, no matter how small. Chase nodded. Exactly, sir. Even simple quirks like this have potential. Now, for your fifth quirk. He swiped again, and a new quirk appeared on the screen. It went like this for the next few minutes. Izuku was fascinated with quirks, but in terms of overall usefulness, this was very incredibly specific. He knew quirks could be powerful if you trained them, so he would store off on the rest of them. Chase smiled at all of these quirks. Well, Master Izuku, these quirks are indeed interesting, and now we have our final quirk, he said, pulling it up on the screen. Izuku was shocked at the man who was on his screen. He said, Toshinori Yagi with the quirk One for All. Izuku's mouth was drier than the Sahara Desert as he saw two images on the screen. Chase, why is All Might and Dad up on the same screen? He asked, hoping this wasn't going where this was going. Because Izuku, they are the same person, he replied to him. But, you said I can't copy my family's quirks because they are blood related, he said, wanting answers. While that is true, it says here that One for All has been passed down to several people, he said, showing a screen of its past users. Izuku was holding his hand to his head. This was all too much to process. Why hadn't his dad ever told him or his family that he was the #1 hero? Izuku's mind was racing. He stared at the screen in disbelief, His eyes locked on the names of previous users of One for All, and then back to Toshinori Yagi's image, his father. His breath caught in his throat as he processed the information. All Might is my dad, Izuku whispered under his breath, his voice barely audible. His hands began to tremble. I never knew. Why didn't he tell me? Damn it. He told me to give up on my dream of being a hero, because I didn't have a quirk. But he had one right here, something he was able to pass down the whole time, and he didn't even look my way to want to help me on my path to becoming a hero, he said as tears were falling down his face. Chase's voice was soft as if he understood the storm of emotions swirling inside Izuku. I know this is a lot to process, Izuku, but this is your reality now. Izuku wiped his tears away in frustration as he looked at the screen once more. I think that I would like to examine all of the quirks and their abilities now, he said, trying to avoid the subject. All right, sir. What kind of quirk were you thinking? He asked curiously. Izuku wiped away a few more tears as he looked at the screen. I was thinking something along the lines of an IQ quirk similar to the one earlier. Chase nodded thoughtfully, sensing Izuku's need to focus on something constructive. I understand. A quirk like that would be valuable, especially in helping you understand and master all the quirks you've already collected. Let's go ahead and explore that route. The glowing screen flickered as Chase made a few adjustments. The list of quirks expanded, and the focus shifted to the Cerebral Enhancer quirk. A new window opened with a more detailed breakdown of its abilities. So, we already know what it does. What are the restrictions and cons of the quirk? That, and I would like to know how much the IQ is increased by, he said, putting a finger under the chin. Chase nodded with approval as he tapped a few controls, expanding the information on the screen for Izuku to examine. A new section appeared, labeled Cerebral Enhancer, Detailed Breakdown. Here are the specifics, Izuku, Chase began, his calm demeanor not changing despite the emotional weight Izuku was carrying. The quirk allows you to significantly enhance your cognitive abilities, which means your IQ can be increased by up to 100 points based on your focus and effort. This could theoretically push your intelligence into the genius category, enabling you to process information and solve problems much more rapidly. For someone like you, it would enhance your strategic thinking, combat tactics, memory recall, and even your understanding of quirks. Chase continued, however, as with all powerful abilities, this one does come with its drawbacks. The more you use it, the more mental energy it consumes. Extended use beyond your physical or mental limits could result in cognitive fatigue, memory lapses, and even temporary loss of coordination or confusion. In extreme cases, it could even lead to memory loss if overused, so it's essential to be mindful of your limits. What if we do not have those restrictions? How would this affect the quirk? He asked. I was hoping you would ask this. You see, sir, when creating a quirk, if you were to not have restrictions on a quirk, it would give you lower stats such as less power, he said as he adjusted the restrictions on the quirk. So, you will increase your IQ by only 40 points, however, you will be able to continuously have this quirk on at all times with no side effects whatsoever. It will be like you won't even feel it, he said, showing him. Izuku took a moment to absorb the information, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the choices before him. The prospect of enhancing his cognitive abilities without limits was undeniably tempting, but the reality of what such a decision would mean weighed heavily on him. His hand hovered over the screen as he thought it through carefully. 40 points isn't as high as the full 100, Izuku murmured, but being able to keep the quirk active all the time sounds like it could help me stay on top of everything. I wouldn't have to worry about cognitive fatigue or burning out. He glanced over at Chase, who was watching him with a calm, expectant expression. That's correct, sir, Chase said. The trade-off would be a slightly smaller increase in intelligence, but you would be able to maintain a consistently sharp mind without risking overexertion. You could always rely on your enhanced focus and analysis, without any downtime. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. That doesn't seem too bad, to be honest. What is my IQ now? Your IQ right now, as you are 12 years old, is currently 123. This means you would have a 163 IQ with this quirk. Your IQ will also increase as your brain is not fully developed yet, he said, smiling at him. Relieved, Izuku gave a decisive nod. Then that's what I'll do. Let's create the quirk with the 40-point boost and unrestricted use. Chase gestured to the glowing screen, and with a wave of his hand, the parameters were set. A swirling vortex of light appeared before Izuku, pulsating with energy. Chase explained, "This is the creation process. Simply reach out and claim it, and the quirk will be yours." Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped forward and extended his hand. The swirling light seemed to respond to him, wrapping around his fingers and seeping into his skin. A warm sensation flooded his body, and for a moment, his vision blurred. When it cleared, he felt sharper, like a veil had been lifted from his mind. "How do you feel, sir?" Chase asked, a hint of pride in his voice. "I won't lie, I feel pretty much the same, but I do feel like something changed inside of me," he said, clenching his fist. Chase smiled warmly. "Indeed, the effects may not feel immediate since the quirk enhances cognitive functions rather than physical ones. However, you'll start noticing subtle differences soon: clearer thoughts, faster problem solving, and perhaps a better understanding of complex situations." "What shall you name the quirk, sir?" he asked, to write it down. Izuku nodded, still clenching and unclenching his fists as he adjusted to the newfound clarity in his mind. Already, he could feel his thoughts flowing more smoothly, like a river unobstructed by rocks. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was enough to make him feel sharper. "How about brain boost?" he said, smiling. "I like it," he said, writing it down into the system. "Well, now that we've taken care of that, what's next?" Izuku asked. His voice was steadier than before. He was eager to channel his emotions into something productive. The revelation about his father still weighed heavily on him, but right now, he needed focus. "Rest. I believe you still have dinner to attend to, and after that, we can go over what." Chase smiled warmly. "Indeed, the effects may not feel immediate since the quirk enhances cognitive functions rather than physical ones. However, you'll start noticing subtle differences soon: clearer thoughts, faster problem solving, and perhaps a better understanding of complex situations." Izuku nodded, still clenching and unclenching his fists as he adjusted to the newfound clarity in his mind. Already, he could feel his thoughts flowing more smoothly, like a river unobstructed by rocks. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was enough to make him feel sharper. "Well, now that we've taken care of that, what's next?" Izuku asked. His voice was steadier than before. He was eager to channel his emotions into something productive. The revelation about his father still weighed heavily on him, but right now, he needed to focus on what to do next, he said, bowing slightly. "That sounds good. When can I create my next quirk?" he asked curiously. "Not until you reach and meet this requirement," he said as he put it up on the screen. Chase's demeanor turned slightly more serious as he gestured to the glowing screen. "The requirement for creating your next quirk is simple but crucial, Master Izuku. To harness your quirks effectively, your body needs to be in peak condition. It's not just about mental sharpness but physical readiness too. You'll need to meet this prerequisite before we can move forward." Izuku squinted at the screen, reading the text carefully. "Apply for a gym membership, get a job, and commit to a consistent workout routine for 3 months. He frowned, feeling a pang of hesitation. "A job, at my age, isn't that going to be difficult?" Chase's expression softened. "Not at all, sir. Plenty of opportunities exist, even for someone your age. It's not just about earning money, though that will help you gain independence. It's also about learning discipline, time management, and responsibility, skills that will serve you well as a hero. Not to mention, your quirks will place an immense strain on your body. Enhancing your physical endurance, strength, and agility will ensure you can wield them effectively without injuring yourself. Think of this as laying the foundation for your future success." "Thank you, Chase," Izuku said with a small smile. "I think this is going to make a big difference." Chase nodded, his expression calm and reassuring. "You're welcome, sir. Remember, this is only the beginning. But get going to dinner. You have been here for about 3 hours, meaning that it has been 36 minutes out there," he said. With that, Izuku went back to the real world and sat up from his bed. It might have been less than 24 hours since he acquired his quirk, but it sure was going to be a while before he could get used to that. He then remembered All Might and his father being the same person. He still was so pissed off. He never felt like this before. He felt betrayed by his father. The same man who had been quirkless at one point told him that a quirkless person could not become a hero. What an asshole. He made it downstairs to see his family were just sitting down to eat as his mom was dishing up food for herself. He sat down and slowly got his food. Inori and Ichiro started to talk about their day. Izuku was staring at his father, not with a glare, but with a calculating, cold intensity that unsettled even him. It was the look of someone who was assessing every action, every word, and every possible motive. All Might, his father, Toshinori Yagi, noticed the look but chose to ignore it, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Inori and Ichiro instead. His siblings' laughter echoed in the dining room, but to Izuku, it sounded distant. His mind was too busy swirling with thoughts. How could he say something like that to me? He thought bitterly. How could someone who claimed to care about me so much dismiss my dreams as impossible, all while hiding his identity? The betrayal simmered just beneath his otherwise calm exterior. He wouldn't lie when he said he was curious as to how this skinny bee-owned man who was barely 5 foot 10 inches tall was All Might. One for All must have been one heck of a powerful quirk, and he would have to investigate it. That's some good progress, Inori, said Inko happily. Izuku shook his head at this. Conversations like this were starting to bother him more and more because he was never asking about how his day went. He finished eating and started to make his way up to his room. He had a lot of research and a lot of catching up to do. 1 month later, and that is another $100, he said sighing. $100 was enough for a 1-month membership at the local gym. Yes, it was local, however, it was a gym with a pool, a track, mixed in with a dojo. It was the real package and why it was so expensive, and he was glad to be going there. Izuku had managed to secure an online job as a customer support agent for a tech company. It wasn't glamorous work, but it allowed him to contribute financially to his goals while maintaining flexibility with his schedule. He worked a few hours each day after school, answering queries about troubleshooting software issues and helping customers navigate their products. While the work was sometimes repetitive, it gave him a sense of accomplishment. Each paycheck brought him closer to achieving his plans. Sitting at his small desk, Izuku adjusted his headset and glanced at the queue of support tickets. The first was a customer struggling with a frozen application. He quickly reviewed the troubleshooting script, then typed out a concise, polite response. "Thank you for reaching out. Here's what you can try to resolve the issue." He hit send and moved to the next ticket. Despite the monotony, Izuku approached the job with the same determination he applied to everything else in his life. He saw it as more than just earning money. It was an opportunity to refine his communication skills, practice patience, and strengthen his ability to solve problems under pressure. By the end of his shift, Izuku leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. It wasn't the most physically demanding work, but staying focused for hours on end was draining in its own way. Still, when he looked at the total earnings in his online account, he felt a swollen feeling of pride. It wasn't just about the money, it was proof of his growing independence. He had created a schedule with Chase with the best interest in mind, and good God did it look like hell. 4 a.m. wake up. 4:30 a.m. to 7 a.m., first gym workout. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. school. 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. work. 6 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. dinner. 6:45 p.m. to 10 p.m., second gym workout. 10:30 bed and mindspace studying. Would it be hard? Yes. Was he willing to do it? Absolutely. Izuku sat on his bed, staring at the schedule Chase had meticulously crafted. It was rigorous, but it aligned with his goals. If he wanted to become a hero despite the odds stacked against him, he needed to push beyond his limits. He read through it again, committing it to memory before placing it carefully on his desk. The next morning, his alarm buzzed at 4 a.m., jolting him awake. For a split second, Izuku considered rolling over and stealing a few more moments of rest, but he quickly shook the thought away. He had made a commitment to himself, and if he started slacking now, he'd only be sabotaging his own future. Throwing on his workout clothes, he grabbed a water bottle and headed out the door. He wasted no time getting into the gym and started to get to work. He did a warm-up of 20 push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and crunches, and he was ready to go. Granted, he had never really done super physical workouts, so had taken some baby steps. The gym was relatively quiet at this early hour, save for a few other dedicated individuals. Izuku began on the treadmill, setting a moderate pace. His legs burned within the first few minutes, but he reminded himself of why he was doing this. Heroes don't quit. If I can't push past this, how will I ever keep up with villains in the field? After 20 minutes on the treadmill, he transitioned to weight training. Chase had given him a beginner's guide to proper form and manageable weights to avoid injury. Izuku started with dumbbell curls and bench presses, his arms trembling slightly under the unfamiliar strain. Despite the challenge, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction with every representative completed. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he pushed himself further than he ever had before. By the time he moved on to core exercises, he was already feeling the effects of the morning's work. Planks, Russian twists, and leg raises tested his resolve, but Izuku grit his teeth and kept going. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to stop, but he countered each thought of doubt with images of his future, standing tall as a hero who could save lives and inspire others. When the clock struck 7 a.m., Izuku finally wrapped up his session. His muscles ached, and his body was drenched in sweat, but he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had survived the first step in his grueling journey. As he walked out of the gym, the cool morning air hit him, refreshing his exhausted body. One step closer, he muttered to himself, a small smile forming on his lips. The next part of his day proceeded as planned: school. Balancing academics with his new physical regimen was no easy task, but Izuku knew he couldn't afford to let his grades slip. He paid close attention in class, furiously taking notes and mentally organizing his study schedule for the evening. Every now and then, his classmates would notice his slightly tired expression, but none of them commented on it. By the time school ended, he felt drained but kept his focus sharp. After all, he still had work to do. Logging into his customer support job from his bedroom, Izuku handled each ticket with the same meticulous care as before. The repetitive nature of the work might have deterred others, but Izuku treated it as a mental workout way to sharpen his problem-solving skills and maintain his composure under pressure. Dinner was brief, as usual, with his family's conversations revolving around Inori and Ichiro's day. Izuku ate in silence, his mind racing with plans for his next workout session. He caught glimpses of his father from across the table, but the calculating, cold intensity in his gaze remained. Toshinori noticed but continued to feign ignorance, a choice that only deepened the tension between them. After excusing himself, Izuku returned to the gym for his second workout of the day. This time, he focused on different muscle groups to avoid overworking in any one area. He tackled the rowing machine and the squat rack. This place was a lot more at this time, but he didn't mind that. He did feel like he was being watched though. He wasn't sure who was watching him, but it was someone doing it. He ended the workout and was going to the locker room when someone stopped him. "Hey, you're Izuku Yagi, right?" Izuku looked up to see a modestly tall man standing near the locker room entrance. His hair was dark brown, a little messy, but it looked like it had been styled intentionally, with streaks of gray peeking through the edges. He wore a black long sleeve and sweatpants, his body showing signs of experience with physical activity, muscles not overly bulky but lean and well-defined, a clear indication of someone who had spent years in training. His face was weathered, perhaps by time, but there was something about his presence that commanded respect. "Yeah, that's me," Izuku replied, his exhaustion making his voice slightly strained. "Is there something I can help you with?" The man gave him a friendly, knowing smile, though there was an underlying seriousness in his eyes. "I've been watching you for a while. You've been coming in here pretty regularly. Most people would burn out by now, but you've got something about you. Discipline, dedication." Izuku blinked in surprise, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he shifted his weight nervously. He wasn't used to strangers noticing him like that. I'm just trying to get better. For my goals, you know. This is my schedule, he said, showing him. The man nodded pleasantly. Ah, yes, I know you are and can see that clearly, but I should introduce myself. My name is Daichi Arai, the man said, extending his hand. Izuku hesitated for a moment before shaking it, feeling the firm grip of someone who had clearly spent years honing their strength. I own the dojo that's attached to the fitness center here, Daichi Arai said, gesturing toward the far end of the gym where the dojo's sliding wooden doors stood. I couldn't help but notice your work ethic. It's not every day I see someone so young pushing themselves so hard. You remind me of someone I used to know. Izuku looked at Daichi with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Oh, really? Was he a hero? Arai chuckled, the sound low and warm. Not exactly, but he had the heart of one, much like you seem to. Listen, Yagi, I've been around long enough to recognize potential when I see it. You've got a fire in you, but if you're not careful, that fire can burn you out. Training is good, but training smart is better. Izuku's cheeks turned slightly pink. I'm just trying to catch up. I've got a lot of ground to cover. Arai nodded knowingly. I figured as much. That drive of yours is admirable, but if you're serious about achieving your goals, you'll need guidance. Pushing through pain and exhaustion can only take you so far. If you want, I'd be willing to help you. Teach you how to balance your training, refine your technique, and maybe show you a thing or two about martial arts. It's up to you. The offer caught Izuku off guard. He wasn't sure how to respond at first. He had always been wary of accepting help, especially now that he had decided to forge his path independently. But there was something about Arai's presence, his calm confidence and the wisdom in his eyes, that made Izuku consider the proposition. That's a generous offer, Izuku said cautiously. But I don't have a lot of money right now. I'm already stretching my budget just to be here. Arai waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about that, consider it an investment. I see potential in you, and I'd hate to see it go to waste because of something as trivial as money. All I ask is that you show up ready to learn and give it your all. Deal. Izuku hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Deal. Arai's grin widened. Good. We'll start tomorrow evening, based on the schedule you showed me. Come by the dojo, and I'll introduce you to the basics. It's not going to be easy, but then again, I think you already know that. I do, Izuku replied, his voice firm. And I'm ready. The next evening, Izuku stood in front of the dojo's entrance, his nerves tingling with anticipation. He slid open the wooden doors and was greeted by the faint scent of wood polish and the soft light filtering through paper lanterns. The dojo was a stark contrast to the bustling gym, quiet, serene, yet filled with an underlying intensity that made his heart race. Arai stood in the center of the room, wearing a black martial arts gi with a white belt tied around his waist. You're on time. That's a good start, he said, gesturing for Izuku to join him. Izuku stepped onto the polished wooden floor, feeling the cool surface beneath his feet. What's the first lesson? Arai crossed his arms, his expression serious. The first lesson is understanding your limits and learning how to extend them without breaking. You've got raw determination, but that alone isn't enough. You need control, focus, and adaptability. Today, we'll start with the basics of movement and balance. Should we get to know each other first before then? He asked, wondering who this man was. Ah, of course, he said, sitting in a crisscross position just as Izuku did the same. Daichi Arai adjusted his posture, sitting straight and exuding a calm yet commanding presence. He looked at Izuku with a small smile. You're right, it's always good to understand the person you're trusting to teach you. Let me tell you a bit about myself. Izuku nodded, settling into his seat. He was curious about this man who had taken an interest in him. Well, you know my name already, but I am a retired hero who just trains martial arts now. My quirk is triple joint. There are people who are double joint naturally, which was me, but my quirk added another joint, making me triple jointed. It allows me to extend and manipulate my body in ways most people can't, Arai continued, his voice calm yet infused with an undertone of pride. I can bend, twist, and maneuver my limbs to an almost impossible degree. It gave me a unique edge in combat situations, dodging attacks, striking from unexpected angles, and even escaping tight spots. But it wasn't just my quirk that defined me as a hero. I worked hard to refine my physical capabilities and tactical skills. A quirk is just a tool, how you use it determines your success. Izuku leaned forward, intrigued. So, you were a hero. What happened? Why did you stop? Arai's expression softened, a flicker of nostalgia passing over his face. I was a hero for about 15 years, operating under the name Elastic Shadow. I specialized in rescue operations and non-lethal takedowns. I even made it to number 73 on the hero charts, but as time went on, the toll on my body and mind became more apparent. Every fight, every mission, it all adds up. I decided to retire before I hit a point where I couldn't keep up anymore. It wasn't an easy decision, but it was the right one. Now, I focus on teaching others, passing on what I've learned to people like you. Izuku nodded, his respect for Arai growing. That's admirable. I think it's great that you're still helping people in your own way. Arai chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the edges. You remind me of myself when I was younger. Hungry to prove myself, eager to learn. But let me ask you this, Yagi, why are you doing this? What's driving you to push yourself so hard? Izuku hesitated, his gaze dropping to the polished wooden floor. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. I want to catch up. For a long time, I felt like I was always behind, always struggling to prove my worth. I want to change that. I want to be someone who can stand tall, someone who can protect others and make a difference. But I know I can't rely on anyone to hand me the tools to do that. I have to earn it. Arai nodded thoughtfully, his expression was unreadable, a noble goal. But let me give you some advice, Izuku. You're right to want to rely on yourself, but don't let that turn into isolation. The world is full of people who can teach you, guide you, and challenge you to grow. You're here now, which means you're already taking a step in the right direction. Izuku felt a wave of warmth at Arai's words. It wasn't often that someone acknowledged his efforts so directly. Thank you, Arai-sensei. I won't waste this opportunity. Arai smiled, standing up and gesturing for Izuku to follow. Good. Then let's get started. First, I'll assess your natural movement and balance. Take your shoes off and stand in the center of the mat. Izuku quickly complied, feeling the cool surface of the mat under his feet. Arai circled him, observing his posture and stance with a critical eye. Not bad, Arai said after a moment. You've got a decent foundation. That tells me you've been paying attention to your form during your workouts. But combat isn't about standing still. It's about adapting to ever-changing circumstances. Let's see how you move. Arai began by walking Izuku through a series of basic simple steps, shifts in weight, and maintaining balance while moving. Though the exercises seemed straightforward, Izuku quickly realized how much focus they required. Every step needed precision, every shift in weight demanded awareness of his center of gravity. Your movement is stiff, Arai commented after a while, his tone not unkind but firm. You're focusing too much on doing it perfectly. That's good in training, but in real scenarios, hesitation can cost you. Try to flow naturally. Don't think, feel. Izuku nodded, adjusting his approach. He loosened his stance, trying to let the movements come more intuitively. It wasn't perfect, but he could already sense an improvement. Better, Arai said with a small nod. Now, let's add some complexity. The session progressed with increasingly challenging exercises. Arai introduced basic martial arts stances and transitions, emphasizing the importance of staying grounded and maintaining fluidity. He demonstrated how small adjustments in posture could make a significant difference in balance and power. Martial arts isn't just about punching and kicking, Arai explained as he demonstrated a series of sweeping motions. It's about understanding your body and how it interacts with the world around you. If you can master that, you'll find strength in even the simplest movements. By the end of the lesson, Izuku was drenched in sweat, his muscles burning from unfamiliar motions. But he felt exhilarated. Each technique, each correction, had opened his eyes to a new dimension of training. This wasn't just about building strength, it was about refining it, channeling it into something precise and effective. You did well for your first day, Arai said, clapping a hand on Izuku's shoulder. But this is only the beginning. If you want to see real progress, you'll need to commit to consistent practice. Are you ready for that? Izuku looked up at Arai, his green eyes blazing with determination. Yes, I'm ready. Arai grinned. Good. Then we'll meet here tomorrow. Rest well tonight, Yagi. You've earned it. As Izuku left the dojo, the cool evening air greeted him once more. His body ached, but his spirit felt lighter than it had been in months. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was truly moving forward. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with Arai's guidance, he knew he wasn't walking it alone. One step closer, Izuku muttered to himself, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips as he disappeared into the night. He got home to everyone in bed, which was about what it was like every night since he had been doing this, which was fine with him. He went to the fridge to get some chicken and rice and walked to his room. The unique thing about Mindspace was he was still able to get a full 6 hours of sleep if he wanted to, even when he was in Mindspace, because his body was resting. Izuku collected a few quirks from the past month, and he started to see a trend with the quirks that he had stored up. Based on what he was hearing, a lot of people firmly believed that they could not be heroes with the quirks that they possessed. He had a total of 14 storage now, and most of them were not trained enough. Granted, they were simple, such as having long fingers and pulling eyes out of your socket, which was gross in his opinion, but he didn't think of a use for them yet. The kid who had the quirk, Sparks, was interesting though. It said that the quirk could have gotten much stronger if it was trained constantly, but the kid never did anything. It made him wonder how many people with weak quirks could be powerful if all they did was train them. His siblings or parents hadn't caught on to the fact that he was starting to train more and more, but nonetheless it still hurt that they didn't believe that he had a quirk. Now he had thought that someday if he had gotten a quirk that he would have gotten the recognition he needed from his family, but he thought life had other plans. The bullying hadn't stopped yet, and he seriously doubted that it never will, but it irked him to no end that Inori and Ichiro were still doing it to him. He had told himself constantly that there are other people who have it worse than him out there, but it was getting harder and harder to believe every day. He will admit though that with the training he's been doing on his body, it was starting to hurt less and less if the kids beat him up. He was grateful for that. Then there was the thing about One for All and his father being All Might. He hadn't read its profile or contents yet in Mindspace because he was still mad at his father for not telling him or his family. He knew without a doubt that his mother knew who he was, but his siblings likely didn't know either. Now Izuku knew that his neglect could have been much worse. Granted, it beeped, but he could have been thrown out of the house and left on the streets to rot. He knew that he had a roof over his head and meals provided to him, but there was no attention whatsoever from his family, and at the end of the day neglect is still neglect. He decided that he would push away for now because he and his siblings didn't know of his father's identity. He had finished eating the meal that he had brought from the fridge and decided to go into his Mindspace once more. He was still mad at his father, but he was curious to read the contents of One for All. He wanted to know what made the man so powerful that he was the #1 hero, though he was not sure if he wanted the quirk for his own. He was soon standing next to Chase as the two of them looked at the screen. Izuku held the book that said, One for All, on the front cover and side. Let's see what we are working with, he said as he placed the book on the holder, connecting it with the screen. One for All, Chase began, reading from the screen, is a quirk born from the fusion of two abilities, one to stockpile power and another to transfer that power to others. Over generations, it has passed from wielder to wielder, growing stronger with each succession. It's a unique blend of raw strength and inherited will. Izuku's eyes widened as he absorbed the information. So, it's not just strength. It carries the legacy of everyone who's ever wielded it. Exactly, Chase replied, pointing at the screen. Each user has contributed to its growth, both in power and knowledge. But it's more than just physical. It's about ideals, protecting those who can't protect themselves, standing against overwhelming odds. The screen cut to show the users of One for All. Many of them were heroes Izuku had never heard of before. This explains why Dad is the strongest, if the quirk can continually stockpile power. Izuku was analyzing the quirk with fascination now because the overall potential of this quirk is amazing. If he were to implement this into the quirks that he made, they would be much more powerful and would have more use. Chase smiled as he looked at Izuku with a thoughtful expression. "I see you are thinking about adding this to your quirks," he said. "It's hard not to when you see this much power with it. But, I am also pissed at my dad right now," he said, smiling at the possibilities. "You need to be careful though. If you were creating a quirk and then add the one for all's potential, then you could damage yourself from the amount of stockpiled power," he said as he generated a pot of tea for Izuku. Izuku took the cup of tea that Chase had generated for him, the warmth seeping into his hands. He took a slow sip, thinking about Chase's warning. "Yeah, I get it. I can't just dive into this without considering the consequences. But it's hard not to be excited about the potential." Chase nodded. His expression is more serious now. "It's good that you're excited, but you need to be aware of your limits. One for all may give you more power than you've ever imagined, but power is a double-edged sword," he said. "Yeah," he said as he looked at Chase. "Say, Chase, what are you?" he asked. "Think of me as an artificial intelligence to you quirk synthesist. I am here to help you with a lot of the complexity of this quirk so that you can learn the quirks you create," he said. "That makes sense," he said, sipping some tea as he investigated the corner of the screen. He hit the screen, and it showed that they were quirks from past users of One for All. Izuku leaned in closer, his eyes scanning the screen as it displayed a list of quirks from past users of One for All. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Each user had contributed their own unique ability to the quirk, and it seemed like each of them had made One for All even more formidable than it had been in its previous form. Some of the quirks were powers that Izuku had never even imagined could exist. It was clear that One for All was not just a simple strength-boosting quirk, it was a collection of abilities, each one adding its own flavor to the whole. He pointed to one of the quirks listed on the screen. "What's this one? Float. It looks unusual." Chase's expression softened as he looked at the screen. "Ah, yes, that quirk belonged to one of the former users. It allows the user to float or levitate, defying gravity. It's a quirk that pairs very well with strength, especially in battle, since the user can move freely and avoid attacks. It was a key ability used by the previous wielder of One for All to outmaneuver opponents." Izuku was amazed. He could already see how powerful it would be to combine a strength-enhancing quirk like One for All with something as versatile as float. The possibilities were endless. He scrolled through the rest of the quirks, each one more fascinating than the last. Black Whip, Smoke Screen, Danger Sense, Fa Jin, and Gear Shift. All of them were amazing. He was honestly debating on just using the quirks as they were rather than finding a way to make them better because most of them couldn't be made better. The next few hours in Mindspace were spent nitpicking the quirks to see what he could do with them and if they could be improved. But before they knew it, he had been there for almost 5 hours, which was about an hour of real time. "All right, Chase, I am going to go to get some actual sleep now," as he started to teleport out of Mindspace, he said, waving. "Sounds good, sir. Have a good night rest," he said before he teleported out fully. 2 months later. It had been 3 months since he started his training and Izuku couldn't be happier. His skinny frame was slow but surely filling out into a leaner and more muscular one. Arai had taught him quite a bit in martial arts and was glad he was done with some of the training he had him do. Arai-sensei had drilled it into his head that flexibility is something every hero should know, and every day, there was a minimum of 20 minutes of it. Izuku rubbed his inner thigh in pain. He still remembered when he had him to the splits for the first time. He felt like he couldn't walk right for weeks, but thankfully it barely hurt anymore. His job was also going well for him too. He went from earning $15 an hour to now making $18 an hour, which he was all for. As he walked up to the school, he thought that his progress in academics was going to worsen from his training schedule, but as it turns out, they got better. He went from being in the top 15 in the school to he was now in the top 3, with 2 of the other students having IQ quirks much stronger than his brain boost. He also found out that anything that he was touching with his body when entering Mindspace he would bring in there. So, he started to bring in multiple books for reading, allowing him more time to learn. He started to read into topics of mathematics, biology, chemistry, physics, and technology, often using mindspace to digest the material more quickly. The more he absorbed, the better he became at applying it in real life. His ability to multitask had improved, and he felt his mind growing sharper with each passing day. As much as he enjoyed his physical training, the mental side of his development was equally important. If he could understand the complexities of the quirks he was working with, he could learn to harness them more effectively. He was almost at class when he was tripped in the hallway. Izuku looked up to see it was Inori, Ichiro, and Bakugo waiting a few doors down from their class. "Oops," said Bakugo smirking. Izuku just stared at him, picked up his things and started to walk to class when he was called out again. "Don't ignore me, you F*******, yelled out Bakugo. He kept his head down and continued to walk toward his class, hoping that Bakugo and the others would just let it go. Something that was getting annoying to him was this. He started to stop talking to them unless it was needed. He still told them the same thing, that he was going to be a hero every time they brought it up. As he said before, the pain was lessening from their blows, which meant that he was getting stronger. Thank God they stopped talking about how he lied about having a quirk. But Inori wasn't done. She stepped into his path, blocking his way with a smug grin on her face. "What's the matter, Deku? Finally learned how to walk with your head up?" She laughed, and Ichiro snickered behind her. Izuku could feel his frustration building. The constant teasing and bullying had become an exhausting routine, and though he was getting stronger physically and mentally, it still hurt. He could see them, but he refused to let them see how much their words affected him. "Move," Izuku muttered, his voice low but firm. "Oh, you think you're tough now, huh?" she said mockingly with her hands on her hips. Izuku gritted his teeth slightly and put his hand on Inori's shoulder to surprise her. With a hard push, she was shoved face first into the lockers, making a loud thud. Ichiro and Bakugo were wide-eyed at that. Never in their lives had they seen Izuku lay his hands on someone like that. "I said to move," he said coldly, walking into the classroom. Inori looked at him and saw that he wasn't having it today. She was fine, by all accounts, because it didn't feel like he wanted to hurt her, but it still was an act of aggression. Inori glared at Izuku as he walked away, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger. She pushed herself off the lockers and stomped after him, but Ichiro grabbed her arm. "Let it go," he muttered, his eyes still wide with shock. "Let's deal with it later," he said. Inori looked at Izuku as he sat down and gritted her teeth. She would show him who he just messed with. Izuku didn't pay much attention to the event, but he knew the fact that he just pushed his sister like that meant it was starting to get to him. He didn't think much of it as the rest of the day transpired. He checked out a few more books to read from the library and started to walk out the school grounds. He just zips up his backpack when he was grabbed by the hair and thrown into the alleyway and pushed to the ground. Izuku landed hard on the rough pavement, his breath leaving him in a sharp gasp. He scrambled to get his bearings and looked up to see Bakugo, Inori, and Ichiro standing over him. The dim light of the alley cast ominous shadows across their faces, amplifying their expressions of anger and disdain. "You think you're tough now, huh, Deku?" Bakugo sneered, cracking his knuckles as small sparks of his quirk danced across his palms. "You don't get to push Inori like that and walk away." Izuku stood up slowly, pointing at her. "I told her to move." Inori gritted her teeth as she activated Mind's Reach and lifted Izuku off the ground. "You don't just get to do that to me. You need to be taught a lesson," she said, waving her hand and slamming him face first into the wall. Izuku felt his nose popped, meaning that it broke. Izuku gritted his teeth as blood streamed from his nose. The pain was sharp, but it wasn't enough to deter him. Inori slammed him into the other way face first once more, breaking it more. Izuku resorted to breathing out of his nose now but still tried to resist. Inori stopped her telekinesis and dropped him down, hitting the ground hard. Izuku tried to get up but was in Inori's grip once more, being pinned against the wall. Ichiro walked over, smiling at him. "You know, it pisses me off thinking you get to treat her like that. I thought we were supposed to be siblings," he said, activating Impact Drive. You could see that his body was slightly enlarged as he still walked over to Izuku. Ichiro cocked his fist back, hitting Izuku on the right side of the stomach. There was another pop from his ribs as Izuku had coughed up blood. Izuku gritted his teeth as blood dripped from his broken nose and his stomach throbbed in pain. Ichiro's punch had knocked the wind out of him, leaving him gasping as he struggled to regain his footing. But Ichiro wasn't finished. He grabbed Izuku by the collar, lifting him slightly off the ground. You think you can just push Inori around and get away with it? Ichiro growled, his voice low and menacing. Izuku coughed, spitting blood onto the pavement. His mind was racing, but his body was exhausted from the onslaught. Despite the pain, he managed to glare at Ichiro. I told her to move, he rasped. Ichiro's expression twisted with anger, and he raised his fist again, hitting the wall behind him. If you do that to our sister or anyone we see as friends, the beatdown will be worse the next time. Understand? He asked. Izuku nodded at this, and he was dropped down. Izuku crumpled to the ground, his body screaming in protest as he struggled to breathe. His vision blurred with pain, but he clenched his fists tightly, digging his nails into his palms to keep himself grounded. His ribs ached, his face was throbbing, and his stomach churned from the repeated blows. Still, his resolve remained intact. Bakugo sneered down at him, the sparks from his palms flickering like small, menacing fireworks. You're lucky we're letting you off easily this time, Deku, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. But don't think for a second this is over. You pull another stunt like that, and you'll wish you never stepped foot in this school. Inori stood off to the side, her arms crossed as she glared at Izuku. Her telekinesis had left her breathing slightly heavier than normal, but her anger was far from being exposed. You're pathetic, she spat. Trying to act tough when you're nothing but a quirkless loser. You should be grateful we even acknowledge you exist. Ichiro stepped back, flexing his fingers as if he were itching for another punch. His enlarged muscles from impact drive began to shrink as he deactivated his quirk, leaving him towering over Izuku with a look of disgust. We're supposed to be family, you idiot. But you're nothing more than a stain on our name. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't trust himself to speak without his voice shaking, and he refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing him break. He slowly pushed himself onto his hands and knees, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through his battered body. Pathetic, Bakugo muttered again, turning to walk out of the alley. Let's go. He's not worth any more of our time. Inori hesitated, her eyes narrowing as she looked down at Izuku one last time. Stay out of my way, Deku, she said coldly before following Bakugo. Ichiro lingered for a moment longer, his expression unreadable. Then he shook his head and walked off without another word, leaving Izuku alone in the dimly lit alley. Izuku just lay staring at the sky that still had some light out but just enough that it would be sundown in a couple of hours. He coughed up a few more times, wiping the blood from his mouth. How are we supposed to be family when they treat me like shit, he said to himself, turning over to get up. Izuku was crying slightly from the physical pain and emotional pain. Izuku struggled to his feet, his body trembling from the effort. Each movement was agonizing, but he forced himself to keep going. The alley felt suffocating, the shadows closing in around him as his mind raced with thoughts of despair and anger. His tears mixed with the blood on his face, dripping onto the pavement below. He clutched his side, the pain from his broken ribs making it difficult to breathe, let alone walk. His legs wobbled beneath him, threatening to give out at any moment. But Izuku pushed forward, one shaky step at a time, determined to make it home before the sun fully disappeared. Screw it, I need a hospital, he said as he started to walk to the nearest one he could find. He stopped for 1 second, grabbing his nose. He would be damned if he was charged more money than he needed to. With a yelp of pain he fixed his nose and it was back in place. Izuku winced as he adjusted his grip on his side, trying to keep the sharp pain at bay. He knew he couldn't let himself collapse in the middle of the street, not now. His determination to reach a hospital overrode his embarrassment. The occasional glance from passers-by felt like needles, but he refused to acknowledge them. His thoughts swirled with the events of the day. How did it come to this? He wondered bitterly. The so-called siblings who were supposed to have his back were his greatest tormentors. Bakugo had always been harsh, but Inori and Ichiro's betrayal cut deeper. Family wasn't supposed to hurt you like this, physically or emotionally. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening with each agonizing step. I can't stay like this forever, he muttered. I won't. The faint glow of a neon sign caught his eye, a small urgent care clinic. It wasn't a full hospital, but it would do. Izuku hesitated before entering, his hand trembling as he pushed open the door. The cool, sterile air of the clinic was a stark contrast to the suffocating warmth outside. A receptionist looked up, her eyes widening at the sight of him. Oh my, sir, are you okay? Izuku forced a weak smile, though the movement sent a fresh jolt of pain through his face. I need some help, he said, his voice hoarse. The receptionist hurried to her feet, calling for a nurse. Within moments, Izuku was led into a small examination room. The nurse's questions came rapid fire, but Izuku struggled to answer, his mind clouded by pain and exhaustion. Did someone do this to you? The nurse asked gently, her eyes scanning his injuries with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Izuku hesitated. His first instinct was to deny it, to protect the people who had done this, even if they didn't deserve it. It was just me getting jumped, he mumbled, avoiding her gaze. The nurse didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. We'll need to get you cleaned up and take some X-rays to assess the damage, she said. Izuku nodded, too tired to argue. As the nurse worked, cleaning his wounds and setting up for the scans, his thoughts drifted back to his training. If I were stronger, he said to himself. When they were finished, the doctor returned with the results. You've got 2 fractured ribs, a partially dislocated nose, which you already reset, and some severe bruising across your torso and face. You'll need to avoid heavy physical activity for at least 6 weeks to allow the ribs to heal properly. Izuku's heart sank. 6 weeks. That was practically an eternity in his world. He couldn't afford to stop training, not when he was already so far behind. But there is another option, and you are lucky that there is. There is a lady here that speeds up the recovery of your injuries to where you are good as new, she said, making his eyes go wide. Recovery girl is here, he asked excitedly but yelping in pain from his ribs. Ah, I see you know your stuff, but yes, she is here. She is on the 3rd floor and I can have her come down to see if she can do it for you. Izuku's heart raced, a flicker of hope piercing through the pain and exhaustion. Recovery girl is here, he could hardly believe his luck. If anyone could heal him quickly, it was her. Yes, please, he said, his voice breaking with relief. Despite the sharp pang in his ribs, he sat up straighter, ignoring the nurse's worried glance. I mean, if she has the time. The nurse smiled softly, recognizing the spark of determination in his eyes. I'll call her down, she said, leaving the room. Izuku slumped back against the examination table, his head spinning with possibilities. He could get back to training sooner, strengthen himself, and finally prove that he wasn't as weak as everyone thought. But beneath the optimism, doubt lingered. Would this really be enough to close the gap between him and his tormentors? A few minutes later, the door opened, and Recovery Girl entered. Her petite frame and kind smile radiated a sense of comfort, though her sharp eyes quickly assessed his injuries with a practiced gaze. Goodness, young man, you've been through quite the ordeal, she said, shaking her head. You're lucky you didn't puncture a lung with those ribs. Now, tell me, what happened? Izuku's voice trembled as he spoke, each word strained from the pain in his chest. I got jumped, that's all. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. It seems like there's more to the story, but I won't press you if you're not ready to share. Let's focus on getting you healed up first. She stepped closer, pulling out her signature syringe-like healing device. This will use a good amount of your stamina, so you'll need to rest afterward. But you'll be good as new in no time. Izuku nodded eagerly, though his body was still tense from the aches and bruises. Thank you, ma'am. I really appreciate this. Recovery Girl smiled kindly, then leaned in to administer her quirk. As her healing energy surged through his body, Izuku winced, feeling a strange warmth spread through his injuries. The pain began to dull, replaced by an odd but welcome fatigue. Within moments, his ribs felt as though they'd never been fractured, and the soreness in his muscles had vanished. "There," Recovery Girl said, stepping back and wiping her hands on a handkerchief. "You're healed, but you'll still feel drained for a while. Go home, eat something nutritious, and get plenty of rest. Do you have someone to help you?" Izuku hesitated, the question hitting a sore spot. "No," he admitted quietly, looking down. "I can manage on my own." Her expression softened, but she didn't push. "All right, young man. Just promise me you'll take care of yourself. You've been given another chance to keep going, so don't squander it." "I won't," Izuku said firmly, his green eyes shining with determination. "Say, young man, you look familiar," she said, looking at him closely. "Have I seen you from somewhere?" she asked. "I think you have me confused with someone else," said Izuku, wondering who she thought he was. Recovery Girl tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp as she studied him, but she didn't press further. Maybe. It's not uncommon for me to see young faces around here. You're certainly a determined one, though. Keep that fire, it'll take you far." Izuku nodded silently, grateful for her words, though a nagging feeling settled in the back of his mind. He'd felt that same sense of familiarity in her voice, like she had known him long before that moment. But, as he thought about it more, he realized that it didn't matter now. All that mattered was healing, training, and proving to himself that he could become something more. Recovery Girl gave him one final smile before she turned to leave the room. "Now, get some rest, young man. Don't push yourself too hard. Remember what I said, take care of yourself." Izuku smiled weakly, the words sticking in his head as he left the clinic, feeling lighter than he had in days. Even though the events with his family had left scars on his heart, the physical pain was now a distant memory, thanks to her healing. Izuku started to walk home knowing he would be late for supper, but he didn't care too much. He decided to see one night if they cared if he was home or not. When they had dinner, and not surprised, they didn't say a thing. It hurt him more than they realized, but if they didn't care enough to have him at dinner, then it wasn't worth it. As he got home, the lights were off, meaning the family was somewhere else right now. He walked into his room where he had gotten 2 notifications on a screen that only he could see in front of him. Achievement complete. Apply for a gym membership, get a job, and commit to a consistent workout routine for 3 months. Reward. 1 quirk creation available. This made Izuku smile, knowing he could give himself another quirk. The question is what though? He went to his room and entered his mindspace, excited to create a new quirk. When he entered, Chase was already waiting for him, ready to create a quirk. "Here is your tea, sir," he said, handing it to him. "Thank you, Chase. Now let us get ready to design my quirk," he said happily. "Right away, sir," he said, hitting a few buttons on the panel changing his screen. "Here it is, sir. Right now, you have a total of 46 quirks stored in the library. Have you thought about what type of quirk you would like to make?" he asked. "Well, that is the thing. I currently have Brain Boost, which gives me an additional 40 IQ constantly, and I don't know where to go from here. What type of quirk would be good to make?" he asked for his opinion. Chase put a hand to his chin. "Well, there are defensive quirks, elemental-based quirks, IQ quirks like you have made, and many more. I am not too sure," he said honestly. "All right, let me look through the library for a second," he said, waving his hand to generate the library before him. Chase had taught him that, and he was glad he could use it now. He started to look through his collection of stored quirks and started to list some of them. He looked at one for all and didn't even take a second glance. "Hell no," he said, walking past it. "Let me see here. Explosion wouldn't be good. Jolt is a maybe. I still would like to see what I can do with that," he said to himself. That was when his eyes went wide. The book he picked up said the words, "Heal," on top of it. Izuku smiled and went back to the panel to get to work. "Chase, I just realized that I possess Recovery Girl's quirk Heal. This is a big game changer," he said. Chase raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the quirk Izuku had just selected. "Heal," he repeated thoughtfully. "You're correct, Sir, that's indeed a game changer. But why did you grab it? Well, if I am being honest, I do not want to go to the hospital constantly from being beat up, so I think it would be a good idea to have a quirk that can heal me and maybe others, he said quietly. Excellent idea, sir. How would you like to set the parameters of your new quirk? He asked as he put the quirk to the screen for him to choose. Is there a way to have the quirk heal myself slowly over time but also heal others? He asked. Yes, sir, there is. You also have a quirk in storage that you have read in depth yet, as he snaps his fingers with the book teleporting in his hand, he said, showing him. The book was labeled Cellular Stimulation. In essence, the quirk talked about how it could boost the cells of the body to increase the healing process in a positive way and not negatively affect the body. That's interesting, Izuku murmured, glancing between the heal quirk and the new book. Cellular stimulation could speed up the healing process. If it enhances the cells of the body to recover faster without causing harm, I think it could work perfectly with heal. Chase nodded in agreement. Exactly, sir. The combination of heal and cellular stimulation could allow for a rapid healing process, not only for you but also for others. You could heal more efficiently and with greater range, and the energy cost might be reduced, as the body will recover on its own more swiftly. That would be amazing. Though I would rather have myself place a hand on them to heal them and not key them, he said, blushing slightly. Let me make the adjustments and see where it is. Izuku started to make the adjustments, his fingers moving quickly over the virtual interface. All right, I want to be able to place my hand on someone, heal them, and use cellular stimulation to speed up the process. But I also need the ability to heal myself without the need to touch myself. I want it to be faster than normal regeneration, but also so that I do not get tired myself. Wait, I also want people to not get tired of when I heal them, he said, looking at Chase. Chase nodded thoughtfully as he processed Izuku's request. Understood, sir. So, you want to heal others by placing your hand on them, using cellular stimulation to enhance the healing processing, and being able to heal yourself passively without tiring yourself or others out. That's quite an intricate setup, but it's possible. We can add a passive healing mode that activates when you are injured, healing you gradually without consuming too much energy. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen, his eyes scanning the parameters. Yeah, I like that. Izuku and Chase finished the parameters of the quirk building process and took a step back to admire their work. Alright, what we have is we combined both aspects of the quirks and it is quite the powerful quirk, said Chase, analyzing it. So, you will be able to regenerate much faster than by normal standards, but we won't know until it is in effect. You will also be able to heal others without draining their stamina like Recovery Girl does, but it is much slower and weaker because you are also healing yourself. Just realize that you do not need to heal yourself manually and that it will be a part of you naturally, Chase said, sipping some tea. All that is left for you to do now is name the quirk. Izuku smiled in thought. I was thinking Cell Surge. Excellent, he said, hitting a few more buttons before a swirling vortex of light appeared just as before. Just as before, sir. Reach out to claim your new quirk, Cell Surge, said Chase, smiling proudly. Izuku reached out eagerly, his heart pounding as the swirling vortex of light swirled before him. The colors seemed to dance around his fingers, vibrating with an energy that felt both foreign and familiar at the same time. He extended his hand, focusing his thoughts on the name he'd just chosen, Cell Surge. The moment his fingers touched the light, he felt a strange, electric pulse run through his body. It was both exhilarating and slightly overwhelming, like his very cells were waking up, stretching and awakening as though they'd been dormant for too long. The light around him seemed to hum with power, before finally dissipating into nothingness, leaving him standing there, still, as if nothing had changed. Did it work? Izuku asked, turning to Chase, his voice filled with curiosity. He didn't feel any different, but there was a subtle shift in the air around him, as though something new was now embedded within him. Chase, who had been observing the entire process, smiled softly. It appears so, sir. You've successfully integrated the Cell Surge quirk into your system. You should be able to heal yourself and others now, and it should be far more efficient than before. It also says that your body will heal 3 times faster than the average body. That is awesome. Thanks again for everything, Chase, he said, bowing. It is my pleasure, sir, he said, bowing in return. A new goal appeared in front of Izuku's eyes after they were done bowing to each other. New requirement. Collect and store 100 quirks in the quirk library. 46 100ths. Reward. 1 quirk creation available. Izuku nodded. Simple enough, he said to himself. He smiled at the fact that he was the first to have more than 1 quirk, to his knowledge anyway. 2 weeks later, Izuku sighed as he lay in his bed. It was a Saturday, and it was his day off from damn near everything. No homework, no training because it was his rest, no nothing. He sat up and decided he needed to do something. He got dressed and headed downstairs to head out. He looked to see Inori and Ichiro on the couch watching the latest hero rankings on TV as he went to the door. Inori looked over to Izuku and smirked. Well, if it isn't my useless brother, Deku, she said, looking over at him. Izuku just ignored her. She never would have said this if their parents weren't around, but he didn't care right now. Oi, Deku, I was talking to you, she said, sitting up to walk over to him. Yeah, I know, he said as he was putting on his right shoe. Inori narrowed her eyes, her tone growing more condescending. Where do you think you're going, huh? It's not like you got any friends. Yeah, I know I don't. You two made sure of that, he said, pointing at Ichiro and Inori. Inori's expression hardened at his words, and Ichiro, who had been lazily lounging on the couch, sat up at the mention of his name. What did you just say? Ichiro's voice was calm but laced with a dangerous edge. Izuku turned slowly to face his older brother, his gaze steady despite the growing tension. You heard me. You two made sure that your younger brother was made known to the world that he was quirkless, useless, and a waste of space. You remind everyone and myself of that every day. Now, if you will excuse me, I would like to get some fresh air, he said as he finished putting his shoes on, stepping out of the apartment. Ichiro's voice called out sharply just as Izuku reached the door. Don't walk away when I'm talking to you, Deku. Izuku froze for a moment, his hand lingering on the doorknob. He had always hated that nickname, especially coming from his siblings. It wasn't just the word, it was the weight of their contempt behind it. Slowly, he turned his head to glance back at Ichiro, his expression calm but firm. I'm not walking away, Izuku replied. I'm choosing not to waste my time arguing with the two people who always think they are always right, he said, shutting the apartment door. Izuku walked away from their apartment and sighed. God, that gets old, he said as he was trying to figure out something to do. Izuku wandered down the familiar streets, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. It felt liberating to be away from the suffocating atmosphere of his apartment, even if it meant dealing with the uncertainty of what to do next. His hands were shoved deep into his jacket pockets, and he kept his head low, avoiding the gazes of passers-by. He wasn't in the mood for unnecessary interactions, but the world around him still buzzed with life. You know, they sure are lucky that I have never thought about ending my life. They would be liable for it, but then again, quirkless people are treated like garbage anyway, he thought sadly. It still bothered him that no one believed that he wasn't quirkless anymore, but he decided to leave it at that and try to find something to do. As he walked down the street, he saw something out of the corner of his eye, and it was an instrument store. Izuku's steps slowed as he turned his attention to the instrument store. The warm glow of its interior spilled out through the large glass windows, and the sight of neatly arranged instruments caught his eye. Guitars hung on the walls, keyboards lined the back, and various percussion instruments were set up on display stands. Something was inviting about the place, a sense of calm creativity that drew him in. He pushed open the door, a soft chime signaling his entrance. The inside of the store smelled faintly of polished wood and leather, a combination that instantly put him at ease. A middle-aged man stood behind the counter, cleaning a violin with meticulous care. He glanced up at Izuku with a friendly smile. Welcome. Let me know if you need any help, the man said before returning to his work. Izuku nodded at him and smiled as he looked at the selection. He packed a buttload of money today in case he wanted to have a lot of fun. Not like that, you beeps. As he looked at the guitars, he wasn't too sure what to get. Whether it was an acoustic or an electric one. He was interrupted from his thoughts as someone tapped him on the shoulder. Trying to figure out what kind of guitar you want? Asked a feminine voice from his side. Yeah, I've never played or anything, so I don't know where to start, he said, turning to the girl. Izuku turned to see a girl with short, black hair and a pair of headphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. Her sharp, black eyes appraised him with a mix of curiosity and confidence. She wore a leather jacket over a band t-shirt, paired with ripped jeans and boots, exuding an air of cool nonchalance. A pair of drumsticks were tucked into her jacket pocket, hinting at her musical background. The girl gave him a small smirk. Well, if you're starting fresh, you've come to the right place. I'm Jiro. I know a thing or two about guitars, and music in general. Izuku offered a shy smile, a bit taken aback by her easy demeanor. I'm Izuku Yagi. I've been thinking about picking up music too, try something new. Do you work here? Oh no, I don't. I saw you were struggling and decided to help, she said, shrugging. Jiro tilted her head, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him. You seem like someone who could use a good escape, she said, her tone softer. Music has a way of drowning out the noise in your head. Trust me, it's worth it. Izuku nodded, appreciating her understanding without needing to delve into the details of his situation. So, where should I start? Acoustic or electric? Jiro tapped her chin, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Well, that depends. Acoustic is great for starting out, easy to pick up, no extra gear. Plus, it's versatile and portable. But if you're into the idea of rocking out and making some serious noise, electric's the way to go. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I don't know, I think I'd like something I can play at home without disturbing anyone. Acoustic it is, Jiro said, her smirk returning. Follow me. She led him to a display of acoustic guitars, her movements confident and purposeful. She stopped in front of a row of instruments, running her fingers lightly over the polished wood. Here, this one's a classic starter guitar. Solid build, good sound, and it won't break the bank. Izuku reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the guitar. He picked it up, marveling at its lightweight and the warmth of the wood against his palms. It's nice, he said, his voice tinged with wonder. Jiro chuckled. Nice is a good start. Let me show you how to hold it. She stepped closer, her hands moving with precision as she adjusted his grip on the guitar. Relax your shoulders. Let it rest against your body like this. See, comfortable, right? Izuku nodded, his grip steadying under her guidance. Yeah, it feels natural. Good, she said, stepping back and crossing her arms. Now, let's try a basic chord. Place your fingers here and here. Press down firmly, but not too hard, you don't want to strain yourself. Izuku followed her instructions, his brow furrowed in concentration. He strummed the strings, producing a sound that was more twang than melody. He winced, but Jiro smirked. Hey, it's a start, she said. No one's a pro on their first try. Keep at it. Izuku smiled sheepishly, his cheeks tinged pink at his less than perfect first attempt. Thanks, Jiro. I think I'll buy this, he said, picking it up and taking it to the counter. Good choice, Jiro said, watching as Izuku carefully carried the guitar to the counter. The shopkeeper, still polishing the violin, looked up and set his work aside to help. Ah, that's a fine instrument, the shopkeeper said with a warm smile. Great for beginners, but it'll grow with you as you improve. He rang up the purchase, adding a small starter kit with extra strings and a beginner's guidebook. Do you need a case for it? Yes, please, Izuku replied, fumbling slightly with his wallet. He placed the money on the counter, grateful he'd brought enough to cover everything. As the shopkeeper packed the guitar, Izuku glanced back at Jiro, who had casually perched on a nearby stool, twirling one of her drumsticks. Do you come here often? He asked, genuinely curious. Every now and then, Jiro said, shrugging. I like to check out new instruments, maybe pick up supplies. Plus, it's a nice place to unwind. Izuku nodded, understanding the sentiment. There was something calming about the store's atmosphere, with its faint scent of wood and the quiet hum of conversation. It felt like a safe space, a small bubble of peace in an otherwise chaotic world. The shopkeeper handed him the guitar, now snug in a protective case. "Take good care of it," he said. "And don't hesitate to come back if you need anything." "Thank you," Izuku said, bowing politely before turning to Jiro. "Thanks for your help, too. I probably would have left empty-handed if you hadn't stepped in." Jiro smirked, standing up and slinging her drumsticks back into her jacket pocket. "No problem. It's fun seeing someone get into music for the first time. Just promise me you'll practice, yeah? Don't let that guitar gather dust." "I won't," he said, bowing. "Thank you again," he said, leaving, but was stopped once more by her putting a hand on his shoulder. "Wait, give me your number," she said, pulling out her phone. Izuku blushed immediately after that. Sure," Izuku stammered, fumbling for his phone. His hands trembled slightly as he unlocked it, the sudden request catching him completely off guard. He wasn't used to people being so direct with him, especially someone as effortlessly cool as Jiro. Jiro smirked, clearly amused by his flustered reaction. "Relax, it's not a big deal," she said, holding out her phone. "Here, put your number in." Izuku nodded quickly, typing his number into her phone with careful precision. When he handed it back, Jiro glanced at the screen to confirm it was saved and gave a small nod of approval. "All right, Yagi, I'll shoot you a text later. Don't ignore it, or I'll know you're slacking off." He chuckled nervously, his cheeks still pink. "I won't, promise." When he got home, he placed the guitar case on his bed and carefully opened it. The polished wood gleamed under the soft light of his room, and Izuku ran his fingers along the body, marveling at its craftsmanship. He took out the beginner's guidebook the shopkeeper had included and flipped through the pages, eager to get started. He spent the next few hours experimenting with the chords Jiro had shown him, strumming clumsily but with determination. His fingers fumbled over the strings, producing awkward sounds more often than not, but he didn't let it discourage him. Each twang and misstep felt like a small step forward, a piece of the learning process. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the room darkened, his phone buzzed on his desk. He picked it up to find a message from an unknown number. "Hey, it's Jiro. Practicing already, right? Don't tell me you gave up after one day." Izuku grinned and quickly typed a reply. "Of course, I've been practicing for hours. It's harder than I thought, though." Her response came almost immediately. "Good, it's supposed to be hard. But you'll get there. Keep practicing and you'll be good in no time. Say, what school do you attend?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before replying. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer Jiro's question, but it still felt strange to talk about his personal life with someone he'd only just met. Still, she'd been kind and encouraging, so he figured there was no harm in telling her. "Aldera Junior High," Izuku typed back, then hesitated before hitting send. After a moment, he pressed the button, feeling a small flutter of nervousness as he did so. It wasn't like Aldera had the best reputation, and he wasn't sure how Jiro might react. Her reply came quickly. Aldera, not exactly the most famous school, but I guess it gets the job done. Do you plan on becoming a hero, or are you just doing music as a hobby?" "I would love more than anything to be a hero, and I am working on becoming one by going to UA. Hi, I am learning music to have as a hobby so that I am not always training, reading, or overexerting myself," he texted her. "UA, that's pretty awesome. I get the whole balance thing, though. Heroes can't save the world if they burn out, right? Plus, music's a great way to relax and focus on something other than the stress of everything." The two continued to text each other, making Izuku smile more and more. This was a friend that he could consider an actual friend. Not unlike Bakugo or his siblings. It might have been his first year at Aldera Junior High, but he couldn't wait to get out of there. He hoped that this new friendship would last. 1 month later, "Harder, Izuku," said Arai as he laid out another palm strike at Izuku's chest. Izuku dodged the attack by going for a leg sweep, but his sensei had dodged that one as well. Izuku always remarked that Arai having a triple-jointed quirk was always a pain because he could just dodge about 95% of his attacks. It was likely why Arai used to be number 73 in hero rankings. Izuku quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a spinning backkick that would have knocked him flat on his back. His heart raced, and sweat trickled down his forehead as he rose to his feet, trying to shake off the growing fatigue. Arai was relentless. His quirk, which allowed him to stretch and twist his limbs in unnatural ways, made him nearly impossible to predict. Every time Izuku thought he had the upper hand, Arai's strange, triple-jointed limbs gave him the flexibility to escape. "Come on, Yagi. You've been training for months now. You should be able to land a clean hit by now." Arai's voice was stern but not unkind, a sharp contrast to the playful teasing he sometimes gave during their sparring sessions. Izuku panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. I know. It's just hard to keep up with your quirk." He adjusted his stance, trying to anticipate Arai's next move, his mind running through various techniques he'd learned over the past month. Arai's eyes gleamed with that familiar, calculated amusement as he prepared another attack. "Your biggest weakness, Yagi, is that you're too predictable. You're relying too much on what you already know. You need to start thinking outside the box if you want to outmaneuver me." Izuku bit his lip. He knew Arai was right. His usual method of brute force wasn't going to work here, especially when facing someone with such an unpredictable quirk. He needed to adapt, to improvise. Just as Arai launched himself forward, Izuku dropped to a crouch and let his opponent pass over him, narrowly avoiding the palm strike aimed at his head. With a burst of speed, Izuku reached out, grabbing Arai's ankle as he tried to spring back. Using Arai's momentum against him, Izuku twisted his body and sent his sensei tumbling to the floor. Arai stared up at him, clearly surprised. Well, Yagi. Looks like you're starting to get it." Izuku, though exhausted, couldn't help but smile. "It feels different, but I think I'm getting the hang of it." Arai pushed himself up with a grunt and offered a hand to Izuku. "That's what I like to see. You're finally thinking on your feet. Keep this up, and you'll be ready for UA in no time." Izuku had told him that he would like to go to UA a couple of years down the road, and he was one of the few that believed in him. Aside from Jiro, of course, who supported him in his endeavors. "Thanks, Arai-sensei," Izuku said, bowing slightly. "I'll keep working at it." Arai smirked, crossing his arms. "Good. You're making progress, Yagi, but don't let it get to your head. You've still got a long way to go before you're ready for UA. Keep training, keep pushing yourself. Oh, and one more thing." Izuku blinked, looking up at him. "Yes." Arai leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Don't forget to ice those bruises. I went easy on you today, but tomorrow, well, let's just say you might need to start stretching before you even walk through that door." Izuku laughed nervously. "Right, I'll make sure to do that." As he left the dojo, Izuku felt a surge of pride and determination. It wasn't just the physical progress he was making, it was the mental fortitude he was building. He'd started this journey unsure of himself, but every sparring session, every lesson from Arai, was helping him believe in his dream of becoming a hero. He felt his phone vibrating and he looked down to see who it was, and it was Jiro. He was honestly happy that him and her had become pretty good friends. He was a lot better at the guitar than he was when he first started playing, and it was because of Jiro giving him advice and pointers. He picked up his cell phone as he walked out of the gym, answering her. "Hello," he said. "Hey, Yagi, I was wondering if you were busy," she asked curiously. "Not particularly at the moment. I just got done with the gym," he said as she hummed thoughtfully. "Would it be okay if you were to have dinner with my family and me?" "It's up to you if you want," she said, not wanting to force him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by the invitation. Dinner with Jiro's family. It felt like a big step, considering they'd only known each other for about a month. But then again, Jiro had been nothing but supportive and kind to him, and the idea of spending more time with her, especially in a setting outside of training or texting, sounded nice. "I'd love to," Izuku said, a small smile forming on his lips. "Are you sure your family won't mind?" Jiro chuckled on the other end of the line. "Trust me, my parents are cool. My mom's been curious about the new friend I keep mentioning, so you'll probably score some points just by showing up." "Okay, where should I meet you?" Izuku asked, shifting his gym bag to his other shoulder. I'll text you the address. It's not too far from where you are. Come by around 7. Sounds good. I'll see you then, Izuku replied. Great. Oh, and Yagi. Yeah, relax. Well, I'm just an awkward guy, you know, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I know that, but it's fine. Izuku laughed nervously. Thanks for the warning. See you later. Hanging up the call, Izuku felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Meeting someone's family was a big deal, even if it was just as friends. He quickened his pace, heading home to shower and find something presentable to wear. He cleaned up and threw on a gray long sleeve with black pants along with his red shoes, and he was eventually on his way. Izuku arrived at the address Jiro had sent him, pausing outside the modest yet welcoming home. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the nerves swirling in his stomach. Relax, Jiro had told him. Easier said than done. He adjusted the strap of his gym bag, then checked his phone to confirm the time, 6:55 p.m. Right on time. The front door opened just as he reached it, and Jiro stepped out, her usual cool demeanor lightened by a warm smile. She wore a casual hoodie and jeans, her headphones draped around her neck. Hey, Yagi. Perfect timing. Hey, he replied, smiling back. Thanks for inviting me. No problem. Come on in, Jiro said, stepping aside to let him in. Mom, Dad, he's here, Jiro called out, guiding Izuku into the living room. Izuku was met by the sight of her mother first, and it was pretty obvious from there where she got her looks from. It looks like she also got her quirk from her, as she had the same earphone jacks that she had. Her mother greeted him with a warm smile that radiated genuine kindness. You must be Yagi. Jiro's told us so much about you, she said, extending her hand. Izuku shook it, his nerves slightly easing at her welcoming demeanor. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Jiro. Thank you for having me over. Please, call me Mika, she insisted. And this is my husband. Mr. Jiro entered from the kitchen, a tall, slightly intimidating man with a serious expression. However, as he approached, his face softened into a friendly smile. Welcome, Yagi. I'm Kyotoku. Hope you're hungry. I made plenty of food. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. Dude, you can chill, my dad doesn't bite, she said, trying to calm him down. Izuku could have sworn that he saw her dad give him a glare which made him look down at the ground. Jiro noticed Izuku's unease and quickly stepped in, giving her dad a pointed look. Seriously, Dad, stop trying to scare my friends. It's not funny. Kyotoku held up his hands in mock surrender, a sly grin spreading across his face. All right, I'm just messing with the kid. Izuku managed a small laugh, though his heart was still racing. It's okay. I'm just not used to meeting new people like this. Mika smiled warmly. You're doing just fine. Come on, let's sit down. Dinner's ready. The dining table was already set, with bowls of steaming rice, grilled fish, miso soup, and an assortment of side dishes that made Izuku's stomach rumble. He took a seat across from Jiro, her father sitting at the head of the table and her mother to his right. So, Yagi, Mika began as she poured tea into their cups, Jiro tells us you're planning on going to UA. Izuku blinked at the question, momentarily caught off guard. Oh, yes, ma'am. I plan on going there one day and I am training hard to make sure that happens. Well, isn't that a surprise? Our little Jiro said she has been planning to go there for some time too. For years, in fact, said Kyotoku, taking a drink of his tea. Izuku glanced at Jiro, who shrugged casually but couldn't hide the faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Yeah, well, I've been working on it, she said, picking at her rice. It's not like I talk about it all the time. Mika smiled knowingly. She's been dedicated to music and training to be a hero since she was little. We always knew she'd aim high. But, the question is, who is your favorite hero? Asked Kyotoku. Izuku thought about it. He would have said All Might, but after recent events, it had changed. Truth be told, I don't have a favorite hero. I like Endeavor, Edgeshot, Mirko, Death Arms, and a bunch of other ones, said Izuku, hoping it was a good answer. Kyotoku raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Not All Might, huh? Most kids your age are obsessed with him. No, not him too much. I'm not saying he isn't great, but there are so many other heroes, he said, a little embarrassed. Kyotoku nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair. Fair enough. Sorry for not asking you this earlier, but tell us a little about yourself, he said, narrowing his eyes at him. Izuku couldn't seem to look him in the eyes and looked at his dinner instead. Well, my name is Izuku Yagi. I am 12 years old and go to Aldera Junior High. I love to learn a lot of different things and I plan on becoming a hero one day, hopefully the greatest, he said, smiling slightly at that last part. Jiro's father still held his expression at him, making him feel less confident. Dad, can you not stare him down like he's on trial? Jiro said with an exasperated tone, shooting her father a pointed look. Seriously, he's not here to defend his life choices to you. Kyotoku blinked, then chuckled, leaning back in his chair and raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, I'll ease up. Sorry, kid, habit of mine. I like to know the kind of people my daughter spends her time with. Izuku managed a small smile, though his heart was still racing. It's okay, Mr. Jiro. I understand. I just want to make a good impression. It's all right, Yagi. My dad normally isn't this bad, said Jiro, sending a glare of her own his way. Kyotoku raised his hands in defense, looking more amused than apologetic. All right, no more interrogations. I'll behave, I promise. He leaned back in his chair, his expression softening. I just want to make sure anyone my daughter hangs around is someone I can trust. Izuku felt the tension in the room ease a little as the conversation shifted. Mika smiled warmly at him, offering some comforting words to balance out her husband's rough edges. Don't mind him, Yagi. He just worries, like all fathers do. She patted Kyotoku's arm playfully. It's nice that you're so focused on your future. Hero or not, it's important to aim high. Izuku nodded, feeling more at ease with the light-hearted atmosphere. Thanks, Mrs. Jiro. His eyes shifted over to Jiro, who had returned to picking at her rice. I also really admire the way you balance everything, Jiro. Music, hero training, school, it's inspiring. Jiro glanced at him, her cheeks a little pinker than before. It's hard, but it is doable. Izuku smiled softly, sensing the faint warmth in Jiro's voice. I can imagine. Balancing all those things must be tough. But you seem to handle it really well. He glanced at her, noticing how she seemed to shrink into herself slightly, as if trying to avoid the attention but still unable to hide the pride in her eyes. It's not always easy, Jiro admitted, shifting her attention to her plate. There are days when everything feels like it's falling apart, but I don't give up. I can't afford to. Her determination resonated with Izuku. He admired it. It reminded him of his own struggles, his own daily challenges in training, school, and trying to prove himself as a hero. I get that, he said softly, his gaze settling back on the food in front of him. But I think it's worth it, right? Even when it feels hard. Mika chuckled, her voice warm and understanding. Exactly. It's those tough times that help you grow, Yagi. You'll face obstacles along the way, but it's how you handle them that counts. Izuku nodded, feeling encouraged by her words. He could see why Jiro had inherited that tenacity from her mother. The conversation continued, flowing more easily now that the atmosphere had settled. They shared stories about their days, small details about what life was like for them, from the latest news in the hero world to funny anecdotes from Jiro's childhood. Izuku found himself laughing along, the tension in his chest slowly loosening as he felt more comfortable in their company. After dinner, the two parents told the kids to go into the living room to go and relax while they handled the dishes. While they were chilling out and watching television, Jiro decided to ask a question that was on her mind. Say, Yagi, you haven't talked much about your family, is there a reason for that? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, she said, trying not to force him. Izuku looked at her and sat up. No, I should tell you anyway, he said, turning to face her. Truth be told, my relationship with my parents is strained, he said, thinking about how his father Toshinori told him to give up his dream to be a hero with his mother silently supporting it. Jiro blinked in surprise, not expecting Izuku to open up so quickly. She noticed the way his shoulders tensed slightly, the way his hands gripped his knees as if grounding himself. Strained. What do you mean? She asked softly, her tone careful. Izuku hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words. Well, my dad, he's always been strict about what he thinks I should do with my life. And when I told him I wanted to be a hero, he didn't take it well. He said I wasn't strong enough, that it was too dangerous. His voice faltered for a moment, but he pressed on. He wanted me to focus on something else, something he thought was more realistic. And my mom, she didn't exactly argue with him. She just went along with it. Jiro frowned, leaning forward slightly. That's rough. So they don't support you at all? Izuku shook his head. Not really. All this studying, training, martial arts, and all that stuff. I have been doing this without their knowledge. Then there is the problem with my siblings. I am the youngest of triplets and my older brother and sister are given a lot more attention than me when it comes to that type of stuff. They were given powerful quirks and have the full support of my parents. Izuku paused for a moment, his expression pained but resolute as he continued. My brother, Ichiro, has a quirk that can amplify his body tremendously to give him strength, speed, agility, and more, while my sister, Inori, has an incredible telekinesis quirk, allowing her to lift things as heavy as fridges and is even trying to lift cars. Jiro listened intently, her gaze soft but focused. That sounds horrible. Yeah, it is, but I am going to prove that I can be a hero. Just as much as they can, he said, clenching his fist. Jiro studied Izuku carefully, noting the fire in his eyes despite the pain etched on his face. She admired his determination. It was a trait she'd noticed in him since they first met, and now she understood where it came from. I believe you can, Yagi, she said softly, her voice filled with sincerity. You've already proven so much just by pushing forward, even without their support. Her words hit him harder than he expected, and for a moment, Izuku didn't know how to respond. He felt a lump in his throat, but it wasn't the kind of heaviness he usually carried. It was something lighter, something comforting. Thanks, Jiro. I don't hear that kind of thing very often. Jiro smirked, trying to lighten the mood. Well, maybe you should hang out with better people more often. Izuku chuckled, the tension in his shoulders easing. Maybe I should. The rest of the evening went on just fine and it was soon time to leave. I guess I should be heading back soon, he said, a tinge of regret in his voice. It had been a long time since he'd felt so at ease, and leaving felt like stepping out of a bubble of warmth and safety. Jiro shrugged, though there was a flicker of something unspoken in her expression. Yeah, I guess you should. Don't want your parents to worry, or notice you're gone, right? Izuku chuckled softly, though there was a hint of sadness behind it. Yeah, something like that. Jiro's parents appeared at the doorway, Mika drying her hands on a dish towel and Kyotoku leaning casually against the frame. Mika smiled warmly. Heading out, Yagi, you're welcome to stay longer if you want. Thank you, Mrs. Jiro, but I should get going, Izuku said, bowing politely. I really appreciate you having me over. Dinner was amazing, and it was nice being here. That is good, kid. Safe travels to you, said Jiro's dad, waving at him. Thank you. Thanks again for having me here, Jiro. I'll see you later, he said, waving and smiling back at her. Yep, bye, she said, waving back as he shut the door. Mika looked at her daughter and smiled. What a sweet boy. You were kidding when you said he was awkward. Jiro sighed, slumping into the couch after the door clicked shut behind Izuku. He's not that awkward, Mom. He's just shy, that's all. She tried to sound nonchalant, but the warmth in her tone betrayed her. Mika chuckled, settling next to her daughter. Shy, maybe, but there's something endearing about the way he speaks. He's genuine, which is refreshing. She gave Jiro a knowing glance. You don't bring friends home very often. What made you want to bring him over? Jiro shrugged, avoiding her mother's gaze. I dunno. He's different. Not in a bad way, just, he works hard. And he doesn't seem like the type to give up, even when things get tough. Her voice softened as she continued, it's kind of inspiring, I guess. Kyotoku joined them, wiping his hands on a kitchen towel. Inspiring, huh? Sounds like someone's impressed. He smirked, earning a sharp glare from his daughter. Dad, Jiro groaned, leaning her head back against the couch. Don't start. All right, he said, raising his hands in surrender. I'm just saying, he seems like a good kid. A bit nervous, but good. You could do worse for a friend. Jiro rolled her eyes, but a small smile tugged at her lips. He is a good guy. A little too hard on himself, though. You heard him. His family doesn't support him, and he's out here training in secret just to prove himself. It's kind of unfair. Mika nodded thoughtfully. It is, but it also says a lot about his character. He's determined, and that's something to admire. Still, it's sad that he doesn't have the support he deserves. With Izuku, that dinner could have gone worse, he said to himself as he walked up to his apartment door. He was happy to have made an impression on her parents, making them know he was a nice kid. He opened the door to see that no one was in the living room or dining room area again. He decided to pull out a book to read to get a different environment for reading before he decided to go to bed. He plopped himself down on the couch and pulled out a book about the latest in gadgets and how they were made. Izuku flipped through the pages of the book, his fingers tracing over the diagrams of intricate gadget designs. The soft hum of the apartment's refrigerator was the only sound accompanying him in the quiet space. He found himself engrossed in an article about a new type of compact jet propulsion system, marveling at the ingenuity behind the design. He heard something from the door and he saw his dad walk in with a tired look on his face. Toshinori turned around and locked the door and was surprised to see his son. His other son. Ah, son, what are you doing? He asked, setting down his briefcase. Izuku frowned slightly, not wanting to look at him. Reading, was all he said as he tried to indulge himself more in his book. Toshinori nodded at that. Reading is always good. Say, I noticed that you no longer have All Might posters and memorabilia in your room. Yeah, what about it? He said, getting annoyed. Truth was he took them down the moment he found out his dad was All Might. The man that treated him like shit and told him to give up on his dream was no hero. Well, you just seem to have stopped idolizing him, Toshinori said, wondering why his son took down the posters. Well, I guess we all have to grow up sometime. Besides, I needed the money, he said, closing his book in annoyance. Toshinori's brow furrowed as he processed his son's words. Grow up. Are you feeling okay? Never felt better, he said, walking upstairs to his room. Toshinori looked confused at his son. Izuku had always seen All Might, himself, as like a god. He shrugged, pushing that thought to the side. He needed to prepare for a long night of missions to try to stop crime. 1 month later, Izuku's birthday. Izuku sighed as he stretched out in legs in class. Something that he noticed was that with all of his reading and information that he learned from his memory recall from the brain boost quirk, the classes were starting to seem repetitive. He still listened, but he wasn't even paying attention half the time and was still getting A's on all his tests, quizzes, and homework. He felt something hit the back of his head and he wiped it away to see it was a mushed-up paper ball. He looked back to see it was Bakugo spitting it at him. He shook his head, trying to get back to the lecture. It was his birthday, and he wasn't sure how he was going to celebrate it. Even if his parents still treated him badly and barely gave him attention, they still gave him a half-decent birthday. He was half tempted to spend it with Jiro and hang out with her instead. The other thing that made him happy was that Chase had sent a notification of a goal being birthday boy, and it said that he would be allowed to create 2 more quirks. It made him smile at the possible abilities he could do with that. Plus, his sensei gave him a break from the dojo for today to allow him to relax. Bakugo spit another ball on his head and Izuku dodged it, getting a surprised look from him. This made him madder, and he decided to spit a few more. Izuku just accepted the hits to make him stop for a bit. Alright, class, that is all for today. Make sure to study for tomorrow's test, said their teacher as most of them started to pack up. Izuku gathered his belongings, carefully slipping his notebooks into his bag. As he stood to leave, Bakugo bumped into him intentionally, nearly making him drop his things. Watch where you're going, Deku, Bakugo sneered, his ever-present smirk twisting his features. Yes, Bakugo, said somewhat mockingly at him. Bakugo stopped for a second and scoffed. That was another thing that had changed. He had stopped calling him Kachan as there was a name for his friend, not an asshole who treated him like shit every day. Funny enough, it was starting to visibly bother Bakugo that he wasn't do it anymore. He picked up his things while walking down the halls and saw his siblings hanging out by the door. Yo, Deku, how you are doing? Asked Inori a little too sweetly. Bakugo was standing near Ichiro, and they smirked at them. I'm fine. Why? He asked confused. He knew he hadn't done anything yet, so why were they messing with him? Nothing, she said, walking around and pulling his bag off his back. He didn't resist as that would cause more problems. She dumped out his bag to see what he had in there. Izuku sighed inwardly as his books and notes spilled onto the hallway floor, scattering in every direction. Students passing by glanced at the scene but didn't intervene. Most had learned to avoid getting involved when it came to Bakugo and Izuku's so-called friends. Seriously, Inori, Izuku muttered, bending down to gather his belongings. He kept his voice calm, though irritation simmered just beneath the surface. What's this, huh? Inori snatched up one of his notebooks, flipping through it with exaggerated curiosity. Are you writing a diary or something? How pathetic. Ichiro snickered, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Bakugo watched the scene with a smug grin, clearly enjoying the humiliation. They are books from the library, he said, trying to get it back, but Inori yanked it away from him. Let's see what it is, she said, using her telekinesis to pick up the books to see. Inori's telekinetic grip hovered the books in midair, her smirk growing wider as she read the titles aloud. Heroic Strategies for Rescue Missions, she said mockingly. Advanced Quirk Analysis, Tactical Planning for Pro Heroes. Geez, what a nerd. You think you're hero material, Deku. More than a lot of people, yes, he said bluntly. Inori sent him a glare on his way. Are you still seriously trying to become a hero? She asked. Izuku met her glare head-on, his green eyes steady and unwavering. Yes, I am, and no amount of this, he gestured to his scattered books and notes, is going to change that. Ichiro heard this from the wall he was leaning on. Dude, we have been through this hundreds of times. You are quirkless. Izuku didn't flinch, though the weight of Ichiro's words pressed heavily against him. And I've told you just as many times, he said, his voice steady, a quirk isn't what makes a hero. It's their heart, their determination, and their willingness to do what's right. Most of the people had left the hallway and there was no one around now, meaning Izuku had to get out of there, otherwise they would use their quirks on him. Izuku subtly glanced around the now empty hallway, his heart pounding. He knew what was coming. This wasn't the first time his siblings had cornered him when no one was around. He tightened his grip on his scattered belongings, his mind racing for an escape route. Inori floated the books higher, her telekinetic grip tightening. You're so full of yourself, Deku. Acting like you're better than us just because you read a bunch of books. I never said I was better, Izuku replied, standing his ground. I just refuse to give up. Refuse to give up, huh? Ichiro said with a mocking laugh. He activated his quirk. Let's see how far that stubbornness gets you. Bakugo smirked, cracking his knuckles. You really don't learn, do you, Deku? Let's teach you a lesson you won't forget. Yeah, how about no? Why would guys waste your time on someone who you think is useless, he said, trying to deter them. Bakugo's smirk faltered for a moment, and Izuku's words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with defiance. Inori and Ichiro paused, as though considering the suggestion. The three of them powered down and Inori sighed, putting the books down. Fair point. Glad to see that you are seeing yourself as useless now, said Inori, walking away from him with Ichiro and Bakugo following them. Bye, loser, she said before shutting the door. He sighed at this. He will never understand why the hell they get a sick kick out bullying him. Not to mention that if he fought back then they would fight back harder. He needed to get an offensive quirk created soon so he could better defend himself. He walked outside and didn't seem to notice his purple-haired friend. Yo, Yagi, called out Jiro, leaning up against the wall. Izuku blinked, snapping out of his thoughts at the sound of Jiro's voice. He hadn't noticed her standing by the wall, her arms crossed as she waited for him. A small smile tugged at his lips, and he walked over to her, trying to shake off the frustration he still felt from the earlier encounter with his siblings. "Hey, Jiro," he said, his voice a little more tired than he intended. "Sorry, I was just lost in thought there. Wait, what are you doing here? Your school is like 45 minutes away from here," he said, wondering. "Well, it is your birthday, and I thought I would come and see my friend." "Unless you don't want me to," she said, raising an eyebrow. No, I'm really glad you came, Jiro. I just didn't expect it. I wasn't planning on doing anything for my birthday." Jiro's expression softened in response, and she stepped forward, gently nudging his shoulder with hers. "Well, now you've got something to look forward to, right? I'm not going to let you spend your birthday sulking in a corner somewhere. Are you sure you want to come to my place for a party?" "I don't think it would end well," he said, scratching the back of his head. "With what? Your siblings and parents? Who gives a rat what they think? I sure as hell don't. Now let us get going," she said, pushing him along. All right, I get it. I'm not going to ruin my own birthday by sitting around feeling sorry for myself." Izuku gave her a small but genuine smile. "But I'm warning you, things might be awkward." Jiro raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Awkward? Oh, come on, I've dealt with way worse. I can handle your family." Izuku's laugh was weak but real, and he felt a small sense of relief. Jiro always knew how to lighten the mood. They made their way out of the school, the cool air of the late afternoon brushing against their skin. Izuku couldn't help but glance back toward the school, his thoughts drifting to his siblings. The encounter with them still stung, but Jiro's presence was a comforting reminder that he wasn't alone. As they made their way to his home, Jiro chatted about everything under the sun: her latest band practice, the upcoming school events, and her own frustrations with school life. It was nice to hear something that wasn't about his lack of a quirk or his family's constant indifference. For the first time that day, Izuku felt like he could breathe again. When they arrived at his house, Izuku hesitated for a moment. The familiar, oppressive atmosphere of the house loomed ahead. His parents' indifference, the teasing from his siblings, it was all waiting for him behind that door. But Jiro was by his side, and that gave him the courage to push the door open. Inside, the house was as quiet and empty as usual. His parents were nowhere to be seen, and his siblings were probably off doing their own thing, leaving him with the distinct impression that he was an afterthought, even on his own birthday. "Come on, let's do this," Jiro said, her voice full of determination. She looked around the house, her expression a mix of curiosity and mild disdain. "Wow, this place is like a ghost town. You live here, huh?" Izuku chuckled nervously. "Yeah, it's pretty quiet most of the time. So, what do you usually do for your birthday, anyway?" she asked, glancing around. "Oh well, I mean I don't really do much," he said, flustered. He really was not used to this feeling of having someone over for him and him only. Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not used to having someone genuinely interested in what he did for his birthday. The house was always so empty, so quiet, that it had become normal for him to just let the day pass without any fanfare. But now, with Jiro here, it felt different. "I don't know," he muttered, glancing around. "I usually just read or work on stuff for school. My parents don't really make a big deal out of it, and my siblings," he trailed off, unsure of how to finish that thought without making things worse. He didn't want Jiro to feel sorry for him. Jiro's gaze softened as she observed him. She walked over to the kitchen and opened the fridge, peeking inside. It was just as empty as the rest of the house, and she raised an eyebrow. "Looks like no one's even bothered to stock up for you." Izuku shrugged, trying to play it off as if it didn't bother him. "It's fine, I don't need anything." Jiro turned around, hands on her hips. "I don't know, man. I'm not about to let you spend your birthday alone in this place, especially without even a little celebration. How about we get some food and hang out? I can't be the only one who thinks that sounds like a decent plan for a birthday." Izuku blinked, the offer catching him off guard. It had never even occurred to him to do something like that. Going out with Jiro, having a meal, and just enjoying his day without the usual weight of his family's neglect hanging over him. It sounded too good to be true. I don't want to inconvenience you, he said hesitantly, glancing at her. It's not a big deal, really. Jiro rolled her eyes and stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Stop that. You deserve to enjoy your day, and I'm going to make sure you do. It's not an inconvenience, all right. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her insistence. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Maybe it was time to actually do something for himself, to not let his family's indifference dictate how his day went. Okay, he said with a small nod. Let's go get some food. I think I could use a change of scenery. Good choice, Jiro said, grinning. Let's get out of here. Izuku followed Jiro as she led the way down the street, not sure exactly where they were going but happy to be in her company. They didn't need to say much. It felt like the kind of quiet companionship where words weren't necessary. Eventually, Jiro stopped in front of a small diner, its neon sign flickering in the twilight. The warm light spilling from the windows made it look inviting and cozy, the kind of place where time seemed to slow down. How about here? Jiro asked, turning to Izuku with a smile. Izuku looked up at the dinner and nodded. It wasn't fancy, but it didn't need to be. It was the kind of place that felt like it could offer comfort, warmth, everything he needed right now. Yeah, this looks perfect. They walked inside, and the friendly bell above the door chimed as they entered. The diner was warm, with the smell of freshly cooked food in the air. A waitress greeted them with a bright smile, and they took a booth near the window. Jiro immediately grabbed the menu and started scanning it, while Izuku just sat there for a moment, taking it all in. So, what's the birthday boy in the mood for? Jiro asked, raising an eyebrow as she flipped through the pages of the menu. Izuku glanced at the menu, but nothing really jumped out at him. He wasn't used to picking out food for himself, it was usually something his parents or siblings handled. But with Jiro here, it felt a little different. He thought about what he usually liked but never really got. I'll have the pancakes, he said after a moment, surprising himself a little. It was something simple, comforting. Something he'd never asked for at home, but today he felt like it was okay. Jiro nodded approvingly. Pancakes, huh, good choice. I'll take the waffles. We'll both have a sugar overload. Izuku laughed softly, the tension in his chest loosening just a bit more. He wasn't sure why, but it felt good to do something spontaneous. Something for himself. The waitress came by shortly after, and they placed their orders. As she walked away, Jiro leaned back in the booth, crossing her arms over her chest. So, what's your deal with your family? She asked, her voice quieter now. Izuku felt the question catch him off guard. He hadn't expected her to ask. It wasn't something he liked talking about. But looking at her, he could see that she wasn't asking out of pity or judgment. She was genuinely curious, genuinely concerned. It's a long story. My family, let's just say they don't exactly see me as important. Jiro tilted her head, her gaze steady. What do you mean? He sighed, realizing there wasn't much point in sugarcoating things. Well, my siblings all have quirks, powerful ones, too. They've always been the center of attention. You know how I said I had a quirk. Turns out I was a late bloomer and got it much later than a lot of other kids. I tried to tell them I had one, but they never believed me. For once, I thought maybe they'd notice me. Maybe they'd finally see that I wasn't just the quirkless kid. He paused, his gaze dropping to the table. But they didn't. Hell, my dad told me to give up on my dream and to be more realistic with myself. Jiro's fingers drummed lightly against the edge of the table, her lips pressed into a thin line. She looked ready to say something, but she held back, letting him continue at his own pace. It's not just about the quirk, though, Izuku said, his voice softer now. It's everything. The way they treat me, the way they talk to me, or don't talk to me. Birthdays, holidays, school events, I'm always an afterthought. If I even cross their minds at all. Jiro's expression darkened, her hands balling them into fists. That's so messed up. How can they treat you like that? You're their kid, for crying out loud. They should be supporting you, cheering you on, not ignoring you. I knew it was bad, but not that bad. Izuku shrugged, his shoulders heavy with the weight of years of disappointment. I've gotten used to it. It still hurts, but I've learned not to expect much. It's easier that way. Jiro leaned forward, her tone firm but compassionate. Yagi, you shouldn't have to get used to it. What they're doing isn't okay. You deserve better than that. Way better. I know, I am thinking about moving out. It would be better for my health. I get that I just turned 13, but it would be better than living like that, he said. Jiro blinked, momentarily caught off guard by Izuku's declaration. Wait, you're seriously thinking about moving out? At 13, she asked, her voice a mixture of surprise and concern. That's a big decision, Yagi. Izuku nodded, his expression solemn but resolute. I know it's not normal for someone my age, but I've thought about it a lot. Staying in that house, it's not good for me. But if I have to put up with it, then I will. The money is only there in case I absolutely need to move out. They might not give me all the attention that a kid needs, but they still give me a roof over my head. Jiro leaned back, processing his words. She could see the truth in his eyes, the weight he carried despite his young age. Have you thought about where you'd go? What would you do if you did? She asked gently, not wanting to dismiss his feelings but also wanting to make sure he'd considered everything. I've been saving up, Izuku admitted, his voice quiet but steady. Truth be told, I have a job making decent money right now, but I am trying to start an online business to make a lot more money just in case I have to buy an apartment of my own. Jiro went wide-eyed. That is pretty surprising, being able to manage all of that and you are 13. Yeah, I know, I am a nerd, but I have been making custom notebook covers with heroes on them. It is pretty easy once you get the hang of it, but I put people like Endeavor, All Might, and other heroes on there. I even have had a few people buy them. Jiro stared at him, her expression a mix of amazement and respect. Wait, hold on. You're telling me you've already got customers? Like, actual people buying your stuff? Izuku nodded, a small smile creeping onto his face. Yeah, it started with just a few people in my neighborhood. Word got around, and now I've got a small online store. It's not making a ton of money yet, but it's growing. I'm trying to build it up before I make any big decisions. That's insane, Yagi, Jiro said, shaking her head in disbelief. In a good way, though. Most people wouldn't even think to do something like that, let alone pull it off. Thanks, Izuku said, his cheeks flushing slightly. It's been a lot of trial and error. I had to learn how to use design software, figure out shipping costs, and deal with things like marketing. I even made my own website. It's not perfect, but it works. Jiro leaned forward, resting her chin in her hand. You're seriously blowing my mind right now. Here I was, thinking you were just a shy, quirk-loving nerd, and you're out here running a business like some kind of entrepreneur. Izuku laughed softly. Well, I'm still a quirk-loving nerd. But it's been my escape. When I'm designing or planning, I don't have to think about everything else. It's something I can control, something that's mine. A comfortable silence fell between the two of them for a while, and it was nice. Jiro finally decided to pop the question. Say, Yagi, what is your quirk? She asked, leaning in. You never really talk about it, she said quietly. Izuku hesitated, his eyes drifting toward the window as he considered Jiro's question. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her, he just didn't know how she would react. His quirk was complicated, to say the least. But there was something about her, something in her steady gaze that made him feel like he could be honest. Well, he began, his voice quiet but steady. I would like to show you, he said, extending his hand out to her. Jiro looked confused but trusted him and took his hand anyway. Their hands touched, and Jiro felt a faint warmth spread through her palm. Izuku closed his eyes, a look of concentration crossing his face. Jiro tilted her head in curios, to ask what was happening when she noticed something strange. She felt a pulling gnawing at her, and before she knew it she was standing in an empty area with Izuku next to her. She looked around with curiosity, fear, and a bit of excitement. What is this? She asked, looking at him. This is my mind space, he said, snapping his fingers. Soon Chase, the screen, and the library appeared, making her awe at the appearance of them. And this is my quirk known as Synthesist. I can create quirks by storing the knowledge of them in here to then create better, stronger, or even weaker quirks if I wanted, he said, making her shocked. Huh, was all she said. Izuku laughed, which made her annoyed. I am being serious, you know. You are the first person that I have ever shown this place to. Oh, and this is the man that helps me with it, Chase. He is pretty much an AI of this place and he helps me create the quirks when I need to. Hello, Jiro, Chase greeted me in a calm, even tone. It's a pleasure to meet you. I must commend you on your remarkable auditory quirk. It's a fascinating addition to the collection. Jiro blinked, unsure how to respond. Thanks. So, you're, like, a quirk-making assistant or something? Precisely, Chase replied, his tone carrying a hint of pride. I am an artificial intelligence program to assist Izuku in analyzing, synthesizing, and perfecting quirks. Together, we push the boundaries of what is possible within the constraints of quirk science. Jiro turned back to Izuku, her mind racing to catch up. Wait a second, so, you're telling me your quirk isn't just about copying quirks? You can store them, study them, and make new ones. Yeah, pretty much, but I think you should go back before your faces hit the table, said Chase as he pushed them out of the mind space, and they were back in the normal world. Izuku and Jiro found themselves back at the dinner table, their hands still touching briefly before Jiro instinctively pulled hers away. She blinked a few times, trying to process what had just happened, her mind swirling with thoughts. That was insane, Jiro said, her voice a little breathless. I mean, I knew quirks could be complex, but what you just showed me, that's on a whole other level. She stared at Izuku, her tone a mix of disbelief and curiosity. And you're just sitting here like it's no big deal. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. It is kind of a big deal, but I've been living with it for a while now. Honestly, it's the one thing I have that makes me feel like I can actually make a difference, you know. Like I'm not just invisible. Jiro's expression softened. Invisible, Yagi, there's nothing invisible about you. You just transported us to some mental library with an AI that can literally create quirks. That's as far from invisible as it gets. Izuku shrugged, his gaze dropping to the table. Thanks, Jiro. That means a lot, but you don't know what it's like at home. My siblings, my parents, they don't see it. Or they don't want to. I've tried showing them, explaining it, but it's like I don't exist. Like I'm still just the quirkless kid they wrote off years ago. Jiro frowned, her fingers drumming against the table again. They're idiots, she said bluntly. Sorry, but they are. You're sitting on one of the most incredible quirks I've ever heard of, and they're too blind to see it. That's their loss, Yagi. Not yours. Yeah, I know, but please promise you won't tell anyone else. If this quirk of mine were to get out, it could cause a lot of problems, he said, looking at her, holding her hand. Jiro felt the weight of his words as he held her hand, his green eyes pleading for her understanding. She could see the vulnerability he tried so hard to mask, the fear of betrayal that lingered beneath his resolve. With a firm nod, she gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. You have my word, Yagi, she said, her voice steady. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. Your secret's safe with me. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Thank you, Jiro. It means a lot to me. I'm not sure I could handle it if people started looking at me like I'm some kind of science experiment. Sue, what quirks have you made? She asked, leaning in, fascinated to know. Izuku smiled at the way she looked. My first quirk is called Brain Boost. It continuously always gives an additional 40 IQ to me with no problems. My second quirk is called Cell Surge. I can heal people with physical touch as well as me having a faster healing factor. The next couple of hours were just talking about his quirk and how it worked, as well as other topics such as music and Izuku's business he was starting. Soon it was time to go, and Jiro and Izuku walked outside to head home. As they stepped outside, the cool night air greeted them. The stars shone brightly above, and the soft hum of the city echoed in the distance. Izuku felt a sense of calm, though a lingering feeling of uncertainty remained. He'd just shared something deeply personal, and Jiro had taken it in stride, offering her support without hesitation. That felt good, but it also made him question just how much more of himself he could reveal. "Well, this has been a lot," Jiro said, glancing at Izuku as they walked down the street. "I mean, I knew you were talented, but this whole quirk creation thing. That's next level stuff. Yeah, but aside from that, Jiro, I really appreciate what you did for me today. You didn't have to, but you still did it. Thank you for a great birthday. It was the best in a long time." Jiro smiled warmly, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. "I'm glad you had a good birthday, Yagi. And hey, it was the least I could do. You've been carrying so much on your shoulders, and today, well, I just wanted to make sure you felt seen. You deserve that, you know. Besides, I got you a gift," she said, pulling it out. Izuku blinked in surprise as Jiro pulled a small, neatly wrapped box from her bag. "A gift? For me?" he asked, a bit taken aback. "Yeah, you didn't think I'd let you off without a present, did you?" Jiro said with a mischievous grin, holding it out to him. Izuku took the gift and they both stopped in the middle of the street. Izuku carefully unwrapped the box, revealing a beautiful, sleek notebook inside. The cover was made of deep brown leather, soft to the touch, with an embossed symbol on the front that looked like a star surrounded by swirling lines. It was simple, yet it had a certain elegance about it. He ran his fingers over the edges of the cover, intrigued by its quality. This is really nice," Izuku said, looking up at Jiro with wide eyes. He didn't expect a gift like this, especially considering how much else she'd already done for him. Jiro smiled, a little embarrassed, but her expression was full of affection. "I thought it might be something you'd like. I know you've got a lot of ideas floating around, and well, you're always jotting things down on scrap paper or napkins. I figured you might need something a little more official, you know." She gestured toward the notebook, her voice softening. "Something to put all your dreams and plans in. A place to write down your future." Izuku felt his chest tighten with emotion as he looked at the notebook. The gesture was so thoughtful, and it spoke volumes about how much Jiro understood him. She didn't just see him as the quirky, sometimes awkward guy trying to find his place in the world. She saw the potential, the drive, and the dreams that had been quietly growing within him for years. "I don't even know what to say," Izuku mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is perfect, Jiro. I never really had a place to put all the things I want to do, all the things I want to build, and this is exactly what I needed." "Well, that is good. You could even use that to put down your hero analyses down if you want so that it isn't on old yellow paper," she said as she started to walk again. "That would be dope," said Izuku, still smiling at his gift. "Please do not use the word dope in a sentence ever again," she said. Izuku chuckled nervously at Jiro's comment, his smile widening. Right, no more dope. I'll stick to the classics." Jiro gave him a side-eyed glance but couldn't help the soft smile that tugged at the corners of her lips. "Good choice." She nudged him with her elbow playfully. "Anyway, I'm glad you like it. But seriously, don't go filling it with just hero analysis. You've got a lot of other ideas, too, right? You should write those down too." "Oh, I will, 'cause I am a certified nerd," he said, pointing at himself. Jiro rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress her smile. "Certified nerd, huh, well, at least you're owning it." Soon they arrived at Jiro's house and Izuku still had that same smile on his face at the gift he was given, and Jiro was glad he liked it. "Thanks again for everything, Jiro. You are a dope friend," he said, hugging her and catching her by surprise. She had a slight tinge of pink on her cheeks as she hugged him back. "I thought I told you to not use dope in a sentence." Izuku pulled back from the hug with an apologetic smile, still holding onto the notebook. "Sorry, I couldn't help it," he said sheepishly. "But seriously, you're one of the best friends I've ever had. I'm lucky to have you in my life." Jiro's earphone jacks twitched slightly, and she started to fiddle with one of them. "Well, I am glad you are here too, but let's do our best no matter what we do, she said. Izuku nodded, his expression softening as he met Jiro's eyes. Yeah, you're right, let's keep giving it our all. We'll make sure our futures are something we can be proud of. Jiro's lips curled into a small, sincere smile. Exactly. We can't afford to hold back. She paused for a second, glancing at Izuku as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. And hey, don't forget to take care of yourself too. You can't be the best if you burn out. Thanks, Jiro. See you later, he said, waving at her. Izuku turned on his heel, the weight of the notebook in his hands grounding him. He glanced back over his shoulder one last time, catching a glimpse of Jiro watching him from her doorway. She gave him a small wave, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw her smile lingering even after she stepped inside. As he walked home, the city felt different. The usual hustle and bustle of late-night life seemed muted, giving him space to think. The events of the day replayed in his mind, each moment with Jiro standing out like a vivid snapshot. From the easy banter to the heartfelt gift, it all felt surreal. He clutched the notebook a little tighter, as if afraid it might vanish if he didn't. He walked up to the apartment to see that it was locked, which made him sigh. This meant he had to go through the window, again. He opened the window to his room and crawled in. He could hear some laughter coming from downstairs. He decided to open his door slightly to hear what was going on and peeked down the stairs. Thanks again Mom and Dad, that was a great time, said Ichiro, sounding happy. Inori finished laughing and sighed, yeah, it was amazing Dad and Mom. It was a great birthday. Toshinori smiled, glad you both enjoyed it, but I would like to give you one more present. Mom and I thought this would be a good one, he said, standing back from them. Toshinori stood there breathing in and steam filled the room. Look out my family, for I am here, he exclaimed, showing him he was all might. No way, Ichiro exclaimed, his grin nearly splitting his face. Dad, you're so cool. How did you even keep this a secret from us for so long? Inori clapped her hands together, her expression glowing with awe. This is the best birthday ever. You're a real hero, Dad. The #1 hero. Izuku knew he was all might, but it didn't hurt any less when he saw this type of interaction between them. Yes, my children, but I need to say something very important to you that must stay between us and no one else. It is about my quirk one for all, he said, making the two of them listen. Inko took a seat next to her husband as her children sat across from them. Izuku too wanted to know about this story. He knew the mechanics of one for all but not the full story, so he still listened in from the top of the stairs. One for all is a quirk that can be passed on from one person to the next. It person that it goes to collects more and more power than the last. Long story short, it's more than a quirk, it's a responsibility, a torch passed down to fight against the darkness that threatens the peace of our world. Ichiro's eyes gleamed with curiosity. So, it gets stronger with every person. Like, all their strength combines. Exactly, Toshinori confirmed. Every person who has carried one for all has added their own strength and will to it. It's not just about power, it's about the ideals and determination of those who wield it. That's what makes it unique. It's not just mine, it's the collective effort of everyone who came before me. Inori tilted her head, clearly deep in thought. But why pass it on? Why not just keep it yourself? Toshinori's expression softened, his smile tinged with a bittersweet edge. Because no one can carry this burden forever. A few years ago, I was injured and I can only hold this form for so long a day. About 5 hours as of now. And eventually one of you will be the successor for one for all, he said, transforming back down to his skinny form. Ichiro frowned, his brows knitting together. But you're saying one of us might have to take it next. Why us? Because I see incredible potential in both of you, my children. You two are destined for greatness, he said, smiling at the two of them. Izuku scowled at his father with those words. Either his father was so blinded by his children's power that he couldn't see how horrible they were, or he was an idiot. Probably a bit of both. His elder siblings were the reason why he was bullied damn near every millisecond. And from this day on, I will be training you two as much as I can so that the two of you can be prepared so that I will know in the future or to pass on this power to, he said, clenching his fist. Ichiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Train us. Like real hero training. That's so awesome, Dad. He punched the air, already imagining himself in All Might's shoes. I'll make you proud, I swear. Inori, however, looked more contemplative. But, how will you decide which of us gets it? Isn't that a huge responsibility to just hand over to one person? Toshinori nodded solemnly. It is, and that's why this isn't a decision I can make lightly. You both have so much potential, and I need to see how you grow, not just in strength, but in character. A hero isn't just someone who fights villains. A hero inspires others, protects those who cannot protect themselves, and upholds the values that make our society strong. That's what I'll be looking for. Ichiro grinned, his confidence unwavering. Well, that's easy. I've got everything it takes. You don't have to look any further, Dad. Inori shot him a sidelong glance. Don't get ahead of yourself, Ichiro. This isn't about who's stronger or louder. It's about who's ready to carry the weight of something bigger than themselves. Ichiro huffed, folding his arms. Yeah, we'll see who ends up being the better fit. From the shadows of the staircase, Izuku clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. The bitterness in his heart grew heavier with every word his family exchanged. Destined for greatness, he thought, his teeth grinding. How blind can you be, Dad? You're grooming bullies to inherit a legacy they don't deserve. Do you even see what's right in front of you? Do you even see me? Ichiro and Inori in unison, determination gleaming in their eyes. We won't let you down, they said, their voices filled with conviction. Izuku shook his head, he wiped away the tears forming in his eyes and went quietly into his room. If they are getting serious now too, then I will be even more serious, he said as he opened the book that Jiro just bought him, starting to write down ideas for what he had to do in the future. 2 weeks later, Izuku sat in his mind space after a long day of school, work, training, and a bit of bullying from his classmates. It was the norm as he tried to figure something out with Chase. Chase, I really don't know what to do here. I mean, I have 108 quirks stored up in the quirk library now with 3 quirk creations available, but I don't know what the best course of action is, he said with a finger on his chin. Chase snapped his fingers, getting a cup of tea for Izuku as he walked over to him. I can help make recommendations and give you answers to problems you have about quirks, but I cannot tell what quirks you should specifically put together, he said, handing it to him. I know that, but can you give me some insight? He asked genuinely. Well, sir, I would try to have a quirk with versatility or a fighting-based quirk, he said simply. It was a simple suggestion but a good one for that. Izuku nodded thoughtfully at that and pulled up some quirks on the screen for him to use. Izuku tapped his chin as he browsed through the holographic interface in his mind space, quirks arranged in neat rows, each with a brief description of its abilities. The quirk library glowed faintly, a testament to the immense power he had accumulated through years of hard work, observation, and sheer determination. All right, let's break this down, Izuku muttered, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. If I'm going for versatility, I'll need a quirk that can adapt to various situations. But if it's fighting-based, then I'll need something with raw power, something that can hold its own against overwhelming odds. Chase nodded approvingly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Precisely. But remember, combining quirks isn't just about raw compatibility. You must also consider how you'll use them strategically in real-world scenarios. Izuku nodded, his emerald eyes flickering with determination. Maybe I don't need to combine quirks this time, he said, pulling up a quirk he had read extensively on in his mind space. Chase looked at the screen. Black Whip. He asked questioningly. Yeah, you said I could use a versatile quirk in my arsenal. This is one of the best ones in my library. Here I will read the description, said Izuku. Izuku cleared his throat and read aloud the description of Black Whip, his finger tracing the glowing text on the screen. Black Whip. A quirk that allows the user to manifest powerful, flexible tendrils made of dark energy. These tendrils can be controlled with great precision and used for a variety of purposes such as binding, swinging, or even attacking. The user can control the tendrils' length, strength, and flexibility, making this quirk highly versatile. However, it requires mental and physical stamina to maintain control, especially when multiple tendrils are in use simultaneously. The quirk is highly effective in combat and for mobility, but prolonged use can lead to fatigue. It also says that with all that time being in one for all, the power is amplified, and it is made more powerful now. Izuku looked up from the screen, his expression thoughtful. It's versatile enough to be used in both combat and utility situations. And with my enhanced cognition, I could probably use this with great precision, even under pressure. That seems like a great idea. Do you want to change anything about the quirk before we seal the deal? Asked Chase as he went up to the screen preparing for the adjustments. Izuku hesitated, his eyes tracing the details of Blackwhip once more. He had always seen its potential, but now, with everything he had gone through, his training, his growth, and the weight of his struggles, he understood it on a deeper level. The versatility it offered was incredible, but would it be enough to face the challenges ahead? No, he said softly, but with resolve. I think Blackwhip is exactly what I need. I don't need to change it. I just need to learn how to control it better. If I can master this, I'll be unstoppable. He nodded to himself, and a quiet determination settled in. Chase tilted his head, considering Izuku's words carefully. I want you to realize this though, Master Izuku. This is the first quirk that will be for combat or fighting purposes. Unlike Brain Boost and Cell Surge, you need to actively train with this quirk so you can grow powerful with it. I know, Izuku said, his voice steady. I'm ready for it. If I'm going to be strong enough to protect those I care about, I need to master this. Chase's expression softened. That's the spirit, Master Izuku. However, remember to pace yourself. Rushing will only lead to mistakes. Mastery doesn't happen overnight, but with time, your control over Blackwhip will become second nature. Izuku took a deep breath, grounding himself in the reality of the journey ahead. He had already faced so many challenges, but this, mastering Blackwhip, would be a whole new battlefield. Yet, something about it resonated with him deeply. The versatility of the quirk, its ability to be used both defensively and offensively, gave him the edge he needed. I'll take my time, Izuku agreed. Let's do this, he said, clenching his fist. Excellent, sir. I shall begin the process, he said. Chase began to hit a few buttons, and a light started to form. This light was green mixed in with black, similar to what the Blackwhip looked like. Eventually, it settled and Izuku stood up from his seat and looked at it. Blackwhip is ready to be integrated into your body, sir, said Chase as he stood beside him. Reach out and claim it, he said. You can do this, Izuku, he whispered to himself, clenching his hands into fists. This is the next step. He reached out to it and touched the light. He let it flow throughout his body. Almost immediately he felt the power it gave. He closed his eyes, and he could feel the power flowing everywhere. His head, chest, arms, legs, feet, everything. The feeling felt warm, it felt right. The feeling eventually went away and Izuku opened his eyes. Chase looked at him curious. How do you feel? He asked. Great. I feel the power it gave for a while, he said, looking at his arms. I think that I am ready to make another quirk, he said happily, but Chase frowned. As much as that would be cool, Master Izuku. We can nod to that. You see, your body can only handle creating one quirk every 24 hours, otherwise it puts tremendous strain on you. Why don't you go and try to train with Blackwhip to get a handle on things, and then we can come back to it? He offered. Ah, I see, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I got a little carried away there. He let out a small laugh, trying to shake off the rush of excitement that still pulsed through his veins. He had just experienced the power of Blackwhip, and it was incredible. The last thing he wanted was to overstrain himself by rushing into another quirk. Chase gave him a patient smile. It's understandable. Good luck. Be sure to train in a secluded area in case Blackwhip freaks out on you, he said. I will. Thanks again, Chase, said Izuku, pushing himself out of the mind space. Izuku got up from his bed and sighed. It was 3:50 a.m., meaning it was time to get ready to train. His body was accustomed to getting up this early anyway, and he was used to it. His progress thus far has been amazing. His body was starting to become more defined in his muscles and was starting to get taller. He stood at a height of 5 feet 6 inches, and at 13 that was tall, all things considered. Ironically, he was the same height as his siblings, but that didn't matter. Speaking of siblings, they were starting to train harder than they ever had before. The one thing he was glad about was some days they were too sore to bother him, and they left him alone for the most part. He had still been keeping up with his guitar playing skills and was debating on buying an electric guitar. Jiro had helped him in that department, which made him happy. He was hoping to repay her someday, and he would, but it would take some time to do so. He quietly made his way out of the apartment as he did every day and tried to find a clearing to work on Blackwhip. It said in the profile that this belonged to the 5th user of One for All, and it relied heavily on emotions to keep in check. He was still thoroughly debating if he should make One for All a quirk of his to show that he was worthy of having the power, but he really didn't know what to do. He didn't want to be like his father in that way. Izuku found a clearing in a small forest that he would usually work on his moves, and he did verify that he could be there so that there would be no trouble, as it was a training area for people. He set down his workout bag and the school bag and walked to the middle of the clearing. "All right, Blackwhip," Izuku murmured to himself. "Let's see what you can really do." He started to focus on different feelings, trying to get Blackwhip to emerge in front of him. He did remember that it would be progress no matter what, so he closed his eyes and hoped for the best. "Come on," Izuku murmured under his breath, focusing on his emotions. The excitement of having Blackwhip was still fresh in his mind, but he needed to control that rush. A few moments passed, and nothing happened. Izuku's fingers twitched slightly, and his muscles tightened, but there was no sign of Blackwhip. Frustration bubbled up inside him. He had worked so hard to get here, and now it felt like the quirk was slipping away from his grasp. "No," he muttered to himself. "I can do this. I've come this far. I can control this." Taking a deep breath, he refocused, letting his frustration melt away, replaced by a sense of purpose. His heart slowed, his mind becoming clearer. Izuku's fingers relaxed, and he allowed his focus to drift deeper, remembering the past struggles he had overcome, the emotions he had harnessed to push forward. His desire to protect those close to him, his friends, his family, the people who believed in him, those were the emotions he needed to channel. The green-black light flickered in his mind's eye. He could feel it, Blackwhip, responding to his emotions. It was closed. All he had to do was reach for it. Slowly, cautiously, Izuku extended his right arm, feeling the power stir beneath the surface. His fingers tingled with the anticipation of control, and then, with a slow exhale, he reached out. And there it was. A dark tendril of energy surged from his hand, snapping into the air like a whip. Even if this was for less than a second, it still showed to him. Izuku's eyes widened in astonishment as the tendril of Blackwhip disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. The sensation lingered in his hand, almost like an echo, a reminder that he had done it. He had summoned Blackwhip, if only for a fleeting moment. A grin spread across his face. "I did it," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. But the momentary success wasn't enough. He knew he had to push further, to hold on to the quirk longer, to make it an extension of himself rather than just a fleeting burst of power. He clenched his fists, his resolve strengthening. "All right, let's try that again. Focus," he muttered to himself, shutting out the distractions of the world around him. "Feel it, don't force it." This time, he didn't try to summon Blackwhip immediately. Instead, he let his body relax, his mind wandering to the emotions that fueled his desire to be a hero. His love for saving people, his passion for becoming stronger not just for himself but for others, those feelings began to stir within him. He thought of his family and how he had been treated all these years to let it influence him somewhat. A flicker of green-black energy began to form in his palm. It danced and crackled like a spark of life, hesitant yet eager. "There you are," Izuku whispered, a small smile tugging at his lips. A small tendril of Blackwhip formed and was about a foot long, but it disappeared almost immediately after. Izuku sighed at this. "I didn't think that this was going to be this difficult. But I have about a couple of years before I go to Ua," he said to himself. Training continued until he had to go to his class at 8, as he normally did. Granted, there was barely any progress, but he had time. 2 months later, Izuku had been proud of the progress he has made. Black Whip was getting easier and easier to control. He was able to create one Black Whip for 5 seconds, but if he did 2 tendrils it could only be for 1 second. The quirk was still too much to handle that much power, and it made him frustrated from time to time. He had used one quirk creation recently, and that was Danger Sense. It belonged to the 4th user of One for All, Hikage Shinomori. Danger Sense was a quirk that alerted him to imminent danger through a sharp tingling in his head. At first, the sensation had been disorienting, like an overwhelming itch he couldn't scratch, but with time, he began to adjust. He was honestly thankful for all the bullying at school for once, as he was able to feel the malice from people when something was going to happen. He had adjusted the quirk to be more manageable to handle it. He had eventually gotten used to it as a whole, but this was a very handy quirk. The next quirk that he created was something he called Eagle Eyes. It was a very simplistic quirk, but it allowed him to pick up movement easier with his eyes. He had gained prefect vision with this quirk, and it boosted his perception significantly, enabling him to track fast-moving objects with incredible accuracy. Eagle Eyes wasn't as flashy as Black Whip or as critical as Danger Sense, but it was invaluable in training. With it, Izuku could anticipate movements better, plan his actions more effectively, and notice details others might overlook. As he said before, he wanted effective and non-flashy quirks so that not many people wouldn't know of his power to create quirks. The more and more he thought about it, the more he realized that this power would make people freak out and he might get hunted down for it. He might have been over-exaggerating, but you couldn't be too careful. He was playing his guitar right now to relieve some stress. A big part of his stress was gone as he quit his part-time job to solely work on his online business. The superhero theme covers were a success, and he was making a little over $1,000 a month. It was starting to get too troublesome to make the covers himself, so he started to find a way so that the designs would be put on the covers faster. He created a machine to help with that, and he was surprised when he did. He knew he was smart, but not the type of smart to put designs on the covers of notebooks. It was simple really. He placed the design and cover in the machine, and it pressed it down to transfer the design onto the cover. A big plus to it was he could reuse the designs. He had designs of Endeavor, All Might, unfortunately, Mirko, Edgeshot, Yukio, Hawks, and even some lesser-known heroes like Fat Gum that he drew himself. Customers loved the variety, and orders kept pouring in from all over Japan. Izuku was amazed at how much his business had grown in such a short time. It felt good to have something he could call his own, something that was thriving because of his hard work and creativity. He was interrupted when his sister knocked on his door. This really confused him, as she never did that. Not since they were much younger anyway. He went to the door and opened it. "Yes, Inori?" asked Izuku, curious at what she wanted. "What the heck are you doing in here, Deku?" she asked, trying to look into his room. "Why does that matter?" he asked. "Because I wanted to know. But Dad said he wanted to talk to all 3 of us," she said, still trying to peek in. He furrowed his brow at that but shrugged his shoulders. "That's surprising. At all 3 of us, he probably means you and Ichiro." This confused her slightly, but she shook her head as she headed to the living room with Izuku in pursuit. He walked downstairs to see everyone was already sitting, including his father, who was standing at the head of the table. He sat at the end of the table while his mom and siblings were at the other end. Toshinori cleared his throat to speak. "Well, you 3, now that you are here, I have something for all 3 of you," he said, pulling out 5 slips of paper and sliding it over to them. The 3 of them opened it to find it was an all-exclusive pass to Tuarua. Izuku stared at the slip of paper in his hands. An all-exclusive pass to Tuarua. He couldn't deny the thrill that coursed through him. UA was a place he had idolized for as long as he could remember. But at the same time, his mind raced with caution. Something didn't feel right at all. He felt like there was something more to be said. "No way," said Inori, looking at the tour pass. "This is awesome. How did you get these?" exclaimed Ichiro. "I have my ways and connections. I figured that all 3 of you wanted to go to UA and we could take a tour of the place." They have the best heroics program for up-and-coming heroes for you too and one of the best general educations in all of Japan for you Izuku, he said smiling at him. And there it was. He knew there was going to be something like that. The good thing was it was up to him for what program he wanted to do at UA. The hero course being the one he was choosing to do. Toshinori sighed. Though the bad news is that myself and your mother cannot go with you tomorrow as we have an important business meeting. So, you will have 2 other tickets. You could even bring a friend or 2 if you wanted, he said offering. Ichiro and Inori looked at each other as if they were the only 2 that knew what was happening. Izuku shook his head as he knew why. His mom and dad had to go across Japan for a mission. His mom, from what he figured out, was his little helper with phone calls, telling him missions and appointments. They were only doing this in front of him because they were still under the impression that he didn't know his father was All Might. Inori smirked. We could bring Bakugo. He always wanted to go, and he would be mad if we didn't invite him, she said, thinking of what would happen if they didn't. Who else could we bring? Asked Ichiro, thinking of anyone. I don't care who you bring, as long as those passes get used, said Toshinori, walking away with Inko following behind. I have someone I could bring, said Izuku, shrugging. Inori and Ichiro looked at him, surprised that he had a friend. Ichiro scoffed at that. That's a good one. Don't make me laugh like that, he said, wiping a tear away from his eyes. Izuku's expression didn't change as he pulled out his phone, making them shocked more. Wait, you actually have a friend? Asked Inori, pointing at him, looking at Ichiro. Izuku rolled his eyes as he got up to walk away from the table. There were a few more seconds of ringing and Jiro picked up the phone. Hello. Jiro's voice came through the speaker, slightly groggy, as if she had just woken up. Izuku smiled softly. Hey, Jiro, it's Izuku. I was wondering if you'd be interested in going on a tour of UA tomorrow. Inori and Ichiro were jaw-dropped, looking at their younger brother. To their knowledge, he had no friends and would spend most of his time reading, at school, or doing his own thing. There was a pause at the other end, followed by a sleepy chuckle. A UA tour? Are you serious? The UA? Yes indeed. It says the tour on the pass starts at 9 a.m. Would you be down? He asked, hoping she would say yes. Damn straight. Who else is going? She asked happily. My siblings and friend of theirs called Bakugo, he said, making his siblings confused now. All right, I'll be there at around 8:15 tomorrow morning, ready to go, she said, excited. He turned around to see his still gob-smacked siblings and nodded at them. Now we have a 5th for tomorrow, he said, returning to his room upstairs. Inori looked over to Ichiro, who looked back at her. You think she is quirkless just like him? He asked. His friend has to be. I don't see anyone hanging out with our brother, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. The next morning, Izuku woke up earlier than usual. There was a sense of excitement in the air, but a nervous tension settled in his stomach as he prepared for the tour. He quickly got dressed, made a light breakfast for himself, and then grabbed the tour passes from his desk. He made sure to set them in his pocket, checking that he hadn't forgotten anything important. He walked downstairs and heard a knock on the door, and Izuku opened it to see Bakugo right in front of him. Move it, loser, he said, going over to Ichiro and Inori, who was at the table. Morning, Bakugo, he said to himself, shaking his head. He prayed to God that today would go well. He knew that it would be fine if Jiro were to show up, because he knew his siblings and Bakugo didn't do anything stupid in front of people because they didn't want to ruin their image. So, Kachan, did you know that Izuku has a friend? Said Inori, smirking slightly. Bakugo froze at the mention of Izuku having a friend, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. My, he does. It's true, bro. He talked to the guy last night, said Ichiro, leaning back in his chair. Bakugo's glare intensified, his arms folding tighter across his chest. No way. Izuku, having a friend? That's a joke. His voice was dripping with disbelief. What's the catch? Is she just like him? Quirkless and pathetic. Izuku's arm twitched, showing a small tendril of Blackwhip for less than a second, but it faded away. Is it that hard for guys to accept that I have a friend? He said, getting more frustrated. Bakugo's sharp eyes locked onto Izuku, and the intensity of his gaze was almost unbearable. TCH. You think I'm stupid. Just because you have some friends doesn't mean you're not still a pathetic loser, he sneered. Yeah, whatever Bakugo, he said, shaking his head. Bakugo noticed this and glared. Before he could say anything, there was a knock on the door and Izuku smiled, knowing who it was. Ichiro, Inori, and Bakugo leaned in their chairs to see what this friend of looked like. Izuku quickly moved to open the door, and sure enough, standing there was Jiro, looking as cheerful as ever. She gave him a wide smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, Izuku, ready for this tour? Hey, Jiro, Izuku greeted her warmly, stepping aside to let her in. Yeah, I'm ready, it's gonna be a great day. Dang right it is, said Izuku smiling. Ichiro looked at the friend and spit out his drink, catching the other two's attention. You're a girl, he yelled out. Jiro tilted her head slightly, a small smirk forming on her face as she looked at Ichiro. Yeah, last time I checked, I was still a girl, she said, her tone light and playful, not taking offense at the surprised outburst. Izuku and Jiro had planned this, which is why they weren't too shocked at the way they were acting. Izuku had given her the lowdown of how they acted and what they did to him, and he had to call her at some point because she threatened to beat them to a pulp. It meant a lot she would do that for him, but it wouldn't do anything to help his cause. All right, let us get going to the train station. My future school awaits me, said Bakugo, leaving the apartment. Izuku, Jiro, and the rest of the group quickly gathered their things and made their way out of the apartment. Bakugo, already ahead, was stomping down the stairs with an air of impatience, clearly eager to get going. His words were sharp and clipped as he moved quickly, never once looking back to check on the others. Izuku sighed but didn't let it bother him too much. It was just Bakugo being Bakugo, after all. As they walked to the train station, Inori looked back to Jiro and Izuku, smiling happily as they walked along the path. So, this is where Deku is getting all of his confidence from. That's why he started to walk around with more of it. It's because she became his friend, she thought to herself, narrowing her eyes at Jiro. Meanwhile, Jiro was chatting away with Izuku, her voice light and energetic as they continued on their way to the train station. So, Izuku, are you nervous at all? I mean, we're about to see Ua, the place where the best heroes are trained. I'm kind of excited, to be honest. I've heard the place is crazy with how they do things. Izuku smiled softly, his hands tucked into his jacket pockets. A little nervous, yeah. It's just, I've always dreamed about going to Ua, and now that it's so close, it feels unreal. Jiro laughed lightly, elbowing him gently. I bet it's overwhelming, but you'll be fine. You've got the heart of a hero, and you've worked hard to get here. That's all that matters. Izuku blushed slightly with her encouragement. Thanks, Jiro. It feels good to hear that. Inori went wide-eyed. That settles it. That is where he is getting confidence from. Whenever he doubts himself, she is there to bring him up. I need to do something about this before this gets out of hand. As they neared the train station, the group's energy started to pick up. Bakugo, as expected, was already at the platform, tapping his foot impatiently. Ichiro and Inori were discussing something quietly, though Inori occasionally shot glances toward Jiro, her earlier suspicions still lingering. It was clear that she was calculating her next move, trying to figure out what was so special about Izuku's new friend. They all boarded the train and were on their way to Ua. Izuku couldn't help but smile as the train bustled by buildings waiting to go to his dream school. Jiro was lost in her own thoughts as they headed to Ua. He wasn't kidding. Just off first glance, these three look like snobby kids. I am amazed that Izuku turned out the way he did with this pressure. I am glad I found him and made him my friend, otherwise he would be a lost soul right now. She thought, looking at her friend, marveling at the sights. The 5 future heroes soon made it to their stop and started to walk to the Ua grounds. As they stepped off the train and began walking toward Ua, the air was filled with a mixture of awe and anticipation. Even Bakugo, usually brash and dismissive, couldn't entirely hide his curiosity as the grand structure of Ua Academy came into view. Its towering gates and sleek modern design were a testament to the prestige of the school, the beacon of hero training in Japan. Wow, said Ichiro, looking around. Agreed, replied Inori. The 5 of them soon stopped as the passes said to wait at the gate of the entrance, and they were there 15 minutes early, so they were all good to go. The group stood outside the massive gates of UA, each lost in their own thoughts. The air was crisp with the anticipation of something great. Izuku couldn't help but fidget with his tour pass as he glanced around at his companions. Bakugo leaned against a nearby post, arms crossed and tapping his foot impatiently, while Ichiro and Inori were whispering to each other, likely about Jiro. Jiro, on the other hand, was the picture of calm confidence. She had her hands in her jacket pockets, her eyes scanning the impressiveness of the academy. "This place really lives up to the hype," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Izuku smiled softly at her words. "Yeah, it really does," he agreed, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and excitement. "I've read so much about it, but seeing it in person is something else." Jiro nudged him playfully. "Guess this means we'll just have to work even harder to make sure we belong here, huh?" "Yeah," he said smiling. Before Izuku could respond, a loud voice cut through the quiet. "You'd better not embarrass me, Deku," Bakugo barked, his fiery glare fixed on Izuku. Confused, Izuku tilted his head to the side with a perplexed look on his face. "You're the only one yelling. Meaning that you are likely the nervous one." "Excuse me," he yelled out, but the conversation was stopped from a tap on Izuku's shoulder. "Pardon me, sir, but are you here for the tour of this campus?" asked a deep voice from behind him, tapping on his shoulder. Izuku turned around and blinked, looking up at the figure with the bird-like head. "Oh, yes, we're here for the tour," he said, showing the tour pass he had been nervously fiddling with. The figure nodded, their sharp beak dipping slightly. "Very well, I am also on this tour. My name is Fumikage Tokiyami. Pleasure to meet you," he said, shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you too, Tokiyami," said Izuku, smiling at him. He wasn't the only one to show up. There were 3 more people on this tour. A girl that had vines for hair, a somewhat tall girl with black silky hair done up well in a ponytail, and a boy who stood well above the rest with multiple arms and a mask on his face. "Oh yeah, WHO is ready to get their tour on," yelled a man with blonde hair as he struck a pose. Everyone knew who this was as they stared at him. "For those of you that don't know, my name is Present Mike. I am going to be your tour guide, my little listeners," he said, pointing to all of them. Izuku had stars in his eyes as he saw a hero right in front of him. "Oh my gosh," he said, whispering to Jiro. "I listen to his podcast every morning." "Me too. I forgot that he was a teacher here at UA," she said, panning back over to him. "All right, my little listeners. I need you names so that I can keep track of you all and not get in trouble again for losing a person," he said, scratching the back of his head. "Inori Yagi, Ichiro Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, Abara Shiozaki, Mezzo Shoji, Izuku Yagi, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Fumikage Tokiyami." Present Mike smiled as he finished writing the names down. "Awesome sauce. Now how about we get going, my future heroes," he said, striking another pose. The group, now fully gathered, stood in front of the towering gates of UA, ready to embark on the long-awaited tour. Present Mike waved his hand enthusiastically, leading them forward with unbridled energy. "Follow me, my little listeners. We're going to get an exclusive look at the place where all the heroes are made." His voice echoed off the walls, and Izuku couldn't contain his excitement as he walked beside Jiro, trying to match her stride. As they passed through the gates, the scale of UA Academy hit them like a tidal wave. The sheer size of the grounds was overwhelming. Tall buildings towered over them, each one a symbol of the countless heroes that had trained here. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat as they moved deeper into the campus. This was it, the place he had dreamed about for so long. Now, he was walking on its hallowed grounds. "First stop, the main training area," Present Mike shouted, breaking the silence. "Let me tell you, this is where all the magic happens. The real action. This is the place where you can train your quirks to the most of your potential or even get some actual physical training in. We have full-size cities, mock battle zones, and combat arenas. We also use this space for some of the more intense exams and testing, including the famous entrance exam. Present Mike grinned, clearly proud of the facilities. Present Mike's voice boomed again. Alright, let's move on to the gym, my little listeners. This is where you're going to get a real taste of the training here at UA. Some of you might find it tough, but it's all part of the process of becoming a true hero. Present Mike continued, this gym is also where we host a lot of the practical exams and where students can get hands-on experience with their quirks. Let me tell you, the stuff we do here can get pretty intense, and if you're not careful, you might find yourself out of your depth. But don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to train and figure things out. This place is very dignified, said Momo behind them. Indeed, it is living up the expectations I expected from such a prestigious school, said Tokiyami. The group looked around, soaking in the environment. Shoji examined the various devices with keen interest, while Momo appeared to be mentally assessing the space. Her intelligent eyes scanned the equipment, likely thinking about how she would utilize these resources when it was her turn to train. Bakugo, who had been silent for most of the tour, grumbled impatiently. Yeah, whatever, let's get to the good stuff. Oh, we will, Bakugo, was it? You will see much more in what UA has to offer, he said. Present Mike led the group further into the sprawling UA grounds, his enthusiasm never faltering. Alright, my little listeners, next up on our tour is the Support Development Studio. This is where all the tech-savvy minds come together to create the gear that helps heroes do what they do best. The group entered a large building buzzing with energy. Inside, they were met with a flurry of activity, students designing suits, testing gadgets, and collaborating with instructors. The air smelled faintly of metal and oil, the sounds of welding and machinery humming in the background. This place is incredible, Ichiro exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. They're building hero gear right in front of us. Momo's eyes gleamed with interest. The level of innovation here is astounding. I've read about this place, but seeing it in action is something else. Jiro nudged Izuku lightly. Bet you'd love to try some of this tech out, huh? Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. It's amazing. I'd probably spend hours here if I could. Let's keep moving, Present Mike announced, clapping his hands. The next stop is the dormitories. Something that is new to the UA school. They were implemented this year, he said, making his way across the campus. There was a quiet silence for a little while as the group slowly made their way to the newly built dorms. Welcome to the dorms, said Present Mike, showcasing the buildings before him. As you can, we have Class 1A and Class 1B sharing the building together. This goes for the second years and third years. Let us not forget we have dorms for the support course and general course students, he said, opening the door for them to enter the Class 1A building. The group stepped into the Class 1A dorm building, greeted by a spacious and modern common area. The room was tastefully decorated, with a mix of sleek furniture and colorful accents that gave it a warm yet contemporary feel. Large windows allowed natural light to stream in, and a soft hum of activity could be heard from the adjacent kitchen and lounge areas. This is the shared living space where you'll spend a lot of your downtime, Present Mike explained, his arms spread wide. It's designed to help you bond as a class while giving you all the comforts you need to focus on your training. Each floor has its own unique layout, and your private rooms are fully customizable. The students began exploring the common area, their excitement palpable. Momo walked over to examine the bookshelves lining one of the walls, while Shoji observed the kitchen setup with interest. Tokiyami found a corner near the windows, quietly admiring the view of the campus grounds. Ah, and here is one of our amazing first-year students, said Present Mike, placing an arm around a student who was on the couch. Izuku looked to see the boy had small black eyes with beyond spiky hair, a smile on his face. Hello everyone. My name is Mirio Tagata, he said. Mirio Tagata's bright, warm smile immediately put everyone at ease. I am a first year here and I can say that everything here is amazing, and if you all attend here in the future you will all get the best education, he said, winking and giving a thumbs up. The group chuckled at Mirio's infectious enthusiasm. His bright personality seemed to radiate positivity, easing any lingering nerves among the potential students. Thanks, Mirio, Present Mike said, gesturing to the rest of the group. Why don't you tell them a little more about what it's like to train here at UA? Mirio nodded eagerly. Of course, UA really pushes you to grow. Not just as a hero, but as a person too. The teachers are amazing, the facilities are top-notch, and the challenges. Well, let's just say you'll discover what you're truly capable of. Jiro tilted her head. What kind of challenges do you mean? Great question. Mirio responded. For example, there are mock battles where you have to strategize against classmates, rescue simulations that test your quick thinking, and physical challenges that push your limits. Oh, and the teachers sometimes jump in to make things extra tricky. Bakugo smirked, his competitive side already stirred. Sounds like my kind of place. I'll show everyone how it's done. Mirio chuckled, unfazed by Bakugo's boldness. That's the spirit, but remember, teamwork and adaptability are just as important as raw power. As the group continued to ask Mirio questions, Izuku couldn't help but feel inspired. He admired Mirio's confidence and easy demeanor. If I make it to UA, I want to carry myself like that, Izuku thought. All right, let's not overwhelm the guy. Present Mike interjected with a laugh. We've still got more to see, my little listeners. Next up, let's head to the cafeteria. The group followed Present Mike out of the dorms and toward a sleek, modern building with wide glass doors. Inside, the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Students were scattered across tables, some chatting animatedly while others focused on their meals or books. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air, making more than a few stomachs rumble. This is the cafeteria, Present Mike announced. They've got everything you could want. Nutritious meals, quick snacks, and even options tailored to students with specific dietary needs. Trust me, the food here is so good, you'll forget it's part of school life. Momo raised her hand slightly. Do they cater meals for students with unique quirks that affect their dietary requirements? Absolutely, Present Mike assured her. We've got chefs and nutritionists who work together to make sure every student gets exactly what they need to perform their best. The group spent a few minutes exploring the cafeteria, with Ichiro marveling at the variety of food options on display. This place is like a 5-star restaurant, he whispered to Jiro, who nodded in agreement. Actually, what is convenient about this is that it is lunchtime right now. So how about we all get some grub, and I will meet back with you here in a bit. I need to go talk to one of the teachers here, he said, winking at them and walking away. As Present Mike strolled off, the group found themselves standing in the middle of the bustling cafeteria. They exchanged glances, some feeling a bit hesitant about diving into the lunch crowd, while others were eager to sample the food. Izuku and Jiro sat together while they noticed that his siblings and Bakugo were at a table far away from them. He was fine with that, so he didn't need to deal with them. Izuku and Jiro exchanged a small smile as they sat down at a corner table, trays of food in front of them. The aroma of freshly made curry wafted from Jiro's plate, while Izuku's tray was laden with a balanced assortment of rice, grilled fish, and steamed vegetables. The quiet hum of the cafeteria seemed to provide a momentary reprieve from the energy of the day so far. Excuse me, mind if we can sit here? Asked Momo with a tray in her hands. Izuku looked to see Shoji, Tokiyami, and Abara were there too. Of course, he said, smiling, gesturing to the seats. The group settled into their seats, and the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Momo placed her tray neatly in front of her and adjusted her posture, always composed and elegant. Shoji, with his calm and collected demeanor, sat down with minimal fuss, while Tokiyami chose a seat that allowed him to keep an eye on the room. Abara, serene as always, folded her hands briefly in silent prayer before picking up her utensils. This place really does feel like a step above a regular school, Momo said, glancing around the cafeteria. Even the food options seem designed to cater to every taste and need. It's impressive. Shoji nodded in agreement. It's clear UA takes its students' well-being seriously. The facilities, the dorms, and now this cafeteria, it all shows their commitment to developing heroes in every aspect. I find the balance between functionality and aesthetics here to be quite harmonious, Tokiyami added, his tone reflective. It fosters a sense of unity while maintaining individuality. Abara smiled softly. It's truly a blessing to be in an environment that supports us so fully. I can see why so many students aspire to join UA. So, it was Izuku Yagi, was it? Asked Momo, getting his attention. Yes, said Izuku. Are you a part of triplets then because you have the same last name as those other two individuals? He asked. Izuku straightened himself before answering her. Yes, I am. We don't really get along all that well, he said honestly. That's why they are standoffish from me. Momo tilted her head, her expression softening with curiosity and a touch of concern. I see, that must be difficult for you. Tokiyami nodded, his voice solemn. True strength often arises from solitude. Though the journey may feel lonely, it hones one's spirit. Shoji gave Izuku an encouraging look. But it doesn't mean you have to walk that path entirely alone. There's strength in finding others who support you. Oh, I know. That's why I am friends with Jiro right here, he said, pointing over to her. He put an arm around her and smiled. She is pretty punk rock, as she likes to say. Jiro shrunk a little bit and blushed slightly. Jiro quickly swatted Izuku's hand off her shoulder, though her cheeks remained tinted with a faint blush. Don't get carried away, Yagi, she mumbled, her tone a mix of embarrassment and amusement. So, what is everybody's quirks? He asked, trying to get to know everyone. Momo was the first to respond, her tone polite and eager to share. My quirk is creation. It allows me to create any non-living material or object, as long as I know its molecular structure. It's incredibly versatile, though it requires a lot of studying to master. She smiled modestly. I've spent years learning chemistry and engineering to make the most of it. That's incredible, Izuku said, his eyes lighting up with genuine admiration. The amount of knowledge and strategy you must need, it's like you're carrying a portable laboratory with you. Momo blushed slightly at the compliment but maintained her composure. Thank you, Yagi. It's a privilege to use it to help others. Jiro looked at the blushing girl with a weird feeling in her chest. She didn't know what it was, but she didn't like Izuku complimenting other girls. Tokiyami nodded, his expression serious. I am Fumikage Tokiyami, and my quirk is Dark Shadow. It allows me to manifest a sentient shadowy creature that I can control. Abara spoke next, her voice soft yet confident. My quirk is vines. My hair functions as extendable and flexible vines that I can control with precision. They're excellent for capturing, restraining, or even shielding others. However, they require care and hydration to remain effective. Like a living shield and tool, Izuku murmured, visibly impressed. That's so unique. It must feel like an extension of yourself. Abara smiled, a serene warmth in her eyes. Indeed, it is. I view it as a gift to serve others. Shoji chimed in, his deep voice calm and steady. I go by Shoji Mezzo. My quirk is dupli arms. I can replicate different parts of my body, like hands or eyes, on the tips of my tentacle-like arms. It's great for multitasking, reconnaissance, and close combat. That's so practical, Izuku said, leaning forward slightly. You must have incredible adaptability in both offense and support roles. Shoji nodded. It's useful, though it also means training a variety of skills to maximize its potential. Finally, Jiro cleared her throat. Well, my quirk is earphone jack. I can plug my jacks into objects to channel sound waves, either to amplify my heartbeat for sonic attacks or to pick up faint vibrations and sounds. That's very unique, said Momo. Jiro shrugged, a slightly sheepish smile tugging at her lips. I guess it's a bit unconventional, but it works for me. Plus, it's handy when I'm not playing music, she added with a wink. What about you, Yagi? Asked Abara. Jiro looked over to him, realizing that this could be a problem. She knew that he had 5 quirks now, 6 if you include synthesist, and he couldn't just openly say it. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his mouth opening slightly as he tried to figure out how to explain his quirks without revealing too much. He couldn't exactly tell them about all 5 of his quirks, 6 if you counted synthesist. The truth was complicated, and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. But before he could formulate an answer, the loud boom of Present Mike's voice cut through the air. All right, kids, are we ready to continue the tour? Present Mike's trademark enthusiasm bounced through the cafeteria as he approached the table with a wide grin on his face. Izuku quickly straightened up, glad for the interruption. Yeah, ready when you are," he said, flashing a quick smile to his classmates, who seemed just as eager to move on from their lunch break. Present Mike gave a quick thumbs up. "Great, follow me, everybody, we've got more to see, and it's time to hit the ground running." As Present Mike led the group toward the hallway, the students shuffled along, chatting amongst themselves and stretching a bit after their meal. Some seemed relieved to be away from the lunch table, eager to get moving again, while others looked like they were ready for a break after all the new information they'd absorbed. "Bathrooms, bathrooms," Present Mike called back to the group, his energy unwavering. "You've got about 2 minutes before we move out. Make sure you're all set, 'cause we've got a packed schedule ahead." Jiro walked into the bathroom to wash her hands real quick after her meal. She heard someone else enter and turned her head to the door to see it was Izuku's sister who was walking in. She assumed she had to use the bathroom too, but she was there for a different reason. "Jiro," she said distastefully. "Yes, Inori," she replied to her. "How much did he pay you to hang out with him?" she said, leaning against the wall. She tilted her head confused. "Excuse me. My brother is too boring to have friends. Not to mention he doesn't even have a quirk. So how much did he pay you to be his friend?" she said, putting up air quotes. Jiro's confusion deepened as she processed Inori's words. She had expected this from what Izuku told her, but this felt different, and it caught her off guard. She blinked, taking a step back from the sink. "I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying." Inori's eyes narrowed as she crossed her arms, leaning against the bathroom wall in a relaxed yet pointed stance. "You heard me. Izuku's got no charm, no skills. He doesn't have a quirk at all. Why are you hanging out with him?" she scoffed, clearly dismissing her brother's abilities with a flick on her wrist. "He's the kid who should have been left in the shadows, but you are hanging out with him for a reason that I can't think of. He is about the pinnacle of uselessness." Jiro's hands balled into fists as her anger began to boil over. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. How dare Inori talk about Izuku like that? He was a hard-working, kind-hearted person, and to have his own sister belittle him in such a way was beyond infuriating. She closed the gap between them, her voice low but edged with fury. "You really think that's how things are? That Izuku is some kind of burden to be thrown away just because of who he is?" Jiro's tone was sharp, and the energy around her crackled with frustration. "You don't know the first thing about him. Do you think because he doesn't fit into your little box of what's useful or cool, that he's worthless? All I see is that he has an asshole sister and brother who don't give a shit about him. That's where I went in, showing him is worth something and that he can be something. It's disgusting to see siblings treat him like this," she said angrily. Inori's eyes widened slightly at Jiro's words, but the shock quickly faded into a cold, disdainful smirk. She uncrossed her arms and stepped closer, looking down at Jiro as if she were the one in control. "You think you know him, huh? You think you understand what he's been through? You don't get it. He's always been the disappointment in our family, the one who never lived up to expectations. It's not my fault he can't keep up. If you're determined to waste your time on him, then be my guest. But don't act like you're doing him any favors. You're just indulging his pathetic fantasies," Inori said, turning away from her. "And you're just being a huge bitch in his life that thinks too highly of herself. I can't imagine how your parents treat him," she replied to her bitterly. Inori paused for a moment, her back still turned to Jiro, but Jiro could feel the sharpness of her words hanging in the air. It was clear that Inori was on the defensive now, and Jiro's last remark had struck a nerve. Inori's entire demeanor had shifted, her posture stiffening as she clenched her jaw tightly. "Watch your mouth, you ing lesbian-looking bitch," Inori spat, her voice icy. "You don't know a thing about our family. Don't think you can come here and act like you know what's best for Izuku. You don't know what it's like to have him dragging down everything he touches." Jiro, unfazed by the comment, got in her face to say one last thing. "Then you know nothing of him. 10 years from now Izuku is going to be the #1 hero, smiling at world and being a hero to everyone in their hearts. Your family will be the ones at the bottom," she said, pushing her slightly as she left the bathroom in a huff. All right, everyone ready to go. We've got places to be and things to do. Time to get moving, folks, said Present Mike. Let's finish this up. The next couple of hours went by in a flash as the group wondered about the rest of the UA campus. Soon they were at the gate ready to leave. I would like to thank you all for coming to tour our marvelous campus and get a glimpse of what we have to offer here at UA, Present Mike said with his usual enthusiasm as he waved them toward the exit. Remember, this place is full of opportunity, and you're all capable of great things. Take in everything you've seen today, it's just the start. The future UA students began to walk away, but Izuku was stopped by Momo, who turned to him quickly. Wait, I would like to exchange my numbers with you so that we can stay in touch. You do plan on attending UA, right? Izuku blinked in surprise as Momo approached him, a gentle but determined smile on her face. His heart skipped a beat at her words. He had only just met her, but it seemed like she was already making an effort to keep in touch. It was something he hadn't expected but felt a little grateful for. Yeah, I do plan on attending UA, Izuku said, his voice a bit uncertain but hopeful. I'd be happy to exchange numbers. Momo's smile grew wider, and she pulled out her phone, unlocking it with a quick swipe. Great, I think it'll be good for us to stay connected. We're all going to face challenges ahead, and it might help to have someone to bounce ideas off of or just talk to every now and then. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, already feeling the weight of the upcoming challenge, but also sensing that he was starting to build a network of people who would be there to support him. He reached into his pocket for his phone, quickly pulling it out and unlocking it. Here you go, Izuku said, holding out his phone to Momo. Shoji looked at this and smiled from one of his arms. That is a great idea. Let's stay in touch with each other, he said, giving his number out. He saw Bakugo, Inori, and Ichiro had walked from the group to make their way home, ignoring them as they exchanged numbers. He soon had Abara's, Shoji's, Momo's, and Tokiyami's numbers, and felt a sense of camaraderie forming among them. It felt like he was finally starting to build a support system, one that might carry him through the challenges of UA. It was nice meeting you all, said Izuku to them as him and Jiro started to walk away. Let's hope that we see each other again, said Abara, bowing to him. Izuku smiled softly, his heart warm with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Yeah, I hope so too, he replied, bowing slightly in return before turning to walk alongside Jiro. Jiro looked down at the ground as they made their way to the train station. Izuku caught notice of this and frowned a little. You okay, Jiro? Jiro hesitated for a moment, her hands stuffed deep into her jacket pockets. She kicked a stray pebble on the sidewalk, watching it bounce away before she spoke. Yeah, just thinking about some stuff. Izuku tilted his head, concern evident in his expression. Was it something Inori said? How did you know? She said, looking at him slightly surprised. Because she went into the bathroom the same time you did and you came out of the bathroom looking like you were going to go Super Saiyan, he said, moving closer to her. Jiro chuckled softly at Izuku's attempt to lighten the mood, but the tension in her shoulders didn't entirely ease. Yeah, she had some choice words, she admitted. She said some really awful things about you. About how useless you were and how you don't deserve friends. Honestly, it pissed me off more than I thought it would. Izuku sighed. What did she say about you? 'Cause I know she said something to you specifically. Izuku followed Jiro onto the train, his concern growing. He took a seat across from her, waiting for her to answer. Jiro leaned back against the window, her arms crossed tightly as if trying to shield herself from the memory of the conversation. She called me a lesbian-looking bitch, Jiro finally muttered, her tone half disbelieving, half angry. I don't even know why she felt the need to say it. It's like she was just reaching for something to hurt me. It's not the first time someone thought I was a lesbian. I don't get why people associated short-haired woman with lesbian. Izuku's eyes widened, and his expression immediately darkened. That's awful. I'm so sorry, Jiro. She had no right to say something like that. Yeah, well, I'm used to dealing with people who think they can get under my skin by throwing around insults, Jiro said, shrugging, but her voice betrayed a hint of hurt. What really got to me wasn't what she said about me, it was the way she talked about you. Like you were some kind of inconvenience to her, someone who didn't deserve to have people care about him. It made me want to punch a wall. Izuku looked down at his hands, his fingers curling into fists. She's always been like that. Even when we were kids, she never saw me as her equal. It's not just Inori, though. My brother, Ichiro, he's the same way. It's like I don't even exist with them most of the time, and when I do, it's just to remind me that I'm not enough. I know I have told you a lot about them and how they treat me, but that's just what they do. I'm sorry for bringing you into this. Jiro's eyes softened as she looked at Izuku. She uncrossed her arms and leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Hey, don't apologize. You didn't bring me into anything, I chose to step in. Besides, you don't deserve to deal with that kind of crap alone. And for the record, they're wrong about you. You're not enough. You're plenty. Izuku blushed heavily at the compliment and didn't know what to do. He did know he had to address what Inori said to Jiro. It was mean, to put it simply, and he felt like he needed to say something to her because it was visibly bothering her. Izuku took a deep breath, his determination rising as he looked at Jiro. He leaned forward slightly, his voice soft but resolute. Jiro, what Inori said to you, it wasn't just mean. It was wrong, plain and simple. You didn't deserve that, and I hate that she made you feel like you did. Jiro shrugged, her fingers idly playing with the zipper of her jacket. It's not like I haven't heard stuff like that before. People like to think they know me based on how I look. Short hair, a bit of an edge to my style, suddenly I'm some stereotype they can throw insults at. It doesn't usually bother me, but today, it did. I know I am not a lesbian, but I hate it when people say that stuff. Izuku was turning red from embarrassment. He knew he wasn't good with this type of stuff. He knew he was an awkward kind of guy, but he needed to push this to the side for now. It was for Jiro. Izuku shifted nervously in his seat, clasping his hands together as he struggled to find the right words. I get that. I mean, not exactly, but people have said things about me too, stuff they think they know just by looking at me. Or because of my quirklessness. Or, well, used to be quirklessness. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, glancing at Jiro to gauge her reaction. Jiro leaned her head back against the window, her lips curving into a faint smirk. You really are a dork, Midoriya. But, thanks. I guess you'd understand better than most. Her smirk faded as she turned her gaze to the passing lights outside. Still, it doesn't make it any less annoying. I don't care if people think I'm a lesbian or whatever, I know who I am. But when someone says it like it's an insult, like it's something I should feel ashamed of. She clenched her fists. That gets under my skin. Jiro then went wide-eyed as she felt something on her right cheek, and it was his hand. Izuku was struggling to do this as he was looking away from her slightly but continued. He moved his hand to where a couple of fingers were near her earphone jack, and a few were on her cheek. Jiro froze, her breath catching in her throat as she felt the warmth of Izuku's hand against her cheek. Her usual sharp, sarcastic demeanor was stripped away, leaving her vulnerable and unsure. Why Yagi? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's face was a deep shade of red, and his eyes darted away, refusing to meet hers. I wanted to say something, he mumbled, his voice trembling. You're amazing just the way you are, Jiro. If it means anything, I like your hair, I like your personality, it makes you look gorgeous, Izuku finally managed to say, his voice barely above a whisper. Strong, confident, cool, that is what you are. His hand trembled slightly against her cheek. I mean, not that you need my opinion or anything. I just, wanted you to know. Jiro blinked, stunned into silence. She had never expected those words to come out of Izuku's mouth, especially not directed at her. For someone so perpetually awkward, he had a knack for throwing her completely off guard. Her face felt hot, and she was sure her expression was betraying just how flustered she was. Her face was almost a bright red, and her right earphone jack unconsciously moved around his fingers that were still touching her face. Izuku, still visibly panicked from his own boldness, quickly started rambling in an attempt to fill the silence. I just mean, like, you have this way of being, why you know, yourself. And it's really, inspiring. He said, pulling his hand away. Not that I'm saying I'm inspired by you or, wait, I mean, I am, but not in a weird way. Just stop, she said. Izuku froze, completely taken off guard by Jiro's sudden embrace. His heart raced in his chest, and for a moment, he couldn't even remember how to breathe. Her arms wrapped around him tightly, and he could feel the warmth of her body pressing against his. It was an unexpected move, especially from someone like Jiro, who usually kept her distance with her tough demeanor. Jiro, he stammered, his voice almost caught in his throat. Jiro didn't pull away, though. She held him there, and he could feel her take a deep breath, almost as if she was trying to ground herself. It took him a few moments before he realized that, for the first time in a long while, she wasn't being sarcastic or hiding behind her usual sharp remarks. She was simply being herself. He had never seen this side of her before, and he liked it. And it made Izuku's heart thrum even faster. You're such an idiot, Yagi, Jiro murmured, her voice muffled against his chest, and he knew she didn't mean it. Izuku looked around to see no one else was in the train car, and he looked down at Jiro, who was still embracing him. He slowly put his arms around her and blushed heavily at the contact. Why's that? He asked slowly. No reason, she said into his chest. The train then came to a stop. Jiro pulled back, releasing her embrace with a small sigh, though her fingers lingered on the edge of his jacket as she looked up at him. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, still feeling the warmth of her touch, his heart hammering in his chest. It felt like the train had stopped for longer than usual, as if time had momentarily slowed down just for them. As the doors to the train slid open, Jiro adjusted her jacket, straightening up and offering him a small, playful grin. Well, looks like we're here, she said, her tone returning to its usual teasing self. But there was a softness to it now, a sense of understanding that hadn't been there before. Yeah, let's walk you home, said Izuku, not meeting her eyes as they got up. They left the train station and there was silence between the two of them for almost the whole journey. Thankfully for Izuku, it was a quick walk to get to her house. As they reached the intersection near Jiro's house, Izuku stopped, glancing at her. Well, here we are. Safe and sound. Jiro smiled, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before she gave him a small nod. Yeah, thanks, Yagi. Izuku took a deep breath before speaking. I meant what I said, Jiro, I hope you know that. Jiro smiled as she looked at him. I know, you big ol' nerd, she said, smirking. Izuku went to say something but was cut off by another hug from Jiro. He was a few inches taller than her, and she still hit his upper chest. Izuku blushed for what was the 100th time in the past 30 minutes and hugged her back. You know, you don't have to call me nerd for everything. Jiro chuckled softly, her arms still wrapped around Izuku's waist as she leaned into the embrace. It's a term of endearment, Yagi, she teased, her voice full of warmth. Besides, you're not exactly helping yourself by being so, well, you. I know, but no, you are amazing, Jiro. I won't let you have to deal with my family like that again, you didn't deserve it, he said, still pissed at what Inori called Jiro. I know I didn't, but you all don't deserve anything that they do to you, she said, getting out of the hug now. Yeah, have a good night, Jiro, he said, starting to walk away from her. Oh, and Yagi, she called out to him. Izuku turned around, still blushing slightly. You said all that stuff about me, so I should do that same, she said, clearing her throat. You are a very selfless, caring, and incredible as a person. Never let that change about you, she said, her face turning red from saying it. Though Izuku didn't see that. He smiled at the compliment. You are too. Have a good night, Jiro, he said, turning around and leaving. Jiro immediately went inside and turned to shut the door, leaning against it slightly. Mika saw her daughter had been talking about Izuku outside and knew something was up. How was the tour of UA, honey? Mika asked, her voice light but with an underlying curiosity. Jiro let out a soft sigh, still trying to steady her breathing. It was fine, she muttered, her voice quieter than usual. She quickly kicked off her shoes and walked further into the house, trying to act as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Mika raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying the casual response. She moved toward Jiro, who was now fiddling with the sleeve of her jacket. "You're not fooling me, sweetie," Mika said with a small smile. "What happened out there? You've been acting a bit different ever since you came back." Jiro flushed a little bit, poking her earphone jacks together. "Oh, something happened. Izuku defended me, said some stuff to make me feel better." "Oh, what a nice boy, I knew he was good kid," she said, leaving the answer open for her to finish. Jiro cleared her throat, trying to ignore the heat in her cheeks. She rubbed the back of her neck, suddenly feeling more self-conscious than she had earlier. "Yeah, some girl called me a lesbian, again. He didn't take it lightly and reassured me that there was nothing wrong with me. He said I was gorgeous, strong, confident, and," she said, getting more and more red as she spoke. Mika's eyes widened with surprise, a warm smile spreading across her face as she watched Jiro squirm in embarrassment. Well, sounds like someone made an impression," she teased gently, her tone light but affectionate. "I knew that boy had a good heart, but hearing it from you, well, that's something." Jiro groaned, burying her face in her hands for a moment. "Stop it, Mom, you're embarrassing me," she muttered, though she couldn't hide the slight flush in her cheeks. "I didn't expect him to say those things, and honestly, I wasn't sure what to do. It's just, no one's really ever stood up for me like that before. I'm going to my room," she said, all flustered. Her mother let out a gentle smile as she went back to the kitchen. "Keep that up, Izuku honey, and she will be something more," she said, smiling at a picture of her and her husband. 1 year later, the sludge villain incident. Izuku walked by himself as he was on his way to school. He had gotten cleaned up from his workout and smiled at the day he was having. He was now 14 years old, his green hair flowing gently in the wind. Thanks to his father's genetics, he was a healthy 5 feet 9 inches with a very lean body from all of the workouts he had been doing the past couple years. He wore clothing that was slightly baggy to make sure people didn't know of his training. Mainly his siblings. His notebook cover company was now making him around $5,000 a month in profit, and if he wanted to, he could just use the money to live off of the rest of his life. "Who would have thought that my obsession with heroes would turn into a business?" he murmured. He still was doing designs of heroes on the covers, and they were still doing him good. He had been completing tasks and goals that were set for him to get quirk creation points, and as of now, he had a total of 3 quirk creation points for him to use. He had been saving them as he didn't know what to do. He had been keeping contact with his friends that he went on the tour with as much as possible, making sure to hang out with them at least once a month, as some live over a few hours away. The streets of Musudafu bustled with the usual morning activity, parents rushing their children to school, shopkeepers opening their stores, and the occasional hero flying overhead on their way to a mission. Izuku's sharp eyes caught sight of a hero in action, a towering man clad in red and gold apprehending a petty thief. A spark of admiration lit up in Izuku's emerald eyes, and his pace quickened. He couldn't wait to reach school, where he'd get to discuss the latest hero news with his classmates, or at least the few who tolerated his enthusiasm. He was interrupted from his thoughts when he saw an explosion in the distance. He ran over to see that there was a fight happening. As Izuku Midoriya watches the intense scene unfold at Teituan Station, his mind races with thoughts and emotions, mirroring his awe and admiration from the first time he witnessed heroes in action. He immediately pulled out his hero analysis book similar to what Jiro got him a while ago. Standing off to the side, Izuku's wide eyes are filled with admiration for the hero's swift and coordinated response. He can hardly contain his excitement as he observes Death Arms using his overwhelming strength to hold the falling portal catenary, his powerful muscles straining under the weight. It's exactly the kind of heroism that Izuku has always dreamed of, a hero putting everything on the line to save others, no matter the cost. Backdraft's ability to create a water fence is something Izuku is particularly fascinated by. His water pump quirk is so precise and well-timed, controlling the situation by keeping the citizens at a safe distance. Izuku knows how important it is for heroes to maintain public safety, and Backdraft's calm and strategic use of his power impresses him greatly. But what captures his attention the most is Kamui Woods. As the hero with the ability to control and manipulate wood, Kamui's arrival feels like a turning point in the fight. Izuku can almost feel the tension rise, knowing that the giant villain is going to have to face Kamui's formidable power. He imagines Kamui's flexible, controlled movements, his wood-like appendages sprouting from his body to restrain the villain, all while the massive figure looms before him. It's a battle of agility versus brute force, and Izuku wonders how the fight will unfold. Izuku watches the unfolding fight with an intensity that borders on obsession, his notebook already out, scribbling furiously as he documents every move, every strategy, and every quirk application in the battle. He can barely keep up with the pace of Kamui Woods' movements, marveling at how the hero's arbor quirk allows him to dodge the giant villain's crushing attacks with such finesse. When the giant villain lashes out with his enormous hand, Izuku's breath catches in his throat, fearing for Kamui Woods' safety. But the hero's fluid agility amazes him. Kamui dodges effortlessly, his wooden limbs extending and retracting in perfect harmony with his movements. Izuku mutters to himself as he writes, noting how Kamui Woods uses his quirk not just for offense but also for mobility and evasion. Dodged again. His reaction time is incredible, and his control over his arbor quirk, it's almost like an extension of his body, Izuku mumbles, oblivious to the curious stares of the bystanders around him. When Kamui Woods attempts to restrain the villain by running up his arm and seizing his wrist, Izuku is on the edge of his seat. That's it, he's trying to immobilize him. If he can just, but his excitement turns to shock as the giant villain effortlessly waves Kamui Woods away, sending him flying through the air. Just as Kamui Woods prepares to unleash his lacquered chain prison, Izuku leans forward, barely able to contain his excitement. But before the attack can land, the ground shakes violently as a massive figure leapt into the fray. Without hesitation, Mt. Lady strikes with her canyon cannon, a devastating kick that sends the giant villain sprawling. The force of her attack shakes the area, and the crowd erupts in cheers as the villain collapses, defeated. Izuku's jaw drops in awe. She took him down in one hit. Her strength and timing are unbelievable. As the dust settles and the crowd's cheers grow louder, Izuku can't help but feel a mixture of emotions, admiration for the heroes, awe at their abilities, and a burning determination to one day stand among them. Watching Kamui Woods' strategy, Mt. Lady's overwhelming power, and the teamwork of all the heroes involved only reinforces his dream. Izuku blushed a little at how Mt. Lady was dressed but still wrote her down in his hero analysis book number 13. He knew she dressed like that on purpose. He started to mutter as he wrote, "This is her hero debut, and she didn't do that bad of a job." Her quirk is gigantification, allowing her to increase the size of her whole body. I wonder if she can control the exact degree of her size or if it's always a fixed height. Does it take a lot of stamina to maintain? How much space does she need to maneuver effectively without causing collateral damage? Izuku's pen flew across the page, filling it with notes and sketches of Mt. Lady's stance, her canyon cannon attack, and the way she seemed to time her arrival perfectly to finish the fight. His mind buzzed with analysis, considering how her quirk could be both a strength and a potential weakness. She's definitely strong, but I wonder how she handles tighter spaces or urban environments where her size could be a liability. And her timing, was that purely instinct, or does she have experience calculating the right moment to intervene? Oh, and that kick. The force generated must have been immense. The angle, the precision, if the villain had managed to dodge, would it have been hard for her to recover? The crowd around him began to disperse, satisfied that the danger was over, but Izuku stayed rooted in place, lost in his thoughts. He glanced back at Kamui Woods, who was already helping Death Arms and Backdraft secure the area. Kamui Woods was about to use lacquered chain prison. I wonder if he's frustrated about being upstaged or if he's used to working with heroes like Mt. Lady. Teamwork is so critical in these scenarios. Maybe I should add a note about how they combined their efforts. He heard his ringtone from his pocket to see who it was. He pulled it out to see it was Momo Yaoyorozu and smiled at that. From that day on the UA tour, he and Jiro became great friends with Momo, Shoji, Abara, and Tokiyami. While they didn't hang out all the time, they were able to see each other occasionally to talk about what they were doing. Izuku quickly answered the call, his face lighting up with a genuine smile. "Hey, Yaoyorozu, what's up?" Momo's calm yet enthusiastic voice came through the line. "Good morning, Yagi. How are you today?" "Just dandy, but you are not going to believe this. I got to see Kamui Wood, Death Arms, and then a new hero called MT. Lady making her debut." Izuku's excitement bubbled through the phone as he launched into a detailed recount of the morning's events. "Yaoyorozu, it was incredible. Kamui Woods was so agile, dodging the villain's attacks like it was nothing. Then MT. Lady came out of nowhere with this massive kick, the Canyon Cannon, and took the villain down in one hit. Her timing and power were insane." "That's amazing. I bet you were able to jot that down already," she said, giggling. "Yeah, I was. Say, not to be unappreciative for you calling me, but don't you have school?" "Because I do," he said as he walked through the gate to go to class. "Oh, well, our school gets a day off a month, and that is that day," she said happily. "I was debating on using it to meet you when you were done with school." Izuku blinked, surprised but excited by Momo's suggestion. "Really? Do you want to meet up? That sounds great. I mean, if it's not too much trouble for you." "Not at all," Momo assured him. "I thought we could spend some time going over hero strategies. I've been refining a few ideas for combat scenarios, and I think your insights would be invaluable. Plus, I've been curious about what you do for your training." "I was thinking the library near your school," Momo suggested. "It's quiet, and they have private study rooms we could use." Izuku walked down the hallway to his classroom smiling. "I would love that. I will meet you there." "Bye, my class is starting now," he said. "See you later, Yagi," said Momo, hanging up. Izuku put down the phone and sat down in his normal seat. He looked to see Ichiro and Inori glancing at him. The two of them were physically much stronger than they were when his father started to train him. Not quirk-wise but body-wise. Inori was much more toned while Ichiro bulked up and slimmed down slightly, giving off a much more athletic build than the bulky physique he used to have. They both had been putting in extra hours in the gym, following Izuku's father's advice to work on their physical condition and resilience. Nothing really changed between him and his family, and to be honest, he was fine with that. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of doing something for himself and hanging out with his friends that truly cared for him. He looked up to see his teacher walk into the room with a stack of papers. As the teacher began handing them out, his gaze lingered on Izuku for a moment. "This is your last year," he began, his tone serious. "You should start thinking seriously about your future. But you guys are all planning to become heroes, right?" He paused, waiting for a response. "Yeah," a chorus of voices responded enthusiastically from the class as kids started to use their quirks. The teacher nodded approvingly. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks," he said, but his tone shifted. "But using your powers at school is against the rules." Izuku's mind snapped back to attention. The excitement that had started to build inside him now shifted to focus. He understood where this was going. Using your abilities outside of controlled environments could easily lead to accidents, misunderstandings, or worse, putting others in danger. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Sensei." Katsuki Bakugo's voice cut through the air with his trademark intensity. "Don't lump me with these guys," Bakugo snapped, his face contorted with disdain. "There's no way we're gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these losers." "Agreed, myself, Inori, and Kachan are going to go far. These guys would be like to get hired by some D-lister in the future," Ichiro said, pointing his thumb back at the crowd of students. Izuku shook his head at his brother's remark. Now he will admit Impact Drive is a very powerful quirk. Inori's quirk Mind's Reach is also very powerful, even Bakugo's quirk is as well, but they didn't need to act like snobs about it. Any quirk trained well enough could have its uses for hero work. He was snapped from his thoughts as the teacher turned their attention to the trio. "Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, Inori, Ichiro, and Bakugo," the teacher said, eyeing the group. "You three wanted to attend UA. Is that correct?" Ichiro nodded with a serious expression, his sharp eyes showing nothing but determination. Absolutely, he said, his voice steady. UA is where the strongest go. It's where I belong. Bakugo's smirk was immediate, his usual arrogance on full display. Of course, we're aiming for UA. We aced the mock test. We're the only ones at this school who could possibly get into UA. His voice boomed with unshakable confidence as if the fact were a known truth. We'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Our names will be inscribed on the list of top earners. Yeah, sure, Kachan, Ichiro added with a grin, his voice filled with the same level of arrogance. You might just beat everyone to the top. Inori and I will be right behind you, though. We're not the type to settle for second place. Expect us to be right there every step of the way. Oh yeah, that is right, Izuku, you were planning on attending UA, right? Asked the teacher, making everyone divert their attention to the young man sitting in his seat. Yes sir, was all he said, causing an uproar between the students. Most were laughter, but his siblings and Bakugo just looked at him with a mixture of anger and confusion. The youngest of the Yagi triplets, attending UA, that's the best jokes I've heard all day, said one of the students, laughing his off. Izuku gritted his teeth but kept silent. His classmates' laughter echoed in his ears, but he refused to let it shake him. He had spent too much time doubting himself already. Now, more than ever, he needed to stay focused on his goal. His siblings, Inori and Ichiro, didn't help matters. Inori raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Ichiro, however, shook his head, his lips curling into a sneer. Pathetic, he muttered under his breath, but just loud enough for Izuku to hear. You'll never make it. Just face it, you're not cut out for it. Izuku sighed once more. This was going to be a long day, he said to himself, sitting up in his seat. Elsewhere. Hey, stop that villain. Many people could see a sludge villain running down the street with the wallet of the person it took from. Toshinori was holding some groceries, seeing this happen, and sighed. I can't even buy groceries without something happening, he said, transforming into his buff form. He then started to chase after the said villain. With Izuku. Izuku had finished writing in his analysis book and checked his phone to see a notification of a sludge-like villain. Maybe I could swing by on my way to Yaoyorozu to see it, he said, getting up from his desk. His danger sense went off and yanked his notebook away just in time to see Bakugo and practically lunged for it. Bakugo was slightly surprised at the speed but continued anyway. I am afraid I am not done with you, Deku. Done with what? He asked, half annoyed and half curious. What book is that? He asked, trying to see it. My Hero Analysis book number 13, he said, still not letting him get it. He then saw a green aura form around the book, realizing this was Inori's doing. He quickly put the book into his bag, preventing her from using her quirk on it. Ichiro snorted. You know, Deku, heroes start making waves when they are young, and don't even get me started on you not having a quirk. So, what? UA got rid of that rule long ago, he said, shrugging his shoulders. The point that he is making is to not apply to UA, said Bakugo threateningly. I don't care what you think about my quirk, Kachan, Izuku replied, his voice steady. Quirks don't define who you are, or where you go in life. Bakugo's expression twisted into an even deeper scowl. Then why the hell are you even trying to go to UA? You're just gonna hold everyone back with your uselessness. He shouted, his voice filled with contempt. His hands sparked small explosions, showing just how ready he was to act on his anger. Inori shook her head at Izuku and sighed. All right, guys, let's go. He isn't worth it, she said, trying to get them out. Bakugo smirked as he waited right at the door, staring at Izuku. Hey, I do have a great idea for you to get a quirk, he said, smirking. You could take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in the next life, he said, chuckling slightly. This even had Ichiro and Inori laughing, leaving the room. Now Izuku didn't care about a whole lot of what they had to say, but the fact that 3 of them had laughed at telling him to commit suicide was just wrong. This made him feel much different than before. He shook his head as he put his backpack straps on, leaving the classroom. He knew his siblings didn't care about him, but that hurt more than he thought it would. He started to make his way over to the library, realizing how far he had come. He went from a scrawny, quirkless, awkward, and above-average smart kid. Now he was a lean, athletic, super smart, and still awkward kid who was on his way to being a hero with several quirks. That he was on the same path as the sludge villain. Something went off in his head. Not danger sense but an empty feeling in his stomach. That was when his danger sense went off. He activated his eagle eyes to see there was sludge starting to go around his foot. He actively sends 2 tendrils off to the end of the tunnel. He propelled himself away from the villain. The sludge villain grinned at Izuku. "Well, you seem like a power quirk user. You will make a great vessel for me," he said, charging down the tunnel at Izuku. Izuku was prepared to fight as the manhole cover in between then burst open. A man standing well above him, with bee-owned hair in the shape of a rabbit, stood menacingly. "You've got to be kidding me right now," thought Izuku as he saw All Might, his father, right there. "Fear not, citizen, I am here," he said, cocking his fist back at the scared villain. "Take this, you evildoer." Texasss smash. The ground trembled as All Might launched his fist forward with earth-shattering force. The sludge villain, caught off guard by the sheer power of the attack, was sent flying backward into the side of the tunnel, its body splattering across the walls before collapsing into a heap. The impact left a crater in the pavement, and the air was filled with the sound of debris settling. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, his eyes wide in disbelief. For as much as he neglected him, he sure as hell was strong. He wasn't the #1 hero for nothing. In the blink of an eye, Izuku saw All Might capture the villain in a soda bottle. All Might twisted the cap onto the soda bottle, trapping the sludge villain within. He inspected the bottle with a satisfied grin. "There we go, another job well done," he said, holding it up like a trophy. He looked back to see that, his youngest son of all people, was there. Izuku, what the hell was he doing here? "Thank God I got here. He wouldn't have been able to defend himself," he said, turning to walk to the boy. "Young man, are you hurt in any way and are you okay?" he asked with that grin still on his face. "Yes sir, I am fine," said Izuku as calm as he could be. He wouldn't lie, his adrenaline was pumping right now and seeing his father didn't help any either. "That is good, young man, would you like my autograph?" he asked, leaning down over him. Even if he didn't like his father all that much, having an autograph from All Might would be great to pass on to his children. He knew that and that he would love and take care of them much more than he ever did. Izuku hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, sir," handing him his hero analysis book. As his dad took his book, he thought about All Might as a whole. Now, even though he didn't respect his father, he still respected All Might to model after him to some extent. Saving people with a smile on his face is something that he thought was a great thing All Might did. It reassured people that they would be okay. That was about the only takeaway though. The older he got, the more he tried to separate the hero he was and the man he was behind the scenes. All Might flipped through Izuku's hero analysis for the future notebook, a faint glimmer of surprise crossing his face. The pages were filled with meticulous notes, sketches, and detailed diagrams analyzing quirks and battle tactics. "This is impressive, young man," All Might said, his voice tinged with genuine admiration. "You've put a lot of thought into this." Izuku shifted uncomfortably. "Thank you," he said quietly, watching as All Might scrawled his autograph across the top of a blank page. "Say, if you don't mind me asking, what would like to do with your life, young man?" Izuku sighed internally as he knew what his father was doing. He was trying to be curious, but to him, this would look like a casual conversation between hero and citizen. He couldn't give it away, not for what he had planned anyway. He wanted it to hit his family all at once, what they missed out on. "I am not sure, to be honest. I plan on going to UA. Then after that, I do not know," he said, trying to not placate it. "A fine goal. But that is okay, you don't have it figured out yet." "I didn't for a long time when I was a boy," he said, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku nodded, not wanting to continue this any further. "All right sir, I will let you take the villain to the proper people, and I'll be on my way," he said, turning away from him. "Good deal," he said, crouching down to launch himself off. As Toshinori soared through the air, he could feel that the conversation was off. Was Izuku always that quiet? Normally he was a pretty loud kid when it came to stuff, he liked it, but that was every kid. He would have to see him later tonight. He landed on a rooftop to give himself a cooldown from his transformation, not realizing he was missing something in his pocket. With Izuku, he shook his head lightly at this predicament. He just hoped that he wouldn't really bring it up after today. He looked up to see Yaoyorozu leaning up against a brick wall that led to the library, smiling at Izuku. "Hey Yaoyorozu," called out Izuku. Izuku approached Yaoyorozu, her calm smile, a welcome sight after the whirlwind encounter with his father. She waved at him, pushing off the wall with effortless grace. "You're late," she teased lightly, her tone warm. "I was beginning to think you ditched me for something more exciting." Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Not exactly. Ran into some trouble on the way here, nothing I couldn't handle, though." Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before deciding it wasn't worth hiding. "Sludge villain. But don't worry, I am okay." Her expression shifted to one of concern. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "I'm fine," Izuku reassured her, waving off her worry. "Well, how about we go and get some food? I am sure you are hungry, and you can tell me what happened." "The library can wait," she said, trying to pull him along. Izuku smiled at Yaoyorozu's offer. The idea of eating something good after a stressful encounter sounded perfect. "Yeah, that sounds great," he said, his voice sounding more relaxed than it had all day. "Good. I know a place not far from here," Yaoyorozu said, already turning toward the exit. "It's a small cafe, but their food is really good. You'll like it." Izuku nodded eagerly, following her as they made their way through the streets. As they walked, the cool evening air started to settle in. It was refreshing after the tension of the day, and for a brief moment, Izuku let his mind wander to more peaceful things, like the meal ahead. "So, how's your training going?" Yaoyorozu asked as they walked side by side. "It's going well," Izuku replied, though he felt a little unsure. He'd been working hard to improve his skills and learn more about his quirks, but lately, there was this gnawing feeling that something wasn't quite right. His encounter with All Might earlier that day only added to that unease. Yaoyorozu noticed his hesitance. "Is everything all right? You seem a little distracted." Izuku nodded, smiling at her. "Yeah, I am good." Yaoyorozu gave him a sideways glance, sensing there was more to the story. "If you ever want to talk about it, you know I'm here, right?" Her voice was warm, and there was no judgment in her words. Izuku felt a surge of gratitude toward her. "I appreciate it," Izuku said quietly. "I really do. I just don't know if I'm ready to talk about it yet." They walked in silence for a few more moments before Yaoyorozu spoke again, her tone lighter now. "Well, I'm sure some good food will help you feel better." "You'll see." Izuku smiled. "Yeah, you're probably right." The two of them continued to walk as they made their way to the cafe. Momo looked at one of her green-haired friends with a smile on her face. What was weird was that she did feel something weird on her left leg. She looked down to see there was sludge already up to her knee, and it was rising faster. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in alarm as she realized the sludge creeping up her leg. Its sickly, viscous texture clung tightly, and it was spreading upward quickly. She immediately grabbed Izuku's arm, pulling him back as she tried to free herself. "Yagi, it's the sludge villain," she exclaimed, her calm demeanor giving way to urgency. Izuku's heart raced as he turned to see the familiar greenish mass of the sludge villain writhing and bubbling from right behind her. This causes people in the streets to panic at the sight of the villain. Izuku's eyes widened as the crowd around them erupted in chaos. People screamed and scattered, some ducking into alleyways while others sprinted in the opposite direction. The sludge villain's gurgling voice boomed, his slimy form writhing with malicious intent. "You're not escaping me this time," the villain growled, his semi-liquid tendrils lashing out toward Momo. Momo struggled against the sludge gripping her leg, her normally calm and composed expression replaced with one of alarm. Izuku wasted no time, his instincts kicking into high gear. He grabbed her arm and pulled, trying to free her from the villain's grasp, but the sludge only tightened its hold. Momo, use your quirk. You have to create something to fight back or stun him. Izuku shouted over the noise of the panicked crowd. Momo clenched her jaw and nodded, forcing herself to focus. She placed her free hand on her exposed forearm, and within seconds, the outline of a large shield formed around her arm, preventing the villain from getting a good grip on her. I won't let you get away. You will be a great vessel. The villain snarled. Time for you to go, kid, he said, looking at Izuku. The villain set a punch right into Izuku's chest, losing his grip on Momo as he was sent flying into a car. Izuku crashed into the car with a loud thud, the force knocking the wind out of him. Pain radiated through his body as he struggled to regain his bearings. His vision blurred for a moment, but he shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Her shield had managed to block some of the sludge's advance, but the villain's relentless nature made it clear they weren't out of danger yet. The sludge villain turned his attention back to Momo, his slimy mass surging forward. You think you can escape me? Think again, he growled, his tendrils lashing out to grab her once more. It was a pandemonium. Izuku's mind swirled right now, and everything slowed down. He looked to his left to see Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft trying to contain the crowd. He was amazed at how fast they got here. To his right, he sees MT Lady blocking the way at the other end of the street. He didn't blame them 100% because their quirks weren't suited for a villain like this. Then he saw Momo still struggling against the villain. Most of her skin was getting covered, which wouldn't be good for her quirk. Izuku gritted his teeth, his body protesting every movement as he forced himself to stand. The sharp pain radiating through his chest was nothing compared to the urgency surging in his veins. Momo needed him, and there was no time to hesitate. He put a smile on his face as he prepared himself for battle. Let go of her, Izuku roared, summoning his resolve as 3 tendrils of Black Whip shot out from his arms, streaking toward the sludge villain like dark lightning. The glowing black tendrils wrapped around Momo's body gently but firmly. He stomped his feet into the already damaged car as leverage and continued to pull her. Momo was wrapped in something similar to a harness from Black Whip as she was slowly being pulled out. She created a flashbang, throwing it in the villain's face. Holy shit, this kid is strong, said the sludge villain, trying to hold on to her. Izuku gritted his teeth even more as he continued to pull on Momo. He didn't even know where this strength was coming from. Momo created multiple flashbangs from her skin and used it on the villain. Then it worked. Momo was out of the villain's grasp and launched towards Izuku. Izuku caught her in his arms, falling from the force he pulled her at. Izuku had cushioned her to make sure he took to the brunt of the blast. Izuku struggled to catch his breath, holding Momo tightly as they landed in a heap on the pavement. His body ached from the impact, but the immediate relief of pulling her away from the villain was worth it. Still, the sludge villain was enraged, and Izuku could feel the heat of his fury as the villain prepared to launch himself at them again. You, ******ing brat. You are dead, the villain screamed, his limbs coiling, ready to strike. But before the sludge villain could advance, a sudden flash of light streaked across the street, and a burst of cold and hot air swirled around them. The villain froze mid-motion, his entire form shaking as he looked at the man before him. Floating in front of Momo and Izuku was Frostflare, one of the few sidekicks to Endeavor. He was in a hero suit of deep blue with black accents all over. He was ranked 39th on the charts, and he was the son of Endeavor. Frostflare's icy blue eyes glinted as he hovered just above the ground, his body surrounded by a shimmering aura of frozen air. His white hair, edged with a faint blue glow, shifted slightly in the wind, and his intense gaze locked onto the sludge villain with an air of authority. The streets, which had been full of chaos just moments before, fell silent for a brief second, the tension palpable as the villain recoiled, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere. You're not going anywhere, Frostflare said, his voice calm but icy, dripping with the confidence of someone who knew exactly how to handle a situation like this. He waved his hand, sending a powerful ice blast toward the villain, effectively freezing him. The ice blast shot forward with incredible speed, striking the sludge villain's writhing mass with a violent crash. The villain let out a strangled, gurgling scream as the cold surged through his body, freezing him solidly in an instant. His tendrils, which had been lashing violently toward Momo and Izuku, were now stiffened and rigid, completely immobilized by the intense frost that had overtaken him. Frost Flare turned down his flames and floated down to the ground with graceful ease, his boots barely making a sound as they landed on the pavement. He glanced briefly at Momo and Izuku, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then he nodded toward the villain, who was now nothing more than a frozen, grotesque statue of sludge. "That should hold him for now," Frostflare said, his voice calm and authoritative, but with an undertone of satisfaction. His piercing icy gaze turned toward the chaos around them. The remaining panic in the streets seemed to subside now that the immediate threat had been neutralized. Heroes from nearby had already begun to secure the area, ushering civilians to safety and keeping the perimeter clear. Izuku, still holding Momo in his arms, breathed a sigh of relief as the adrenaline in his body began to fade. His body was sore, aching from the impact of the villain's blow and the strain of pulling Momo from the sludge's grasp, but the rush of victory and the relief of her safety kept him going. He carefully helped her to her feet, making sure she was steady before he took a step back. "Are you two all right?" he asked, walking over to them. Izuku nodded, wincing slightly as his sore body protested the movement. "Yeah, we're fine," he said, his voice rough but steady. "Thanks to you." Momo, who had been quiet for a moment, smiled up at Frostflare. "We really owe you one," she said, her voice warm despite the chaotic circumstances. "That ice blast. You were amazing." Frostflare gave a small, almost imperceptible nod in acknowledgement. "It's my job," he said simply, as though it were no big deal. But Izuku could tell by the way his gaze lingered on them that there was a deeper layer of thought behind his words, a quiet intensity that suggested a willingness to help but also a certain distance. Frostflare's gaze lingered on Izuku and Momo, his icy blue eyes scanning them with a mix of curiosity and quiet approval. Despite his calm exterior, there was something in his demeanor that hinted at a deeper sense of urgency, a weight that he carried silently. "You've got potential," Frostflare said, breaking the silence. "Continue to train hard, and work smart, and I will see you in the top 10 of the hero charts in a few years," he said, smiling at the two. "Let's get you some medical attention," he said, putting arms around the two kids and walking them back. The three of them were then almost blown down by a big gust of wind. They looked to see it was All Might standing there. "I heard the commotion. What happened?" he asked, looking behind them to see the sludge villain that fell out of his pocket earlier was frozen in the middle of the street. "All Might," Frostflare greeted calmly, stepping forward. "I've neutralized the villain. He won't be causing any more trouble." He gestured to the frozen sludge villain, his expression stoic. All Might's eyes darted between Frostflare, the frozen villain, and the two teenagers. His trademark smile faltered for the briefest moment. "Thank you, Frostflare. You've done well." His gaze settled on Izuku, who instinctively straightened despite the soreness coursing through his body. "Young man, you seem to find danger wherever you go," All Might said, his booming voice directed at Izuku. "Are you all right? What happened here?" Izuku hesitated, his mind racing. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, especially after using Black Whip so openly. I'm fine, sir," he stammered, bowing slightly. "The villain attacked us out of nowhere. Frostflare saved the day." Frostflare tilted his head slightly, observing the interaction between All Might and Izuku with a subtle curiosity. The boy's nervousness wasn't unusual. All Might had that effect on people, after all, but there was something about Izuku's demeanor that caught his attention. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was clear the young man carried more weight on his shoulders than most his age. All Might, meanwhile, beamed down at Izuku, his trademark grin back in full force. "Good to hear. You've got a knack for survival, young man," he said, giving Izuku a hearty pat on the shoulder. Izuku winced slightly but managed to put on a sheepish smile. All Might then turned his attention to Momo, his expression softening. "And you, young lady, are you hurt?" "I'm fine, thank you," Momo replied, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. All Might nodded approvingly before looking back at the frozen villain. "Excellent work," he said, addressing Frostflare. "Your control over your quirk is impeccable. The precision of that ice blast, remarkable." Frostflare crossed his arms, his expression unchanging. It's all about control and timing, he said simply. No point in power without precision. His tone was neutral, but there was an unmistakable edge to his words, a quiet pride in his mastery of his abilities. Frostflare looked at the two teens and smiled as there was an ambulance off to the side. "Why don't you two go and get some medical attention to make sure you're fine?" he said, then turning to All Might. "Will you help me with the villain, All Might?" All Might nodded firmly. "Of course. Let's ensure this villain doesn't cause any more trouble. You unthaw the villain, and I will seal him so that the police can apprehend him when they arrive." Frostflare's icy blue eyes lingered briefly on the two teens before he turned his full attention to the frozen villain. As he approached, his aura of frost began to intensify again, the air around him shimmering with a mixture of cold mist and heat distortion. All Might followed close behind, his towering presence overshadowing Frostflare's more subtle but equally commanding demeanor. Meanwhile, Izuku and Momo made their way to the waiting ambulance. Izuku winced with each step, his body protesting from the strain he'd put on it. Momo, though shaken, walked steadily beside him, her gaze flicking back toward Frostflare. "Do you think he's always that composed?" she asked, her voice quiet as though not wanting to disturb the atmosphere. Izuku glanced back at Frostflare, who was now speaking with All Might as they examined the villain. "I don't know," he admitted. "But he definitely knows what he's doing. It's like he's been through this 100 times before. Makes me wonder if Endeavor is the same way, you know, like father like son." Momo nodded thoughtfully. "It's reassuring, isn't it? Knowing that there are heroes like him out there." Izuku smiled faintly. "Yeah, it is." As the two teens reached the paramedics, one of them, a young woman with a warm smile and steady hands, helped Izuku onto a stretcher. "You've had a rough day," she said kindly. "Let's make sure everything's all right." Momo hesitated, glancing at Izuku. "I think I'm fine," she said, though her voice wavered slightly. The paramedic gave her a reassuring nod. "Even if you feel okay, it's good to get checked out. Adrenaline can mask injuries." Izuku watched as Momo was being treated first per his agreement when he felt someone stand behind him. He turned around to see Death Arms was there. He stood up straighter for when he would address him. His expression was stern but not unfriendly, a seasoned hero sizing up someone who had clearly been through the ringer. "You all right, kid? That is a lot even for heroes," he asked calmly. "Why yes sir," he replied. "I would like to say sorry sir. I understand that quirk use is bad, but I just wanted to make sure that she was going to be okay. I understand if I am going to get in trouble," he said, bowing down before him. Death Arms tilted his head, his stern expression softening slightly at Izuku's humility. He placed a firm but not unkind hand on Izuku's shoulder, his grip steady and reassuring. "Relax, kid," he said. "First off, you were attacked, which right out of the gate allows you to use your quirk to defend yourself. Secondly, I wanted to say I was impressed with your skills, strength, and wits to save your friend or girlfriend or whatever she is to you," he said, leaning against the ambulance. Izuku's face turned bright red at Death Arms' comment, his hands waving in front of him frantically. "Shish, she's not my girlfriend. We're friends," he stammered, his voice a mix of embarrassment and panic. Momo, overhearing the exchange as she was being checked over by the paramedics, glanced over with a slight blush but composed herself quickly. "Thank you for the assistance," she said politely, addressing Death Arms. Death Arms chuckled, his stern exterior softening further. "Relax, kid, I'm just messing with you," he said, his deep voice carrying a hint of amusement. "But jokes aside, you did well. Not a lot of people your age would have the guts to jump into a situation like that, let alone handle it as well as you did." Izuku blinked, the praise catching him off guard. Thank you, sir," he said, bowing slightly. I couldn't stand by and do nothing." "That's good. What I am saying is that I hope to see you down the line. With what you just did, you will be a great hero," he said honestly. "I completely agree," said Kamui Woods, walking up to them. "Good work out there, kid. Maybe we can work in the future together. You were pretty strong if you were able to pull her out," he said, looking to see All Might was stuffing the villain back in a jar. "No need to be so formal, kid. Just keep working hard," and I'm sure you'll make it far. Momo, now finished with her checkup, stepped beside Izuku. Her expression was composed, but there was a glimmer of pride in her eyes as she looked at him. Yagi is remarkable, she said. He was fearless in protecting me, and I wouldn't have been able to hold my own without his quick thinking. Izuku blushed furiously at her words. It was nothing, really. You were amazing too, Yaoyorozu. Momo's cheeks turned a faint pink, but she maintained her poise. Thank you, but we both know teamwork made the difference. Kamui Woods nodded approvingly. Teamwork is essential. It's what separates the solo vigilantes from true heroes. Unlike my associate over there, he said, pointing to MT. Lady flaunting herself around the press and media. The others chuckled as the two aspiring heroes were being checked out by workers. A couple of hours later, Izuku was walking Momo to the train station to send her on her way home. Izuku coughed, trying to find a topic to think of. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Momo nodded, her hands clasped neatly in front of her as they walked. Despite her composed demeanor, the faintest smile tugged at the corners of her lips. It was, she agreed. Not exactly how I envisioned today going, but I suppose that's the nature of being a hero, isn't it? Unpredictable. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, definitely unpredictable. I mean, villains attacking out of nowhere. That's kind of standard, but still. Momo glanced at him, her expression softening. You handled yourself well, Yagi. I don't think I've ever seen anyone move so decisively in a situation like that. Izuku's face turned pink, and he looked down at his shoes. Thank you, but honestly, I just acted. You were the one who stayed calm and thought of using flashbangs at some point. We make a good team, Momo said simply, her tone warm but matter of fact. Yeah, we do, Izuku said, his voice quiet but sincere. He looked at her, and for a moment, their eyes met. He quickly turned away, feeling his face heat up again. So, are you okay? I mean, really okay? Momo hesitated, then gave a small nod. I am. A bit shaken, perhaps, but otherwise fine. What about you? You pushed yourself pretty hard back there. I'm okay, Izuku said quickly, though his body ached in protest with every step. I'll probably feel it tomorrow, but it's nothing I can't handle. Momo's brow furrowed slightly. You should rest. Overexertion can lead to injuries if you're not careful. I will, Izuku promised. I just wanted to make sure you got to the train station safely, and sorry for not using my healing quirk back there. I didn't want them to see me using more than one, he said as he saw the train station in the distance. That is quite all right, and thank you for being a gentleman, Yagi, she said, nudging him with her hip. Izuku stumbled slightly at the gentle nudge, his face turning bright red. He let out a nervous chuckle and adjusted his pace to match hers again. Yeah. Of course. I mean, it's the least I could do after everything. Momo smiled, clearly amused by his flustered reaction, but she didn't press further. The train station loomed closer, its lights casting a warm glow on the cobblestone streets. The hum of the evening crowd filled the air, a stark contrast to the chaos they had experienced earlier. As they approached the entrance, Momo hesitated. Thank you for saving me today, Yagi. I was pretty scared, she said in a bold move, hugging him. Izuku turned into a tomato, hesitated and hugged her back. He noticed she was much easier to hug than Jiro because of the height difference. I didn't know what else to do, Izuku stammered, his voice muffled by her shoulder. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. Momo's gentle laugh filled his ears, and she pulled back just slightly to look at him. Her eyes were soft, but there was a deep sense of gratitude in them. And you did, Yagi. You were amazing out there. She paused, giving him a small smile that made his heart skip. But I think I should thank you for saving me more than once today. Oh, you don't have to do that, he said, waving her off, trying to fan himself from the blush still on his face. Momo's smile only grew at his flustered reaction. I insist, she said firmly but kindly. Without you, things could have gone much worse. You deserve recognition for that. Trust me, I don't need anything or want anything, he said. Momo tilted her head slightly, a thoughtful look crossing her face. Even if you don't think you need or want recognition, it's still important to acknowledge the good you've done, Yagi. You have a habit of underselling yourself. Izuku scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. I just think it's what any hero would have done. You would have done the same for me, Yaoyorozu. No question. She smiled at him warmly, the kind of smile that made his heart flutter and his thoughts scatter. Perhaps, but not everyone acts with the same conviction and selflessness you do. That's a rare quality, Yagi. You should hold on to it. The train soon pulled up to the station and he waved her off, watching her head to her home. Izuku sighed as he put his hands into his pockets. He really wasn't looking forward to seeing his family because there was no doubt his dad told them what happened. Thank God, he didn't see him use a quirk. That was when a pit of dread hit him. The news stations and media. They likely recorded him using Black Whip to save Momo. He prayed they didn't see much. 30 minutes later, he stood outside of his door taking in a breath. Multiple things could happen if he opened that door. The first thing could be they hadn't watched the news yet or his father didn't tell them. The second thing was he did tell them, and they wanted to know what happened. Or the third thing he thought of as they found out he had a quirk and would have to explain. Let's hope it wasn't the latter option. He opened the door to see his mom and father on the couch as they approached him. He was surprised his dad was able to get here before him, but then remembered he had to make sure Momo was safe when he dropped her off. Izuku, we saw what happened on the news. It's on the television right now, said his mother, pulling him to the living room. There he saw Inori and Ichiro with a straight look on their faces as their eyes were fixed on the TV, but he knew they were pissed. The five of them watched as it cut to the 7 o'clock news. This was likely the third time they had seen this, but they were still watching it on TV. The room was tense as the footage played on the television, a shaky video from someone's phone showing the chaotic scene of the earlier incident. The camera zoomed in just as Izuku was about to extend out Black Whip, but Momo's multiple flashbangs had blocked it out of view right as he was able to pull her out, making him internally sigh with relief. The news anchor cleared his throat before speaking. A little while ago, a sludge-like villain was attacking middle school students when they were walking down the street. The two students reacted quickly to the situation. Thankfully, the hero Frostflare was able to come in to stop the sludge villain from causing further damage. But, not before a student by the name of Izuku Yagi pulled out his friend. The news anchor continued, Izuku Yagi pulled out Momo Yaoyorozu from the villain, creating an opening for the hero Frostflare to finish the job. While the hero Frostflare intervened to neutralize the threat, witnesses report that the students played a pivotal role in ensuring no one was seriously harmed. Authorities commend their actions as they were the ones attacked first and defended themselves, but remind civilians to leave such dangerous situations to licensed heroes. Toshinori turned to his son and looked at him with a calculating stare. First off, are you okay? Izuku couldn't help but think this was the first time in ages that he was given this much attention. Yeah, I am, he said, looking at everyone staring at him. Good, he said, getting a smack on the back of his head from his father. What the hell is this? He said, gesturing to the TV. Izuku didn't flinch from the hit but rather looked confused at the TV. That was me saving my friend from an attack, he said, pointing to Momo. Ichiro whistled when he pointed at her. Give her my number while you are at it. She looks hot, he said, nodding his head slightly, but was hit by his father in the chest. Not the time, he said, turning back to Izuku. That was the dumbest thing you could have done. Running to the fray like that. Izuku was getting a tick mark on his head. He was glad they didn't see him use his quirk, but this was ridiculous. He saved Momo's life. Where was his credit? Was that something not to be proud of? Toshinori's words stung, and Izuku felt his frustration bubbling beneath the surface. He clenched his fists, trying to keep his voice steady. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Momo was in danger. I had to act. You had to act, Toshinori repeated, his tone sharp. You are quirkless. Charging in is going to get you killed. So, this is what this was about. They thought he was still quirkless, thus making them think he was weak and an idiot for charging in. This was something he didn't think of in the many possibilities of being talked to. Inori walked up to him. shaking her head in exasperation. Izuku, as your sister, this was an idiot move. You needed to let the pros handle it. If you saw this as you shot to get yourself seen as a hero, then that was even more stupid. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to keep calm. I wasn't trying to get attention. I was trying to save someone. Momo was in danger, and I couldn't just sit by. I had to do something. You're not a hero, Izuku. And you never will be, Ichiro shot back, his voice harsh with frustration. You don't have the training, you don't have the experience, and worst of all, you don't have a quirk. He was being tag-teamed and he was about to reach his boiling point. He was genuinely trying not to lose it right now. I wasn't trying to be a hero, he said, his voice strained, but firm. His mother's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Izuku, look at the footage. You're rushing in without any thought for the consequences. Everyone is right, Izuku, you need to accept that and move on. Izuku stood frozen, feeling like the air had been knocked out of him. He was clenching his fists so hard that his veins and muscles were starting to show. You know what, you guys are right, Izuku said, his voice laced with bitter laughter. His hands trembled at his sides as his knuckles turned white. You're absolutely right. The next time that someone is in danger I won't care about it. I will just sit and watch as they are begging for help and not do anything. You guys couldn't be any more right, he said, still bitterly laughing. Oh, come on, Izuku, Ichiro scoffed, crossing his arms. Don't be dramatic. Dramatic. Izuku turned on him, his emerald eyes blazing with frustration. The thing that is so *****ing stupid is that we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if it was Inori or Ichiro who had saved someone. We would be celebrating and partying and they would be praised like no tomorrow, but because it is me, we must make sure Izuku knows it's wrong. Toshinori was getting a bit annoyed with this right now. He hadn't expected Izuku to take it this far and he normally never did. All right, that is enough, Izuku, he said, trying to end it. Fact scoffed as he looked at his dad, and the fact that you didn't deny just proves my point. I said that is enough, Izuku, Toshinori glaring at him. No, it isn't, Dad, like I said. This wouldn't be a conversation if this was Ichiro or Inori. So, let me ask you this. You and Mom are walking down the street when, suddenly, Mom is taken down the alleyway. Are you going to sit there with your thumb up and be like, well, looks like I have to wait for the pros to show up while my wife is being taken to God knows where? Toshinori's eyes widened slightly at Izuku's blunt example. That's not the same thing, he said, his tone hardening. Don't twist this into something it's not. Oh, it's not the same, Izuku challenged, his voice rising. What's different about it? Because it's you in the situation. Because it's someone you care about. If anything, that just proves my point even more. He took a step closer, his frustration spilling over. You'd act, you wouldn't hesitate, you'd do what you could to save Mom, no matter how dangerous it was. Because you care, just like Inori would do, just like Ichiro would do, and just like I will continue to do. It is common sense to help people when they are in trouble. I am not going to sit there and watch Yaoyorozu, one of the few people who I have as friends, fight for her life, he ranted, breathing heavily. Toshinori pinched the bridge of his nose, his patience wearing thin, but before he could say anything, Inori jumped back in. That's enough, Izuku, you need to learn too. Izuku clicked his teeth together in annoyance. Shut up, Inori. The only reason you and Ichiro are pissed is because it wasn't you on that TV. You weren't the one getting the attention. The room was silent for a moment, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Izuku's chest heaved as he tried to steady his breathing, his anger still simmering just beneath the surface. His siblings' stunned expressions only fueled the fire burning within him. Yeah, that's what I thought, Izuku muttered, his voice bitter and cutting. You can't deny it, can you? The only reason this is such a big deal is because it was me, he said, wiping away the sweat that was on his forehead. But you know what? Like I said before, you all are right and will continue to be right. Anything that you say goes and anything I say is wrong and will always be wrong. That's just the reality that I live in. You were right, Dad. You were right, Mom. You were right, Ichiro. You were right, Inori. And I am wrong per usual, he said, turning away from them to go to his room. The door slammed behind Izuku as he retreated to his room, leaving the rest of the family in stunned silence. His words echoed in their ears, slicing through the tension like a sharp blade. Izuku sat on his bed, breathing heavily, trying to calm the storm raging inside him. The room was quiet, but the weight of his thoughts felt suffocating. His hands trembled as he clutched his face, wiping away the sweat that dripped down his brow. His mind raced, replaying the confrontation with his family repeatedly. He continued to wipe away the sweat from his face as he tried to calm down, but the sweat seemed to be never ending. He then started to realize he was crying. "God damn it," he muttered to himself. "Is it that hard to feel appreciated?" he said to himself, still crying. He then heard a knock on his door, and he shook his head, wiping his tears once more. He opened it with a crack, but not enough for whoever it was to see him crying. "What?" he asked bluntly. "It's Dad. I wanted to talk," he said, fiddling with his fingers. "There is nothing to talk about. I told you already. You were right and there is nothing to prove it wrong. Forget this ever happened. Just move on and let's be done with it," he said. Toshinori sighed a heavy, weary sound. "Izuku, listen," he began, his voice calm but firm. "I said it's fine. Just forget this ever happened. The morning will come and we'll go on with our lives as if nothing happened. Let's be down with this ordeal. I got to get up in the morning for school anyway," he said, shutting his door. The door clicked shut, leaving Toshinori standing outside in the hallway. He sighed again, leaning his forehead against the door for a moment. He knew pushing Izuku further wouldn't help. The boy was hurting, and sometimes, words couldn't mend the chasm of emotions between them. He walked back to the bedroom to see Inko was on the bed already with a concerned look on his face. Inko sat on the edge of the bed, her expression a mix of worry and sadness. She looked up at Toshinori as he entered the room, her eyes searching his face for understanding. "How is he?" Inko asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "He isn't talking to me, if that's anything," he said, plopping himself down on the bed. "Maybe if we give him some space. That seems like the best course of action," she said, laying down next to him. "Yeah," Toshinori agreed with a heavy sigh. "Maybe giving him some space is the best thing we can do for now. Like I said, he needs some space. Just wait for a bit and see what happens." Toshinori nodded as he took his clothes off to put some sleeping attire on and call it a day. Few days later, 10 months till entrance exam. "All right, remember to lift with your legs and not your back," Izuku said as he hoisted a fridge up. Izuku had been up almost all night in Mindspace, which was about 40 hours in there, coming up with the soundest ideas to help him in passing the entrance exam for UA. Now he knew from confidence speaking he would pass if he were to take it now, but he wanted to be the best of the best. Tokiyami, Jiro, Shoji, and Abara checked up and called the two of them after the incident, and they said they couldn't believe that we were famous. Izuku tried to wave it off, but they were persistent in telling them that they were glad to see they were fine. His family though was different. He was barely talking to them as of right now after that whole excursion between them. He would move out, but that wouldn't make any sense. UA had a dorm system making sure that their students were safe, and if they went out and bought an apartment, that would be more of an unnecessary expense even if he had a lot of money at his disposal. He and Chase had come up with the idea to clear out a beach for an assortment of reasons. Reason number 1 was community service of sorts. The Dagoba Municipal Beach used to be a beautiful beach that Izuku remembered coming to when he was really young, and now it was a place with meters tall full of garbage. Reason number 2, he could train here and not have anyone know of what trying he was doing. He could train his new quirks and continue to grow stronger. The focus of the next months would be more on quirk training specifically rather than physical. Yes, he was getting physical training by picking up heavy trash, but he trained in the open area once it was cleared out. Reason number 3 was the metals and minerals here. Izuku wanted to try to build some tech for himself or others, and this place had lots of it. Copper, steel, iron, and even aluminum could be salvaged from the heaps of discarded appliances and machinery. If push comes to shove, he could just sell the stuff. He placed the fridge down near the entrance and sighed. This would be hard, but he was willing to do it. He thought about the events that happened the past few days and he shook his head. For lack of a better term, his family really was stupid sometimes. It wouldn't lie if he said he didn't feel better letting them hear some of what he had inside of him all these years, but that was just a drop in the bucket. He really wanted to let it fly, but that could wait for another day. He actually chuckled that he had gotten clearance to clean the beach so fast by the city, but then he realized he was in the news recently with the sludge villain incident, and you could guess why. The best part was that he was given clearance because Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and MT Lady endorsed it, which is why it got pushed so quickly. He had asked personally if they could keep this under wraps for obvious reasons. They would send one truck a day, so he would have to make the most of what he did while he had it here. Izuku took a deep breath, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension building there. The fridge wasn't the heaviest thing he'd moved in the past few days, but the accumulated exhaustion from his relentless efforts was starting to creep in. He glanced at the massive piles of trash that still needed sorting and chuckled under his breath. One day at a time, he muttered. He worked till 3 p.m. clearing up a decent section that was about 15 feet by 15 feet. The truck was filled with garbage and pulled out his notebook with the next part of his plan. The 3 quirk creations he had available were already thought out, and he was about to test one of them, F.A. Jin. F.A. Jin fascinated him, which was funny as most of the quirks of the previous users of One for All were. F.A. Jin allowed him to build up kinetic energy through repetitive motion, storing that energy like a coiled spring waiting to explode. It was versatile and powerful, but the trick was learning to control it. Izuku had been experimenting with different movements to find the most efficient way to charge it without exhausting himself too quickly. The next quirk he needed to make was Jolt. Now yes, on its own Jolt isn't all that powerful, but Izuku wanted to infuse the potential of One for All into Jolt to make it much stronger. The upgraded version of Jolt would allow him to channel bioelectricity at very high levels and then expel it from his body. He would be able to channel it around his body to give him a huge boost in speed, but not in physical attacks. He would be able to channel the electricity into bursts or streams of lightning. Not to mention he would be immune to any electric-based attacks. Lastly, the last quirk creation was going to be used for something he called Zephyr Rush. To put it simply, it was air and wind manipulation. He could use it to propel himself forward, launch himself through the air, and glide through the air. He would be able to use it to control gusts of wind within a certain area, and he would have to train hard to make the intensity of the wind gusts stronger, but that would be fine. Lots of work and only so much time, but he knew he got this. Izuku clenched his fists as he put them into a fighting motion. "Alright, let me try punches really quick," he said, reading himself to use F.A. Jin. He began with light, rhythmic jabs, alternating between his left and right fists. Each punch was fluid and precise, and as the motion continued, he could feel the energy slowly building in his arms. The sensation was strange at first, a faint buzzing that grew stronger with every repetition. "Okay, I think that's enough buildup," Izuku muttered, stopping his movements. He squared his stance, focusing on the target he'd set up, a makeshift punching bag crafted from salvaged materials. With a deep breath, he threw a single punch, releasing the energy in a controlled burst. The impact was explosive. The punching bag flew backward, crashing into a nearby pile of trash. The force of the blow reverberated through his arm, and he winced slightly at the strain. "Wow," Izuku said, flexing his hand as he examined the results. "That's definitely stronger than my normal punches." But, he glanced at his arm, feeling the lingering tension in his muscles. "It puts a lot of stress on my joints. I'll need to be careful with how much energy I release at once. I need a lot of training with this quirk, so I don't mess up my body." He jotted down in his notebook, nodding at the results. "So, F.A. Jin could be used to boost my speed, strength, or both. Though it does take a while to charge, that could be changed if I were to do it rapidly. So, this could give me a boost in jumping, running for extra speed, punching, kicking, and anything else physical," he said, making bullet points. "This is going to look like I am going to have a harder time using quirks with F.A. Jin to try to counterbalance it," he said. "Yo, Yagi," said Jiro from behind him, tapping him on the shoulder. "Ah, jumped Izuku, throwing his notebook and pen into the air and catching them before they hit the ground. Holy crap, you scaredy cat. You were muttering for like 3 minutes. I heard you from the street. Did you forget you invited me here? She said, showing him a few bentos. Izuku blinked, his face flushing crimson as he realized how oblivious he'd been. Oh no, I completely forgot, Jiro. I'm so sorry. He bowed deeply, clutching his notebook and pen against his chest like a lifeline. I was so caught up in testing F-Jin and writing everything down that I... Jiro sighed, waving him off with one of her earphone jacks. Chill out, Yagi. I'm not mad or anything. But seriously, you've got to stop mumbling to yourself all the time. People are going to think you've gone off the deep end. She held up the neatly wrapped bentos, her other hand resting on her hip. Please tell me that you ate today, she said, looking at him. Oh yeah, sure, I did, he said, looking away from her. Jiro narrowed her eyes, her earphone jack twitching slightly in a way that made Izuku feel like a child caught in a lie. Yagi, she said, her tone flat and unimpressed, your hesitation just gave you away. You haven't eaten anything, have you? No, I have. I ate 2 apples, one for the morning and one for lunch, he said. Jiro groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. 2 apples? Seriously? That's not a meal, Yagi, that's a snack. You're going to waste away if you keep this up. Sit down. Now. Izuku crossed his arms, looking away from her. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her earphone jacks twitching in annoyance. Don't even try it, Yagi. You're not getting out of this. Sit down before I make you. See now, I know for a fact that you are too nice to me to try that. Even though you poke me with your earphone jack half the time. I swear you did it the other day like 10 times while we were playing darts, he said, looking dejected as he walked over to her to sit down. Jiro smirked as Izuku grudgingly plopped down beside her, crossing his legs and folding his arms like a pouty child. First of all, she began, handing him one of the bentos, if I poked you 10 times, it's because you deserved it. You're terrible at darts, by the way. Izuku let out a small huff as he accepted the bento, mumbling, I wasn't that bad. You missed the board entirely 4 times, Jiro retorted, raising an eyebrow. And don't even get me started on the time you hit the wall. That was 1 time, Izuku protested, though his face flushed with embarrassment. Jiro snickered, leaning back on her hands. Relax, Yagi, I'm just messing with you. But seriously, you need to eat more than just apples if you're going to keep training like this. You're pushing your body way too hard. Izuku opened the bento, the delicious aroma wafting up and making his stomach growl audibly. His cheeks turned a deeper shade of red as Jiro gave him a knowing look. Fine, he muttered, picking up the chopsticks. But only because it smells amazing. Did you make this yourself? Not this time, Jiro admitted, brushing her bangs aside. My mom whipped it up when I told her I was coming to see you. She said you probably weren't taking care of yourself and made me promise to bring extra. Ah, that stinks. I like the way you make the rice, he said, looking at the food. Jiro blinked in surprise at his comment, her cheeks turning the faintest shade of pink. What are you even talking about, Yagi? She said, brushing off the compliment with a flick of her wrist. It's just rice. Anyone can make it. Izuku shook his head earnestly, pausing mid-bite to look at her. No, really, the way you make it, I don't know. It just tastes better. You add this little, I don't know what to call it, personal touch, I guess. Jiro fidgeted with her earphone jack, pretending to check something on the ground beside her. You're weird, she muttered, though there was a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Now stop stalling and eat. Izuku took a bite of the rice and grilled fish, his eyes widening as the flavors hit his tongue. This is incredible, he said, his voice muffled by the food. Your mom's cooking is amazing. She'll be glad to hear that, Jiro said with a small smile. Now eat the whole thing. Don't even think about leaving a single grain of rice. Izuku grinned, holding up his chopsticks in a mock salute. Yes, ma'am. He dug in with newfound enthusiasm, savoring every bite of the meal. It was a rare treat for him to eat something so delicious, especially with how preoccupied he'd been with training. Jiro leaned back, watching him devour the food with a mix of amusement and satisfaction. You act like you haven't eaten in days, she teased. Seriously, Yagi, what's the deal? Why don't you ever take a break? Izuku paused, chopsticks halfway to his mouth, and glanced at her. I guess I feel like I don't have time for breaks. There's so much I need to improve on, and everyone else is working so hard. I can't afford to fall behind. Jiro sighed, her expression softening. You know, you're allowed to take care of yourself, right? Nobody's going to think less of you for taking a moment to rest. In fact, you're probably going to get stronger if you give your body time to recover. Yeah, I guess, he said, finishing the bento and taking another one. Your mom makes amazing food, he said. I'll be sure to tell her, said Jiro, twirling her jack. She looked next to Izuku to see his bag with him and walked over to it. She pulled out a book and plopped herself back down next to him, with Izuku shaking his head, grinning slightly. Oh yeah, just help yourself, he said, gesturing to her. She looked through Hero Analysis Book 13 and smiled. She had meant to ask him this sooner, but she wondered if she was in here. Izuku blushed seeing her flip through the pages. Jiro turned a few more pages, her expression thoughtful. She was scanning through the detailed analysis of various heroes, their strengths, quirks, and strategies laid out in meticulous detail. Her gaze flicked over the familiar names and classifications, but her focus quickly shifted when she spotted something familiar. Hey, Jiro said softly, her voice low as she pointed to a section on the page. Is that me? Izuku glanced over at the page and immediately felt his face heat up. His fingers fumbled as he quickly tried to close the book, but Jiro stopped him. Wait, Jiro said with a teasing smirk, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Don't hide it now, let me see. Izuku swallowed hard, looking down at the book. His mind raced with thoughts. How long had it been there? How much did she know? It's nothing special, he mumbled, trying to play it off. Jiro tilted her head, her smile widening as she leaned in closer to get a better look. Nothing special, seriously, you wrote an entire section about me. Hero Analysis. Kyoka Jiro. She chuckled softly, flipping through the pages. Let's see what the nothing special part has to say. Izuku kept his hand on the book, looking away from her. Well, ya know, I do an analysis of heroes and future heroes. I've done them on Yaoyorozu, Tokiyami, Shoji, and Shiozaki as well. I just don't want you to think it's weird. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her smirk softening into something more contemplative. Weird, she echoed, folding her arms. Why would I think that's weird? It's actually kind of impressive that you take the time to do this. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.